Good morning, y'all. Welcome back to
What a great way to start.
I know, right? This is us. Team United, Matt, Sean, and Gabe. We're here. Day 2 of rehearsals where we talk about, you guessed it right, the rehearsals of the Eurovision Song Contest. And I'm so glad I have some guests from the get-go. And of course, you've seen Gabe yesterday lurking around, and I have Sean with me for a little while today. How are you holding up?
Good, yeah. It's Eurovision month now, so that's like come around so quickly. I was just saying to these guys off camera that I've seen like adverts for this like all over where I've been in the UK, not just in, you know, when I've been to Liverpool before. So yeah, there's a real excitement in this country for this, and I can't wait to get going now.
I know it is a little different, and I'm hearing you are leaving shortly for Liverpool, right?
Yeah. So tomorrow, literally tomorrow, I can drive to Eurovision, which is just it's wonderful. I haven't got to worry about baggage limits or anything like that. Waiting in an airport, paying £20 for a meal and all that. So yeah, I can just get in the car and drive. So I can't wait for
My
that.
drive's a little longer, but plus there's no bridge, so that's just a tad. Now we're really excited to have you at least for a little while today to discuss the entries. And everyone in the chat, first of all, good morning, good day, well, good night for me again. It's 3:30 here. My sleeping patterns are a little off, but hey, I'm doing an early jet lag situation, so I have a jet lag here in California, which is kind of odd. But we're here to talk about the second round of rehearsals. Basically, yesterday we had rehearsals from starting with the first song in Semi 1, Norway, made it all the way through Sweden, minus Israel because they were a day late, if you will. And then so we're going to do the rest of Semi 1 today and the first few songs from Semi 2. And before I actually go to you, Gabe, again, one more, since we talked about it yesterday, Sean, did you catch up on all the TikToks and stuff?
I did. I mean, I'm going to put it out there. I don't use TikTok. It's not my platform, so I had to like really try and understand how to use it. I'm getting old now.
Well, I'm not good at it either.
But. Yeah, but I've seen the videos, I've seen the photos, everything basically that we've got at the moment. First of all, I think the stage looks amazing. I'm really pleased with what the BBC have done there, and whoever else was involved with the stage construction. I'm sure there's other people at play. Maybe even, I don't know if there was Ukrainian influence in building it, but the whole setting just looks incredible. It's nice to have LEDs back in full. I know we kind of had them last year, but we'll not dwell on that too much. So yeah, I think there's a lot of stagings that are starting to already pop off, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the other countries are bringing. And there's some interesting stagings already to go through.
Yeah, well, no, I totally agree. And first of all, thank you, Otteros, once again for helping out with the chat. If anyone else would like to help out with the chat throughout the next few weeks or so, let me know. I can make you a moderator, just keeping things clean and neat in here. I also see that you mentioned that there is already a super chat, which doesn't show up on my end here anymore. Must have been the chat already has been removed, so I apologize. But thank you for doing that. If that person wants to repost just what they're asking, let me know, and I will make sure to answer that question. So, Gabe, I know we have 10 songs ahead of us today. I know we're looking forward to all of them. That's our official answer. But which one are you looking especially forward to today? Which one are you really curious about?
I gotta say, for me, the one I'm most excited about, I'm going to try and get back in time for it because I've got to go for a bit this afternoon and then come back. It's just after lunch. Finland. What does Karja have for us? What are we getting? I think this is a massive moment in terms of what is going to pan out over the next 2 weeks. Because if Finland brings something amazing, which I think they're capable of doing, I think it could completely reshape the betting odds over the next few days. So I'm really excited for that. Some other highlights for me, the disco daddy, Gustav, cannot wait. There's been some buzz on Twitter about his dancers. Basically, a few people have posted a few clips of his dancers, like it's sort of, previous performances and stuff, and they're bloody amazing, basically. So that could be really fun. And finally, out of today, I have to say, I'm really hoping things go well for the Netherlands. obviously we're not going to see or hear any vocals today, but they've gone through a lot of changes over the last couple of weeks. It looks like it's finally come together now. So I am rooting for them so hard because they deserve a great performance after the few weeks they've had. Are you all right there, Sean? You look like
it's just I realise I'm in a poor lighting situation, so I'm trying to blind myself with some.
You need a ring light. You need a ring light. You need to go full influencer.
I know. I'm not quite at that level yet, unfortunately. So I'll try and make it work.
Yeah,
I'll bring mine to Liverpool for you.
Unfortunately, the first time in ages the sun is actually shining in the UK.
You cannot take the sun in. Yeah, you can.
I'll just get sunlight behind me, so I have to do something different, unfortunately. But it's just temporary. It's only today.
Yeah. So before we actually jump, because we already, since we don't start right away, everything is very delayed since we don't, see everything live as it's happening. We are already into Azerbaijan, the rehearsals done basically. So let's talk about what we've seen. So what has happened so far. Israel was the first one to take the stage this morning because, technically in terms of running order, they should have rehearsed yesterday, but they were still traveling. So I think they moved Sweden over so that they can be the last ones to do that. Now, what we do now is Israel. I'm going to read that real quick. Noah takes the stage, starts a performance in a huge box lit with LEDs with some nice rotating camera work and lots of strobe lighting. She's supported by 5 backing dancers, all in matching black and pink costumes. And the whole routine is pop video polished from start to finish. I've got the power of a unicorn, she sings. Yeah, we know that. And you'll be delighted to hear we took the opportunity to research what specific powers you... Okay, I don't care about that. So, yes. What? It's 3:30 in the morning.
This is the official channel you're criticizing here.
I'm not criticizing them. I just don't need to read that. So obviously, Israel has pyro. The routine finishes in a hail of fireworks. We're also noticed that Noah ditches her trousers for the dance break. She ditches her trousers for the dance break and wraps up the routine in boots and underwear. Happy Eurovision, everyone. So we're starting with...
She can do better.
What? Yes, I was about to say. So she was inspired by Croatia and dropped her pants and continues her performance in underwear. So your thoughts, Sean?
They were always going to throw a budget at this song. We knew that. So the fact that they describe it as like a music video setting is not in the least bit surprising for me. There was a tweet I saw yesterday. Someone had picked out some of the props backstage that hadn't been revealed yet. And there was one that was like the sort of spirally kind of box, I guess. I wonder if that's Israel and what they're using. I'm not too sure. It might have been France even potentially, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they're trying to throw everything at this in terms of camera angles and, pyro and things. Because, the song is already 5 songs in one. So why not have 5 stages in one at the same time? Let's just really go overboard with it. So
yeah. And we'll share the pictures as they are happening. So just keep us updated because you're quicker because we know we're multitasking. It's hard to judge this one because when I hear box, I'm thinking what happened to Sweden yesterday. She's sitting on a similar box kind of thing. I'm sure it's going to look different, but certainly she's clearly must be elevated. The question is how high up. What are your thoughts, Gabe?
So I did suspect with this song that it would very much be a case of, so what would you like as part of your staging? Yes. And it sounds like that's basically where we're at. I think, the good thing is, I think the dance break, there's going to be 2 dance breaks this year. I'm sure we'll talk about the other one later in the week. This one is going to really work because Noah Carell is such a professional. She's been doing this for so long. You could argue that she's Israel's biggest pop star. So this really is like throwing the kitchen sink and the fridge and the rest of the appliances at Eurovision. What I really hope is obviously the song can be a bit jarring because of all the different things it does. I just hope that they've managed to make it at least a little smoother for the live performance. I've always felt, for example, that it feels like the dance break just kind of was stuck on the end being like, okay, now we're going to have a little dancey dance. And it's like, well, you haven't really brought me here. You've just sort of, we've been over there and then you've jumped to it. But hopefully we'll get some clues from the photos and so on.
So the photos are up. However, just like every time, it says requested page could not be found. Some of it can take up to 10 minutes for the pictures to actually load. I think it's just a matter of them actually making it up to the website because they're quite large in size. So we'll share them as soon as we can. We'll also share the TikToks. However, there might be a caveat this time around because, of course, the copyright fairy came in and said from Norway and from Latvia, and they said no, you can't do that. So I may have to mute the TikToks.
Really?
Yeah, it's really annoying. I know.
Oh my god.
And when you have, usually what I can do is just cut them out, but when you have like you over a certain hour, in the live stream, they don't allow you to cut it out. So I cannot do anything to it. So I probably have to mute the tweets, not the tweets, the TikToks, or at least the intro part, where they play the song. And that's where usually.
Sorry, so we've got first photos. They're on the ESC Discord, Twitter. They've posted photos from Israel.
Okay, let me go to Twitter. Yeah, the website is not ready yet. So let me go.
Oh, it is that prop I was on about. That is Israel's.
Yeah, I meant to say on the official website they are not ready yet, but that's okay. So let me share me screen. Hang on. All right. So this is that it? Is that her upside down?
It's full.
Yeah. Is that the right picture? That doesn't look like she's on a cube or something.
Oh, you'll see that. Just scroll through, you'll see it.
Go to the next one.
Oh, it's behind her. I thought you were standing on it.
No.
Okay, it's behind. It's just like a prop behind her. Oh, okay.
Well, I'm guessing they've got like spinning camera work to make it look like she's upside down or something potentially.
Oh, kind of like when I say I'm comparing it to Sergei Lazarev, like he wasn't spinning the camera, but the screen was spinning. It's like, but here probably it's like a similar thing, but I don't know how, because the camera isn't spinning either. So okay, so yeah, as you said, they're trying to make it a music video. So it may not be as exciting being in the audience. Those kind of performances, they look great on camera. But when you're in the audience, I'm like, okay, she's standing in front of a box. Whoop, diddy whoop. But that's all that matters, right? So, okay, look at that backdrop. Slightly self-indulgent with, her being on there, but she is the star. And
is that Jack Hudek?
To be fair,
I think doesn't sing to herself.
No, yeah. And Jack Hudek was a little different. Like, I thought even like, what's his name from Australia, the guy, I forgot his name. Don't come easy. Yes, he always with the wind machine, his hair, and like a shampoo commercial. Here it's more appropriate because she's surrounded by unicorns, right? So it does.
We love
make
a literal
sense.
staging, don't we?
Yeah. Well, yesterday I said actually I may not want unicorns on staging because I don't mind when a literal staging makes sense, but unicorn is pushing it a little, right? But I feel like just the way it's done, it's not as tacky actually as I thought it would be. So I can live with that. That may look good. And then here you can see she's doing a lot of dancing. You get a close up of the 4 dancers.
Yeah.
And we don't see her in her underwear yet. I'm sure that they're going to leave us in suspense for that. So Gabe, your thoughts?
Well, it looks as professional as I expected. Obviously, without meaning, I'm saying this in a respectful way. Like Noah Carell is obviously like extremely hot. And I think that does add something to this performance. Like everything about it is like wow. Like she's hot, the dancers are hot, the performance is going to be slick, the dance moves are going to be on point, it's going to be rehearsed like the absolute, perfection. So I think we're going to get a really, really like all round like consummate kind of performance. But I think it is good that they're not giving us everything now. Like I like being kept in suspense a little bit. Obviously I would rather see everything, but
yeah,
Yeah, so this is exciting me. I think there's more to come. I hope we get just like a little clue about some of the dance moves when we come to the actual TikTok, when we get that in like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's possible, like just like previous years, that on day 2 they're a little quicker with the TikToks, but I will not hold my breath. Everyone in the chat, of course, I would love to hear your thoughts as well. At ESC Unite in the chat, so I know that you're talking to us. I'm also will bring up the website pictures once excuse me, I had a quick breakfast before, and it comes out burping.
You can call it breakfast.
I didn't call it. I didn't want to admit it on camera that I had leftover chicken nuggets from McDonald's for breakfast.
What you guys didn't hear was Matt looking at chicken nugget, clearly questioning his life choices, looking at it going, ugh, disgusting, and then proceeding to eat it.
I didn't know you could see me. I already logged on to the live stream, and I started eating, and I was really upset with myself. I'm like, this is not the life I wanted to live. But hey, so it's all
someone
good.
has tweeted me a photo from the rehearsal, and it's one of Noah Carell's dance moves. I'll show it if it's all right. She's like spinning around on her head.
This is hurting me just looking at it.
She just
like, how do you do that? Like it looks fairly deliberate to me. But so thank you, Jack on Twitter, I'll follow you back. There we go. Who tweeted that at me? How do you? So is it like she doing some kind of like spinning thing or something?
We'll find out eventually.
It's got like it's got Nicholas Joseph from 2018 all over again.
We know how that went.
Don't say that.
Let's not. Oh God.
Noah Carell just in a neck brace on the semi-final.
Yeah. So somebody's asking, did rehearsal start already this morning? Yes. So Israel already rehearsed, and Azerbaijan is done. I think Czechia is taking the stage, and we haven't even talked about Azerbaijan yet. And now we're talking a lot, but we are doing a little catching up to do here. So while we're waiting for
there is a full gallery now on, I think, or there was.
It's not there yet. But I'll come back to it. That's fine. Let me go back and tell you exactly what's happening with Azerbaijan. Hang on 1 second.
We haven't got.
Oh, Emma is there too. Hang on, I got to bring up Emma. I'll bring you in just a moment. Let me just read this real quick, and then I'll bring you in. After Israel bring all the lights and camera action, this joyful, low-key, charming, this is just an introduction. No, just tour on Tehran on heart-shaped podium. They're on a heart-shaped podium, center stage, wearing matches, green and purple suits, and giving a beautiful harmonies. No sign of trademark fedoras from the official video, but maybe they saw Gustav from Belgium and decided not to get into Eurovision hat wars. Okay, let me bring in Emma real quick. Hi, Emma. Hi. Can you hear us?
Hi. Yes.
Yes. I'll bring you in just a moment. I just want to wrap this up real quick here. So again, those who's joining, so Azerbaijan's rehearsal, they're going to stay on a heart-shaped podium right in the center, just the twins, from what we're hearing, and they're wearing matching green and purple suits and singing. Seems like a fairly straightforward staging. Emma, since you just joined, I'm going to throw the question right at you. What are your thoughts, Israel and Azerbaijan so far, based on first impressions, what you're reading? I know we don't have any pictures for Azerbaijan yet, so that's just, lots of guessing. But what are your thoughts? Oh, is she frozen already? On your end?
So, yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll wait for her to come back. So, yes. This is. I think they figured the song is fairly simple. I think they're keeping the staging fairly simple. What do you guys think? Is that's kind of what's happening here? Were you surprised to read that they're not going to go all out, Sean?
I mean, I was expecting like pyros and gymnasts, so I'm a bit disappointed in them, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean, it's not the type of song that you need to throw everything out. I think that these two are very likable guys, and they've got charisma. Saw them in Amsterdam, and they just know what they're doing on stage. So I don't think they needed to throw anything fancy at this. Just let them and their song do the talking. I do like the fact that they described it as matching green and purple suits, because I've never heard of green and purple really matching in any situation ever before. So
to be fair, the EBU Eurovision would never say with awful looking outfits. You know, I think they would go down that route.
I don't think because the photo, I don't think it looks awful, but I just found that description funny because I've never heard green and purple being described as matching before.
There's always a first, right?
Yeah.
Let me see here. The picture's now finally loading for Israel. Let me bring them up here while doing this. Ta-da! So we saw that one already anyways. She whips her hair back and forth. And
copyright.
Lenny Ferrara.
We got a little bit
of... Gabe, no, don't do that. Why did you say that?
What'd you say?
What?
You're just doing that comparison of like, every dance song is a new Euphoria, and every like.
No, I was kidding.
Oh, wait! Look, y'all. She actually can go inside the cube as well. I'm not just standing in front of it. So that's
going to be such a cool shot. I can't wait to see that. That is going to look so good.
Hang on. That's a nice shot. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, that's right. Oh, we're gonna miss all of that. Okay, and. Yeah, we saw that one. Okay, this is not a very telling picture. Oh, no, that's her underwear, right? Well, it's not really underwear.
That's just shorts.
Yeah. I thought she had like a pink.
Oh, my
God. Okay, so, okay, this looks kind of scary. She's going to get knocked in the head by that foot, but I think she'll be okay. And
it's a high-risk show.
It is. It's very active. I hope to have good workers' compensation policies in place because that looks certainly something that. And I'll bring you right in again. Give me 1 second. I got to stop sharing my screen. If she's back. Emma, are you there?
Yeah. Hi. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on with my connection right now.
That is quite all right. I know. I was lagging for a little while yesterday as well. So if it happens. No stress, no stress. So we were just sharing the pictures for Israel, and then we're just waiting for the TikTok. Emma, question to you. Out of all the rehearsals yesterday, I know there's put your personal bias aside, Reservius. I know it's always difficult, but which one were you really impressed by? Which one stood out to you? Are you frozen again? Oh, this is suspense. Is he frozen again?
No.
Oh, that was like one change. Your internet, yeah, it says I can see your internet connection was 0, and then she's gone.
R.I.P. Emma, 2023 to 2023.
This is fun.
Still better than the internet and the press center in Turin last year, Brian says.
Okay.
I know I even moved closer to the router, so maybe that would help.
Honestly, it was surprising that the internet was so slow in the press center in Turin, given there was only about 4 people in it.
Wait until
I know. It was.
You know what the internet's like in the UK? It's not the strongest. Wait until.
I'm literally just I'm just going to 5G hotspot the entire week. There's no way I'm dealing with that.
Yeah, at least we've got.
I may connect to yours.
I will permit it for a small fee.
Oh, really? Then I'll commit you to enter the press center for a small fee.
Oh.
It's slightly bigger than that fee, though, that you're charging, just to make up for it. Because
But you know what? Let's call it even.
Okay, there you go. All right, so sorry, y'all. We got distracted a little bit. So we have seen the pictures of Israel. We're waiting for the TikTok. Now we're waiting for the Azerbaijan pictures. Let me go back real quick to the blog and see if... I think Czechia is next, right? If they already have a description of what's happening on stage.
No, still no description of Czechia.
Okay, so then we can actually now finally jump into more chat questions. By the way, some people were asking yesterday, who wanted to give us super chats but didn't either have it available or don't feel comfortable using it. If you want to use PayPal, I put a link in there to help us out because, as you know, the EBU has been really like saying you're not allowed to recover your costs, but more important than that even is please like this video and everything we put out over the next few weeks and 20 years. And comment helps the algorithm as well. So I really appreciate it. So I'm so excited for Romania. I hope the staging will change the odds of their qualifying, because I heard he's going to bring a big hand, a bigger than the one that at pre-parties. I wish I had Roy with me here. Roy and I were like more of the on the supportive side of from Romania. Sean, you usually have weird taste. How do you feel about Romania?
Thanks. Wow.
You were?
Wow.
Okay, never mind.
What do you want me to say? I mean, like in terms of my personal opinion of Romania, I'm not a massive fan of the song, but I like him. So I don't know. We're gonna have to see what he brings. It's gonna need something, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see. I'm excited.
Yeah. Just to stress, I like him. I really want him to do well.
So as I keep pointing out, I like the song quite a bit, and it's easily in the top 10 in the semi too. Probably in my top 5 of that semi too. So I love for it to go through. I am fully aware it's a struggle for them, and I am not under the illusion of my bias that this is going to fly through, but I still have this little bit of hope for Romania. Don't count your chicken until they hatch, they say, right? So what do you guys expect for Czech Republic? Oh, Czechia. Every once in a while, I slip back into Czech Republic. It's not like the Macedonia, North Macedonia thing or anything, but it's still, getting used to. What do you think, Gabe, for Czechia?
I just want my primary hope is that, firstly, that they bring some of the visuals from the music video, which which I found really striking. And I think it would be a good place to start. Obviously, it's going to be nothing like the national final staging, because that was a really stripped back national final.
You can say that again.
Yeah. The host of the national final is one of the weirdest experiences of my life, where he's just like, and now our next song is going to be Vesna. And it was surreal.
It was the PowerPoint presentation in an IKEA showroom that did it for the results.
They're all just sat there. It's like, we hired this room in like the local library. Let's all just go down and but yeah. So, and the second thing I really, really want to see is for them to shut up some of their critics on vocals. Pre-party vocals, and we could say this 100 times, and some of you still wouldn't listen, are not representative of what's actually going to happen in the contest. They can give us some small clues of potential problems, and that's basically it. But with Vesna, in the live shows, they'll have the backing vocals, they'll have much higher quality in-ears, they'll have higher quality, production and so on, and a lot more time to rehearse. So let's just hope that all of that's come together and we'll see a really great show. Tell that to Pia Maria. Yeah, I know. Like I said, it can show you something, but that doesn't mean it will.
Correct. Sometimes it can be deceiving. I always use Switzerland from 2019 as an example, because that one stuck with me a lot. But there are other ones that you can point at as well. I'm sorry, Sean, real quick. You finish your thought, because I have another question.
No, I was just going to say, what was I going to say? It's gone.
That's probably a lie then.
No, sorry, about Vesna. They were really good in Amsterdam, is what I wanted to say as well. Oh. And it's not like they've, we know that they can sing. It's just that, like you say, you haven't got the full TV feed of sound to judge it off. You've got shaky videos from an audience or something that's recorded with not the best sort of audio. I've listened back to videos from Amsterdam, and it's not representative of what you actually heard when you were in the arena. So I think that they'll be fine. The only issue I have with the staging today is that they've got 6 members, so they're very limited in what they can do. They basically have to, whatever they're staging in has to be themselves. So I don't know what they've come up with, but I'm hoping for them something good.
What, Gabe?
Azerbaijan photos are up and the gallery's actually working already.
Okay, let me answer this question. I have the Beat favorite syndrome. I still hope Noah puts on a show where she can threaten Lorraine, don't hit me, boink. Well, I'm rooting for Ever is the most popular one anyways. I cannot be upset if somebody does well. So if she's winning, we're happy for her. But it would be nice to have it more of a competitive Eurovision for sure. Landslide winners are boring. Okay, so let's bring up the pictures. And yes, up already. I could get used to that. I could get used to it. Okay. Wait, that's not the Eurovision song, so I better not mention that. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So so they're wearing. I thought they would have like both colors each, but they have different. Okay, one wears purple, the other one wears like this greenish puke color. Okay, let's see, and the lighting kind of. Oh, I will say this looks nice. That's a nice shot. With the. Is that real smoke or is that on the LED? That's real smoke, right? It looks very CGI.
It looks like it's on the LED to me.
Yeah, it does. Looks very CGI. But it looks pretty with the lights blue on that side, and it looks very classy. This looks so 70s.
It really is. It's very Liverpool, actually.
Yeah. Oh wow.
It really is.
I see some points coming from the UK. Wait, are you guys voting in this first semi? 1 second.
I don't think we are.
Okay.
No, because we're separated from Ireland. They didn't want to give them any help.
Oh yeah.
Really.
So there you can see the platform. Okay.
I like it.
I do like. Okay. When they do the shots, by the way, right now it looks silly with the wheels, but the camera work will not show that, or it will be surrounded by smoke.
Ground smoke, yeah.
One of those.
Same with Loreen. Like people going mental about the wheels on Loreen. That's clearly going to get covered up by smoke. I won't worry about it.
Yeah. So.
Oh, the lights are cool on that last shot you just had there, where the lights have come like right down from the ceiling.
I can't go back for some reason right now. But
you can see it there as well. The red. Yeah. I like this.
And here's the thing. One thing we don't see on these pictures yet. First of all, you see the lighting in the ceiling there looks really nice. Always like split in half. I could see them using the LED floor quite a bit in this performance as well. You get like shots from above, and it's just really just, and the colors are just kind of like very pleasant, pleasing to the eye. See, and now always like one side different color than purple and this yellowy. So okay, I will say based on the pictures. Now we're not talking about the song, the odds of the song or whatever, right? Just the staging alone. Based on this, I have a very good first impression. I do like the vibe and the feel that they're going for in this performance. And I said something similar about some of the other songs yesterday. Those where I feel like this is not going to hurt their chances, could only help them or not make a difference. That's usually how I would call it. How do you feel, Sean? Your impression?
Can we start the Azerbaijan hype train now? Are we allowed?
You can. I think I'm going to miss the train, unfortunately.
Listen. I know. I was in the jury, the expert panel, however we're calling it these days for this song, and I waxed lyrical about how much this has really grown on me, and I love it, and I love the song. But I did also say it's not the most competitive in the world. But like you say, this staging can only help them. If anything, it looks really striking. I know these are only photos, but I think they've done a really good job in framing this song on the stage. And I love the fact that it looks very 60s, 70s, very, Liverpool, I think is going to help them as well. But it's a tough semi-final, so I don't know if it's going to be enough to stand out. We shall see.
So you think it felt like if this would have been semi-2, you would feel a little bit more confident or hopeful?
I think they would have had more of a chance of getting into them sort of last spots potentially. Yeah. It's the televote only thing that sort of worries me. But then at the same time, it is Azerbaijan, so I don't know.
Yeah.
There's nothing that a few Lithuanian students with SIM cards and burner phones can't fix.
I was trying to be a little bit more subtle than that, Gabe. But yeah, you got my point.
How about you, Gabe? Your thoughts on the staging?
Unfortunately, I think the staging is nice. I think it captures exactly the vibe, the sort of Beatlesy 70s kind of, British, sort of British pop kind of vibe. British, yeah. But the thing is, with this song in this semi-final, it could be a hell of a lot stronger. And I'd still think that it would really struggle because it's in in my opinion, one of the worst death semis we've ever seen.
Right? Yeah, for sure. And we're not even referring to like their chances. It's the staging itself.
But the staging, I think they've staged it exactly the way they should have done. You really performer focused, really focused on on them as artists and the vibe they're creating. it definitely, this is exactly what they should have done, and I guess we'll see how far it gets them.
Oh God.
Yeah.
All right,
So
I've seen the description of Czechia, which is now.
Yeah, I'm reading that right now here. You see a picture of them backstage getting ready, cheering each other on. Sisterhood, FTW. Best not performing in matching pink pantsuits, so very different from the bright colors in the national final and the official video. The 6 members of the band perform a super polished dance routine, and the whole new 3 minutes feel really cohesive and well put together with bags of girl power energy.
Dance routine.
There's nothing else?
I wasn't expecting the words dance routine. That's my issue.
But that description really is go, oh yes girl, give us nothing. Like
it felt like they were struggling to come up with something, that's
it's like saying they're dressed in pink, they will sing and dance. There we go. I summed it up in like 10.
When they say dance routine, like it's not going to be anything over the top. This is one person's words, so it just I just see the words dance routine for this song and I kind of panic. So I hope that it's actually a bit better and a bit more subtle than this is maybe making it sound.
I think that picture only has 5 people in it, and one of them's dressed all in yellow. So
that could be the head of delegation.
No, I think there's 6 people there. I think there's 6 people there.
There's only 5 in the photo.
No,
but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the arm. Yeah, there's 6.
Yeah, I think there's one in the middle.
You only see 5 heads. You only see 5 heads.
Yeah.
I already took that off.
You see where the drumsticks are on the far right? That's on someone's back. So yeah, there's 6.
Yeah.
It's just well hidden. Okay. Wait,
let's see. We have Theodore saying, I'm so worried Czechia will like Harmonia Dissonance, Nevera Lele from Dora 23 and the messy dancing. Do either of you watch the Dora Croatian national final?
I've seen that performance. Trust me, I've seen
so
that.
I've not seen that performance.
Yeah, it was because it was a great song, but the performance was very lackluster, and it really, I don't think with Let 3 that could have done anything anyways. It was just meant to be, but it was especially disappointing, I think.
It was, that was one of the, it was so bad. It was funny. Mm-hmm. Like the dancing, it was like they'd been taught. It's like they'd learned it that morning and were just kind of, like, okay, well, we put our hand, you put your left foot in, your left foot out, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey cokey and you torpedo your chances.
Lay and you turn around. That's what it's all about.
Take 3 for Emma. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes, everything's working fine now. I'm hoping at least.
That's all right. And if it happens again, we'll just try and keep trying. What's going to happen?
I'm so sorry again.
Technology. I'm sure I'm going to. Anyways, let me ask you finally a question and see if it's this, because every time once I ask a question, you disappear. Have you looked at Azerbaijan and the Israeli pictures yet?
I didn't get to see Israel yet, but I did saw Azerbaijan, and I will just tell you, I love the color scheme they're using for the performance, like the 2 colors thingy. I think it's very clever, and I think it elevates the.
Go ahead.
What's wrong?
Just continue. Okay. Matt's, I think, had a bit of an issue with his breakfast. If you just keep going.
Sure. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I was cutting off again. Okay. But yeah, I think that I heard the Matt say earlier that it can hurt their chances for sure. It's going to be a struggle anyway because of the semi, but I don't think it's going to hurt their chances. I think it elevates a little bit of probably the performance. So I think they've done well. I didn't see Israel yet. Is it good?
Yes, see go to the blog and look at the pictures. It's basically the vibe that they're going for is the music video. And they have like this big cube looking thing. They could do like shots that look like she's like in a spinning cube thing. It looks really cool. So all of us said that this is going to be probably visually amazing. Now we're going to have to wait for the actual TikTok to get at least a first impression. But even then, one thing I pointed out is Israel would be that kind of performance that is 100% catered probably to the TV audience. Like people in the arena would be like, this stinks. You know, kind of like I always call that to like Sergei Lazarev in Russia, because you know it was all of. I mean, they still could enjoy it a little bit there in the arena, but there's certain performances that are very much focused on that. Or like even Snap last year, although you could see some of it, but it was just it's more.
Even Greece with Stephanie, I think for the arena people wasn't really like interesting to see.
Yes, that is true. And it'll look great on TV. And ultimately, that's what you need to worry about. People, how they will perceive it. Okay, so I do enjoy it. And I know people will quite like it. So everyone in the chat, as always, it's best if you do at ESC United. So I know you're talking to us. And of course, Super Chats will always pop up first. Let me see what this person is saying. They show the TV screen in one of the Azerbaijani pictures, and it looks like it'll be both black and white. I didn't even notice that TV screen, but I'm pretty sure that they may do this thing where they start out in black and white or finish in black and white, but they're not going to do that throughout the entire performance. Kind of like what Portugal did a couple of years ago, or Estonia in 2015. Didn't they start in black and white? No, I could be wrong. I don't think they did. Did that black and white with Estonia?
There's only one picture of a TV screen, and it looks like it's in color. So I'm not sure where that's coming from.
I'm not sure.
I'm looking at the Israeli pictures right now. They're stunning. Like this looks like a show.
I see it.
Yeah.
I see it with Azerbaijan. Actually, it's the one where there's the wide shot, and you can see the screen is in black and white.
Yeah. So it's possible that they start out, they will not do that the entire performance, because they bring all these beautiful colors and outfits and then make it black and white. No. Obviously, that's just going to be a short period where they're going to do that. Did you read through the, Emma, read through the Czechia description? I mean, we don't have anything, just what they said about the performance. It's going to be very quick. Trust me, it won't take a lot of time.
Yeah, matching pink pantsuits, stuff like that. Yeah, I actually think it's smart. I may be in the minority here when I say that I wasn't really like, at least aesthetically wise, from the music video. I was hoping they were going to change that, because I think that on stage, I feel like for groups in general, it makes for a better chance if they are somewhat coordinated a little bit better. So
yes,
I like it.
Well, the music video, I always say something like, it feels like art students just came together, performing art students, and threw all the metaphors into one video, as many as possible, and then it just got very, very busy. They probably should have focused on like just a couple of them, you know, so they could have picked one maybe for the staging if they wanted to, not all 18. So that would matter. But so because they talked about they're doing like some dancing, so they're not going to have any props. So I don't know exactly what they're going to do.
So I saw earlier comment that was like comparing them to Nedera from Croatia.
Yes.
And I think there's definitely a chance that might happen depending on like what this dance routine is. So I'm really hoping they get to avoid that.
Yeah. And I don't want to live in the past, but I have to ask you, Emma, because, you know, we got to talk about it. What are your thoughts on Serbia? Since, you know, you have like a special connection. Were you okay with the staging, or what, based on the first impression?
It felt the same to me, honestly. I know people are gonna probably rip me to shreds for that. But I feel like it was
people
very
don't do
similar
that.
to the
No.
they don't.
They're all reasonable and fair.
Obviously, it's just my personal impression. I just want to say my personal impression. They did probably fine. I would have loved to maybe have changed the prop, because I'm not a fan of the prop.
Is it me?
Oh, wow. Luke Black has just killed Emma.
I told you, rule number 18, don't, you know, either praise Serbia or STFU. That is like the EBU has found us. So yeah, we'll see. She'll hopefully come back. Let me give her a refresh here and see. But gotta love the internet. Do they plan to upload the videos on YouTube or any other platforms? TikTok is not for me, so I'm not a fan of the social media change so far. Well, get in line, Laura. No one here likes TikTok. It seems they're forcing us, but it's all about the money. But to answer your question, the first round of rehearsals are exclusive to TikTok. So all you get is TikTok clips this time around, but we'll show them to you if we can. We'll have to mute them for parts of them because copyright. the second round of rehearsals, they will upload the 30-second as seen on TV snippets to their YouTube channel in the evening. There's going to be like compilation. I'm not quite sure how this is all going to pan out and how that's going to work, but they're just going to get them all at once, I think, or like, I don't know. But yeah, they will be on YouTube. But the first round, meaning yesterday, today, and tomorrow, as well as when the direct qualifiers rehearse for the first time, they will all be exclusive on TikTok. But this is the year 2023.
Free.
Oh God. There are already people uploading those snippets to YouTube. So if you don't want to watch them as they come in, just go to like ESC Samuel. I think that uploads a lot of videos, and he already has a whole recap video of all of it. So that is a good thing to do, because a lot of people don't like TikTok. I don't like it either. So I don't. Does anyone is a TikTok? Gabe, Sean, neither of you are on TikTok, right?
I have the app on my phone. But a fun fact about TikTok, it's actually I can have it on my personal phone, but I can't have it on my work phone.
Because, I know, I saw that all over the news. Same here,
because it's because my employer has deemed it a national security risk.
Yeah.
So yes, but no, I think it's. I mean, I do find it frustrating that you have these TikTok exclusives, because it means we get everything. We get all this content in a really frustrating 9:16 aspect ratio.
Yeah.
In a sort of format which is geared towards paying attention to stuff for 7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's just frustrating, and we know that the reason it's happening is not because TikTok, because it's the best way to fuel engagement. It's because TikTok's paying them a lot of money to do it.
Yeah,
that just depresses me. And the fact that it is, maybe this is a bit tinfoil hat. It does seem, one wonders whether the, some of the press stuff and the changes in access has something to do with the fact that other outlets are, certain people are paying a lot of money to jump the queue.
Okay, you finished an so it sounds like there's going to be more, but I think you're done.
Yeah, I think I should. I'm going to stop before I say anything I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Emma, can you hear us?
Your connection is going to go mysteriously missing in a second as well.
I know.
Yeah.
You'll just see like Martin Osterdahl appear in the background with like an axe, and then it'll cut out. Yeah.
All right. So Emma, I forgot do you remember what you were saying before as you were cutting off?
No, I was just saying thank you for your patience, by the way. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries.
So yeah, I was just saying basically that I would have loved to see the change of prop, because I'm not really like a huge fan of the flower thingy. Other than that, I do think they're probably going to elevate it. We didn't see enough, I feel, but I feel like they're probably going to elevate it a little bit from what we've seen in the national final. But that said, it's probably going to be very similar. So
I think so, to the feel and the vibe. It's just improved and elaborate for the bigger stage, a more Eurovision thing. So I feel really good about Serbia. It's one of the ones that impressed me more yesterday, actually.
Oh, really? I love Moldova, actually.
Well, I did a video yesterday, a recap, and those who haven't seen it yet, I can tell you, I did a top 3. So I said my third favorite was Switzerland, my second was Moldova, my first was Malta, and honorable mention went to Serbia. So those were the 4 that really were like, those 4 really made a bigger impact on me. And we'll see what will happen today. So far, to me, both Israel and Azerbaijan, from what I've seen, again, we're going to get the TikTok. I'm pleasantly surprised. So I think we're off to a good start, and we'll see what happens with Czechia. We're going to get pictures soon. And as I can see on the blog, by the way, the Netherlands is now rehearsing. Now, we don't have any information in terms of their staging because they're just going on there. I just read the word butt naked in there.
Not fun.
Yeah, I saw a fun fact and then butt naked. We asked what Mia and Dom's most disgusting habit is. Why would you ask that? Sean, tell us something really, really gross that you do every day. I want to see the grossest thing that you ever done? No, I don't want. Don't tell me. Is
I'm not going
to which?
Don't worry.
Thank you. To which Dion replied, "Each morning I meditate in front of an infrared panel, but naked. Thanks for the visuals. It doesn't sound disgusting. I disagree.
The way it's written is like he didn't like hesitate. He was just like, oh, I meditate naked in front of an infrared panel. That's what I do. You know, that's
I
not
feel
really.
That's a
Why is everyone laughing?
Oh man. Anyways, let's see some questions while we're waiting for more information. TikTok's engagement is huge. The rehearsals gathered a lot of views. I think the move to TikTok was a smart move to boost hype and viewership. Well, keep in mind, I don't necessarily, you can make that case, but you can make the case you're also limiting yourself to just a certain group of people. Because you only get a certain demographic. And those views are not as representative as, for instance, a YouTube view, because they just keep playing over and over again. You know, so it's a little different as well.
It's right. You're right about the use. TikTok's obviously a really powerful platform, and they should be utilizing it. My point is more about the exclusivity and the fact that it's done at the expense of others, which I think is not so great. I mean, it is what it is, and we'll all keep on going regardless. It's just that's just where I think we stand on it personally. I think you can do.
Apologies to
Liam. Again.
Apologies. Why do you keep talking about TikTok? I thought it was Dick Talk.
Those of you who are listening today will understand. But I guarantee that Sean and Emma are very confused right now.
I meant to say TikTok, and the T sound turned slightly into a D, and so people keep reminding me of that. So that is
just going back to the point about like, oh yeah, the TikTok rehearsals have got a lot of views. It's like, well, of course they are. That's the only place you can see it. If it wasn't exclusive and there was YouTube and whatever else, or Twitter video, however you want to call it, Instagram, anything, the views would be spread out, obviously, because people would use their preferred platform. You might even get more views overall by not limiting it to a platform. But
Emma,
we all know why they've done it.
Right. I just wanted to say that to me, like, I get that point, and I kind of agree with that point, but I think that what they're trying to do is it feels personally that they're trying to like get with the times. Like, TikTok is so popular these days, like one of the most popular social media, like more popular than Instagram probably at this point. So I think they're probably trying to like get on with the times, but I still think that YouTube should have been the primary source for these things personally.
Yeah, or at least make it fair, but again, catching.
And if you want to make rehearsals short form video, you can do that on Instagram. You can do that on YouTube. There's YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. God, even Facebook Reels. Like
or Snapchat. Remember Snapchat? That was
God, not Snapchat.
Yeah.
Let's do MySpace. Isn't it interesting that TikTok is one of the main partners when many European countries find it a national security risk? Do you think the countries will press EBU to stop that partnership? So Europe is different than the US, but I know in the US, our Republican Party is pushing for a nationwide ban, actually, of TikTok for a reason you mentioned, Gabe. And I know what the UK is doing. Is that kind of happening across the continent everywhere, or is it just more like a UK thing?
I think it's spreading over time. I think there's generally the thing is, I think it's debatable about, whether I don't think the Chinese government is spying on us using TikTok. Whether there's something else going on, I don't know. But this does, of course, come in. I think we have to look at the wider picture here, and obviously we won't get too political about it. But obviously, everyone knows that tension between China and the US has maybe risen over Taiwan and stuff in the last year, and these kinds of things naturally become part of that. So, and I think it's like Aussie Rose saying that they're banned on government phones there as well. And
I would BBC suspect phones as well, which is like it's the
whether
national broadcaster this year.
Yeah, it's like whether it'll become a bigger deal in the next 12 months remains to be seen. But I think if if it becomes, it's not going to become socially unacceptable to be sponsored by TikTok. Whether it becomes politically unacceptable is another matter, but I guess we might see that next year.
Yeah. Gotcha. That makes sense. Real quick before we move to the next question, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's all enjoy these 2 weeks of Eurovision. I'm really looking forward to what the Netherlands plans on doing stage greeting from the Netherlands. Now, of course, we don't have Melanie or Roy, our Dutch experts, on here to ask their opinions. Emma, what are your thoughts? What are you hoping from the Dutch staging? Simple, like kind of what we've had in 2014, or what are you thinking?
Well, from what I think I've seen, like from the latest live performance, they're just like they're very static. So I'm hoping they get a little bit better use of the LED maybe and of the lighting, because obviously I don't think they can do a whole lot performance-wise, but I think in order to convey the emotion, and I'm not sure what the situation is going to be with the vocals. We know that they've had some issues with that, but I think they've changed the key to the song, so now it's a little bit easier to sing. But I'm really hoping that, for, like, at least staging wise, they get to impress in a certain capacity, I guess.
Guys, can I'm able to share screen time. There's been, I hate to go back to this again. There's been an update on the crystal ball drama. The official Eurovision account has tweeted.
Really?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen here.
Just say po.
No, and this is in reply to the tweet yesterday with the crystal ball account. As you can see, this is the official Eurovision account, which apparently finds this very funny.
They said LOL.
Yeah, and that's the official account. Now,
when you said there's been a tweet from the official account, I wasn't expecting lol.
Yeah,
I know.
It'd be like a statement or something.
But let me tell I know I'm on the warpath about this now, but when you had artists saying that when their song leaked and people being like nasty about it, it was horrible and like it was a really difficult experience for them, I think it is a complete joke that whoever manages the Eurovision account is watching along thinking this is hilarious.
So what did they say about so like Taya and Selena, for example? What did they say about the whole thing? Because I've not seen interviews with them where they've mentioned it, but I thought it was possibly like ORF doing a really good PR campaign, for example, for the song potentially.
So there's a tweet from Taya. Someone replied to one of Taya's tweets being like, "Sorry that I dunked on your song when it leaked," and Taya replied like, "Yeah, it was really horrible."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
By the way, Gabe, we need to give a little bit of context because not everyone knows. Not everyone was here yesterday to get all the details. The ESC Crystal Ball is a Twitter account that a few months ago started leaking songs. Like they leaked the Austrian demo version, which sounded really bad to a lot of people, I think it's fair to say, and there was a lot of criticism thrown at them. There were a few other things that they leaked, like a little bit of the Brit song as well, the British entry and all of that stuff. So they had some leaks.
All of the artists, they knew all the artists for Melfest, for Melody Grand Prix before they were announced as well.
They had a snippet of Switzerland as well. I think Serbia, did they get Serbia like partially right?
I think that there was confusion with Serbia because there were leaks of the Serbian like entries list, but it was a fake list. It wasn't that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they actually had it right. I can't remember.
I think that was the one they got wrong because there was one they completely missed on. So I guess they were.
Serbia, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so basically, then later on, they admitted, or like, then we're going to retire now. We are the Austrian. The University of Vienna had a social project or something like that.
That was a reference to a meme from a few years ago. Which was like, because there was a tweet a few years ago being like, this account was a social project by the University of Harvard, which is now being closed down. That was a meme. It's not real. I think, the thing that frustrates me is at this point, there are so many things that have happened. It's like, come on, guys, you must know who it is. So deal with it.
Well, let's wrap this up because we keep going back to it. I just want to make sure. So basically, then that's what they did. And then yesterday, as Eurovision was giving us the pictures of the rehearsals exclusively for them, for some reason, the entire tweet, the entire string, the email, and the pictures were posted on Crystal Ball, but only for Sweden, right? The last one, instead of the official Eurovision channel. And then 2 seconds later, it was deleted. And so clearly either somebody was logged into the wrong Twitter account, which then leads us to believe that someone within the EBU was actually doing the leaks for ESC Crystal Ball, or there's some kind of coordinated work going on between someone within the Eurovision team and that particular ESC Crystal Ball, and then they leaked that information to them. So somehow they got the pictures before they were even released by the EBU, because the Crystal Ball tweet went out 5 minutes before the actual official tweet and pictures were released. So they clearly had, the information. That's why it was more than just like, oh, they just copy and pasted what Eurovision.tv did. And one of the things I want to address in the chat, somebody said, we fell for that trick or whatever. Our hysteria is overrated. This is not about hysteria. It is a reality that they had the pictures and the information before they were officially released by the EBU. So they've gotten it somewhere, somehow. And whether or not it is the EBU or someone within Eurovision, that's almost irrelevant to me. It's the fact that they got the information. They must have gotten it somewhere from someone very, very quickly between the rehearsal time and the actual posting of the picture. But based on what we've seen, that's clearly a very interesting coincidence. Let's put it that way.
There's a comment here by, I think, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, Guilherme. He said, like, if it was someone from the EU, they wouldn't get the Serbian list. I actually think they might have done that on purpose. Like, I think that it could have been done on purpose if they were going to, like, drag that suspicion away from the official Eurovision account and the EBU in general. So
yeah, that is true.
You wouldn't want to make it look too obvious, would you? So
yeah, I want to just throw a quick shout out, first of all, to Lauren, who sent us a donation through PayPal. Lauren said, "Thank you for all you do. I really appreciate." She used the link in the description box. I just want to make sure. I don't want to give all the full name here because it's a little, thank you for all your amazing work, says Anita. Who sent us also a donation. Thank you so very much. It is very helpful, and we don't have to split it with YouTube. And then Thomas just says, thank you as well. A huge thank you for a fantastic channel. It was such a pleasure to meet Sean and Melanie at Eurovision concert. Hopefully I can meet Matt in the future. Love from Denmark. Thomas. Do you remember meeting Thomas?
Yes, I do. I met a lot of people in that stand, but yeah, no, I remember meeting the Dane for sure. So
were you a little superstar there?
Yeah, just signing autographs all day, man. It's just so stressful. Yeah. It really is. But,
and Anya says, thank you for all your great work, also for the donations. Thank you. I just don't want to let these go by without showing my appreciation. So I think we should now move on to, did anything happen on the blog while we were stuck on
it's still on his naked infrared panel thing.
Okay, so we're still envisioning Dion naked. Great.
Yeah.
That is that's how this works here. So
has anything happened on TikTok though?
Chat would have said,
let me know, but
yeah.
Chat would have told us.
No, yes. There's nothing on TikTok yet.
No, they would have told us. So yeah. Real quick. Let's Dance. Thank you so much for the super chat. Stalin killed all of my ancestors except my grandfather. The Croatian song makes me feel sad and uncomfortable. There's no fun in argument for impersonating killers. Mr. Ostadal is out of control. Well, this is not Mr. Ostadal's decision, first of all. And keep in mind, I also struggled with the visuals in Croatia, and I said the same thing. The whole flamboyant dictator thing I said in my video is off-putting to me for that reason. But one thing I will say, in defense, not with that word, this is not a
satirical band. They're a satirical band, so they're gonna, use metaphors and things like that to exemplify a point about a current situation, which is basically what this song is about. So, it is going to be a little bit brazen, and people are going to be sort of upset by it or challenged by it. And I understand that, but things don't change in the world without some people getting a little bit upset. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, protests and things like that, they have to be done in a certain way, I suppose.
I think you go. Sorry.
No, I was going to say I'm also very hesitant allowing the EBU getting too involved in creative artists' work, even if it makes us feel uncomfortable at times. And now at Eurovision it's especially awkward because it has a reputation to be like a fun and uniting event. But I understand that this, as Sean pointed out, satire can go either way. You can be really offended, you can really get it, but that's what art and music is about, something you push boundaries. So I understand where you're coming from, though. I completely get it, because my family was, a lot of my family members from Germany that died in World War II. So it's not a pleasant thing. So I had a similar reaction as you did. Go ahead, Gabe.
So actually, if it's all right, I would like to. Am I allowed to swap out what I was going to say for a new thing?
Yes, go ahead.
I have some footage which has been posted on Twitter. It is an Instagram posted by the Czech delegation, or 10-second clip of Vesna rehearsing. So I'm happy to play it if you would like.
Yes.
All right. Let me
share
get it
your
up.
Screen. I have to then share your screen, sharing your screen kind of thing. So give me just like. Hang on, let me bring that on. There you go.
Okay, here we go. Let's have a watch, guys. Let's see.
Ty vole, fakt ty kostýmy.
Myslíte, že můžu?
Jsem příjemně překvapený.
Hrozně to funguje.
So I'm interested. This lighting is new. We haven't seen this before.
I'd like the look. If that's the start, I like the look of it, though.
More red. We've seen a lot of red this year.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see more non-red staging, because I think it's good for countries like Malta. They're going to really, really stand out as a result.
Yeah, it's giving like I remember.
Thank you for the super chat, real quick. Poe.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Stefan. I remember 2021 was like filled with purple and pink and silver dresses. That was like the theme, and this year it's the red, right? So I'm really hoping that there are countries that are going to like change that a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of red and a lot of dark. But we had what was it here where we had like everyone was just having dark staging? Remember, and 1 year was like all the white shots. And remember what was the year? Was Ukraine the year of white shots? Do you remember that? Which was it? Did we?
No, that was Tel Aviv.
Was it
like
Tel
a
Aviv?
shot from the back of the arena. Look how big
every
it is.
time. Like, can we see the artists for once?
Yeah.
So every year they have like a theme, it seems. So that's kind of funny. Let me refresh my screen here. So nothing new on this is slowing down a little bit with the Netherlands, but I'm sure at some point
it looks like it's meant to be refreshing though. There we go.
Oh, do you get like
it's literally just uploaded?
Aha, let me read this to you. Well, this is sad and dreamy and uplifting all at the same time. Mia and Dion are on a small revolving stage. I'm revolted by this revolving stage. And it creates a beautiful effect as they move around each other against the backdrop of spotlights in the arena. It's a complex camera setup that makes the whole performance feel really intimate. If you're watching live in the arena next week, you should definitely watch the video version too, because it presents a completely different perspective. They are both vocal powerhouses, and the harmonies are really quite special. You can see the costumes on the... I know. You can see the costumes on the backstage picture below. Okay, I can bring that up here. Hang on. This is how they're dressed.
Bolero alert.
So what are you saying, Gabe?
I said Bolero alert.
Oh, I thought you said blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what is that? Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. So what I'm hearing, that sounds quite interesting. Your first impression based on the description, Emma?
Very interested in the vocal powerhouses part. I'm curious because I want to see if like maybe the arena and the lower key will help with general impression for their voices, because I think that honestly, if they can deliver vocally, I don't think the rest is going to really have that much of an impact. But if they can't, they might get dragged down severely. So it can go either way.
Yeah,
Well,
I do
I
like the
think-
idea. But go ahead.
I think, we saw the live performance the other day on Dutch TV. I think these two can clearly sing, and the song was clearly not working for them at first. They've made the adjustments they needed to make, and I think we're going to see something a lot better now. The focus very clearly shifted in the delegation to make them feel comfortable singing the song. They seem to have achieved that, and for that reason now I think we can allow ourselves to be excited. Also, these guys have had such a awful time recently. I agree with what Ryan is saying below me right now. They sounded really good on Dutch TV on Friday.
Yeah.
Trust the process. They're going to be all right, and they're going to qualify.
Yeah.
I will stand by that. I will continue to stand by that.
My biggest criticism.
And I'm sorry. I think I said lower key. Apparently, the chat is correcting me. The higher key.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No, my biggest criticism yesterday was actually not about that, because I said on Twitter that this new version is a significant improvement in my book. It feels more intimate and a lot more enjoyable to me. My concern was this whole why wait until the last minute. This is not something that should have happened like 2 minutes before rehearsal. They should have, they had 6 months, and the unawareness of the situation, I was kind of like, how could you be surprised, that this is not working? So I think the team dropped the ball in waiting until the last minute, but at the same time, I'm glad that they're bringing it back together. And that is this just is good and bad at the same time, because this is already too competitive of a semi. So we need some weak songs. But this is,
it's going to be hard. It's going to be real hard.
There will be a lot of broken hearts. I mean, there will always be broken hearts in any semi, but especially this one will, because there will be a surprise non-qualifier. There's always a surprise non-qualifier, and we'll have.
Who do you guys think will be the surprise non-qualifier?
So there were a few fears I've had. We talked about, could you imagine?
Sweden and Finland both fail, and then it's like, well, this has opened up.
And Azerbaijan and Ireland through. So yeah, that would be crazy. I said I'm still a little bit nervous about Czechia. We'll
Same.
Yeah.
Can I just say, because the most controversial take recently has been, Czechia was a shock non-qualifier. It's been said that many times now. It wouldn't be a shock if they didn't qualify. Like, it's
again,
just
at this
like
point,
it's coming back round again to it being a shock if they do qualify. But I think they will.
I mean, it's also based on fan polls and still the betting odds. I think then we're in. What were they, fifth likely to qualify? Something like they were like considered pretty safe. This is a good question, if I can bring it up. Does Croatia count as a surprise non-qualifier right now if they were not to qualify? I don't. They're one of the countries where I say it's not a surprise qualifier and it's not a surprise non-qualifier either. For them, I think it could go either way. So neither option would be a surprise to me.
It's 100% televote. I can't see them not qualifying.
But don't you think that this could be about off-putting?
You've only got to avoid the bottom 5 in the semi-final to qualify.
But do you think, I understand that this has no jury appeal, but could you see where this song doesn't click with the people just because it's the televote? It could be just like the person said earlier, for a lot of people more off-putting than appealing, because what
Possibly,
about...
But then there's also a lot of casual fans that will watch and just go, oh my God, that was crazy, I'm going to vote for it.
But Circus Mercus was crazy last year, so that didn't work.
But not as, it wasn't as like arresting as a, let free as it's not. Circus Mercus, don't get me wrong, I loved Circus Mercus last year, but it was not for the casual. It wasn't as grabbing. It wasn't like, oh my God, I need to vote for this kind of thing, unfortunately. Whereas with this, I just feel like there are so many people who are just casual watchers, as they were, that don't. A lot of people who watch Eurovision and vote don't think too much about Eurovision like we do. They just go, I like that, I'm going to vote for it. Yeah, that's all it needs to be.
Yeah, I will say that I when I was covering Dora this year, I was personally very surprised. Not just because of, there's always like the crowd favorites, whatever, but because I genuinely thought that it wasn't going to come across as anything. But then, I mean, they surprised me. So I think there's a capacity for a surprise at Eurovision as well. So it could go either way, technically. We'll see.
Yeah, Indeed. It's going to be interesting. That makes it fun. I have a question for Emma. Shannon asks, who is your top 3 favorite songs this year in Eurovision?
Okay. With I don't want to be too like I want to say, okay, so my top 2 were obviously always Finland and Sweden, but
Okay.
I want to say,
I like it.
So diplomatic, but out of that top 2 or whatever, I want to say Latvia for sure. I would actually even say Latvia would be probably my winner had there not been for a few other ones. But Austria is like a personal winner to me. I would love to see them win, and I would gladly give them the Eurovision trophy. And then I also love Moldova. So.
Oh, there you have it. So you must be, So you must be pretty happy with the overall ES United ranking that we had, huh? The top.
Yes.
Yeah. Emma approves. So I see a lot of posts in the chat now. So you are not alone, clearly, with that opinion.
Yay.
That's good. So, question by this user: who do you think has or will have the best staging of day 2? Well, it's hard to say, but I feel as well. We've only seen 2 pictures so far. We're off to a good start. It's hard to predict what the rest of them will bring. Is there someone you're in particular looking forward to that's rehearsing today, Sean? Besides the one we've already heard of.
Well, Finland, yeah.
Finland, yeah.
Finland is obviously, whenever you've got like a favorite rehearsing for the first time, it's always a big moment. And to be honest with you, I don't think Finland's going to change a massive amount, maybe slightly differently. I did see some rehearsals that they were doing in a studio where it looked like they were sort of going down the catwalk into the front and back again. So
yeah, I'm actually really interested in Denmark. Only because number one, they're going to change the staging.
I was going to say Denmark and Armenia out of the rest, probably the 2 that would be more of a curiosity for me.
And if they're allowed to use that robotic effect completely, for this performance, because there is that issue about there are rules. Even though you can backup track, you cannot have the main melody. So my question: are they considered harmonies, or are they considering it the melody kind of thing? So I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting one. And no matter what happens, some people will be upset probably. So, we'll see. No updates yet, I would assume. Right? Okay, so the next question. Pyri? Do you think... Huh?
Puru. It's Finnish.
Puru. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Puru. Do you think Switzerland is qualifying? Let's go for it real quick. Gabe, yes or no? Do you think Switzerland, as of right now...
After yesterday, yes, I do think Switzerland will qualify.
Emma, you think Switzerland is a qualify at this point, or you're uncertain?
50-50. 50-50, probably uncertain. I don't know.
Okay. Sean?
I have no idea. I'm leaning towards no.
And then I'll counter that. I'm leaning towards yes. So I'm also not going to I think Switzerland has probably now become the potential strongest ballad performance-wise and just feel-wise up the semi. Still subject to change. We haven't seen everything yet, and we haven't seen the whole package and flow yet, but this is all based on first impression, so don't take that as a final say. We're just going by hunches and vibes. So, but yeah, I'm leaning towards more of a yes right now in a very, very competitive semi. If this was a jury, I mean, we wouldn't even discussing this. It would be already
But that's what a few people in the chat are saying that I kind of agree with, is that it's televote only. And we saw that they got 0 last year with, I would say a superior song. So
that I don't
that's
agree
my
with.
opinion, but I still feel like
this has way more televote appeal. It's more contemporary. It's a little bit more, and it has a good melody. I think it's going to do much better. And there needs to be a ballot that they need to vote for. There will be ballot, lovers.
Don't forget the super chat, by the way.
There's a super chat?
Oh yeah, there was.
Okay, let me bring that back up then. Forgive me. There it is. Thank you so much, Dean. Thank you guys. Really appreciate the quality content. Well, really appreciate your support here as well, because you keep us alive. Let me then go back to the question. What do you think would be the biggest disappointment in Finland's performance overall? What could they do to really disappoint you for the staging? Can you think of anything, Emma or Sean, or anything? If they were going to get rid of the dances, I would be bummed out because I love them.
If they changed his green thing for the spiky one, I think that doesn't look as good.
Oh, I saw the spiky one. What was that, the official change, or was that?
I don't know.
Just like...
I don't know. It might have just been.
He lost his green one at some point. He found it, I guess. Right? Didn't he lose it or something like that?
Yeah, it fell out of his boot of his car, and then some kid found it on the street, and he got it back. It's great.
He only has.
Yes, I mean it was specially made. But no, I think the only thing that could disappoint me would be if they hadn't changed anything from the national final, because I think it was good in the national final, but it still had a lot more on the table. By the way, the Israeli TikTok is up.
Oh, let's go.
Matt's in a rush to find it now. Okay, I'm just going to listen to it, but like separately.
Oh, dance break.
That was a lot, but I think it looked kind of gorgeous. Oh,
is Matt muted?
Is Matt muted? Okay.
He's still muted. So shall we start then?
Yeah.
He's still muted. Yeah, I think the dance break looked really, really good. Maybe a little too little amount of light, potentially, is my only concern at the moment. It seemed like the stage was really dark. And I don't know if her dance move, I don't know if it'll look crisp enough like that. So maybe they need a little bit more light on her. But she sounded good. Dance moves looked sharp as hell. That was exciting. That was super exciting.
She can actually
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I have to restart after I mute the video. I guess it's weird. All right. So I was saying it is definitely what every diehard Eurovision fan desires. Like it has a dance break. She's going crazy. She has a great outfit. The hair. It has exactly like if you see a description like 101 performance for Eurovision. This is it, right? Now some people can say it's a lot. But some people may like it. So I enjoy it, and I think it'll be a fun visual experience, and this is going to fly through. I mean, come on. What do you guys think?
I'm curious if she can like carry the song vocally throughout all that dancing. That would be interesting to see. I mean, we knew Chanel could do it, but
yeah.
I'm
she's a good performer, and she says. Go ahead.
And she's much more experienced than Chanel was actually. When Chanel did that last year, I mean, Noah Carell's been doing this for the best part of a decade, including at live shows and stuff, and tours and all sorts. So I don't think it will be a big problem for her. Sorry, God, my throat's dying.
So the Vesta pictures are up apparently.
Yeah, I'm bringing them right now, and they're loading. Yeah. Now. Okay, hang on. I got to reshare my screen, of course. Un secondo. Ta-da! Okay, so they're holding ropes. Oh, that's like hair braids. Got it. Never mind. Okay, so
that looks so cool. I love that it's braids. I love that.
Mm-hmm. That's a cool setup. So let's see. Oh, look at that. So they're using the backdrop, like LED screen,
yeah,
with creepy hands. That's what I wanted. Yeah. Okay. It looks like they may make dolls move with their heads and all that stuff. But
We're not your dolls. Not your dolls.
Dolls, you stupid.
Trolls.
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 I'm trying to. Okay. Also spinning around, I guess.
Video.
That's
What's that in the back? That's like keyboards or something in the background.
These are like oh my god, what Netta is using? What can't think of the word?
Drum machines. Looping machines.
Yeah, looper. Yes, thank you. Something like it looks like it. I don't know. They're not chairs, are they? No. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to do a Westlife and stand up from the chairs.
Yeah.
So you can see. This looks amazing.
Yeah, this looks good.
Looks amazing.
It looks really, really good.
I'm actually very surprised. Like, this is probably my biggest surprise. For today at least. I love it.
And it's so striking, actually. Like, it's really, really striking. So this is giving me lots of reasons to be optimistic. Yeah. Obviously, it's difficult to tell at this stage, but that hair thing is really, it's really striking. The outfits are striking. All the backdrops look really cool. And, you can I can hear the different bits of the song as I look at the different pictures. Like, I know exactly what bit of the song they're singing there
that looks
without
like
having to hear
over power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very powerful statement you just made, Gabe, because you know what part of the song they're singing as you're looking at the pictures. It just tells they knew what they were doing with the visuals. Oh, hey, look at that. Those are chairs, right?
No, I think those aren't. That they're because they've got music. They've got music stands.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Music-y styles. Those look like the kinds of things you mount a drum on. So that would suggest to me that if there's some kind of loopers or something, I guess we'll see if they get used, or maybe who knows.
I'm pleased with this. This looks really good.
Same. I love that. Like, in accordance with the message of the song, I love that they chose pink outfits because it feels very feminine, like feminine. feminine.
You walk into it right that one.
Yeah, I did. Looks very nice. I'm very impressed. Good job.
By the way, just to add for the atmosphere, the Netherlands added low-level smoke to their final run-through. So there will be that as well. So just update.
They're trying to go for a calm after the storm approach this year with it, aren't they? I think with the Netherlands, they're trying to do less is more, which I think is probably a good thing. But then at the same time, they need to nail it vocally if they're going to do that, especially.
Yeah. Now, I would love to hear from people in the chat as well at ESC United. Your impression of the Czechia's picture? Do you think Vesna is looking good? I can tell they put a lot of effort through it and effort into this, which is very encouraging. I agree. And it's kind of almost like interesting to see. You remember the days when Czechia was new to Eurovision, couldn't figure it out? It seems as those days are gone now, huh?
Yeah.
Everyone is allowed to have a boo-boo in between. It happens to every country. But I think they're a lot. There used to be the surprise, unexpected dark horse qualifier, and now we're just like, they're a contender almost every year.
Yeah, sailing through, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. I'm not quite there yet. I have to hear them, but I think
it looks like they've worked on this really strongly, and they've gone into the sort of rehearsal studio and decided, right, what are we going to do here? And it looks like they've got a polished performance, hopefully.
Yeah, and Tessa is saying, for me, Czechia massively depends on the vocals and how the rap parts come across live. Yeah. And I think that is very important. It really comes down the vocals, because we know the national final, to be fair, the sound was bad. Everyone sounded off in the Czech national final, right? I think that's fair to say. No one sounded great. But yeah, we have to wait on the vocals and the real feel. So we won't even know for the longest time, because I know the betting odds will change anyways, because that's what people do. But if I were you, I would hold off on changing any bets at this point, because we don't get much to go by until we actually see the full product in the dress rehearsals come next Monday, a week from today. So we still got a little bit time to go.
I mean, the odds at the moment are ridiculous. Like
what are they? I didn't.
The 46% sweet. The what?
The betting. The betting odds, yeah, what was it? 45. I've got 45 Sweden.
She went down a point. She was at 46.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think it's utterly. I think it doesn't reflect the real. It doesn't reflect the sort of real life. What little data and available information we have is not reflected in the betting odds. I think the betting odds have gone. It's Loreen. Make it a really, really short price, and left it at that. And I think we're going to see some
Sweden.
It's a bit more than that, to be fair.
We're going to see some substantial moves, I think, over the next week. I think the odds will look very, very different by the end of next Tuesday night.
I think it's a little bit more than that, to be fair, with Sweden, because isn't it the most streamed song ever or something like that? Somewhere she broke some record. So it's not just the fact that it's Loreen. It's a big part of it. I completely agree with that. I think it's a little bit more than that.
But then also just to remind everyone, because I keep going on about betting odds, it's just based on people putting money down.
Exactly.
And the majority of people are putting money down because it's Loreen and because it's Sweden, and not so much on. It's not much of a reflection on the other acts.
No,
it's more a case of so many people are confident that she's going to take it that they've put money down on it, and the odds will just continue to tumble. The betting companies have a little bit of an inkling. They'll have people working on it, but then they're not going to have people sitting and watching all the national finals and everything.
Yeah, my point is, if Loreen would have performed, if Loreen would have sent Mustache, for instance, she would not be leading the betting odds with 46%.
No, but they deserve to.
No, I think the
Mustache is great.
Really underrated.
You are losing lots of credibility right now. Anyways, the next question on here is Czechia staging gave me Poland 2019 vibes. Poland. Oh, Poland.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
No.
Not hugely, sorry, sort of, but a bit less bombastic. I should say my last word on the betting odds comment is Loreen's odds now are exactly the same as Francesco Cabani's were on the 1st of May 2017. And now we look back on that song and think, how on earth did we ever think that was going to win? Now, I'm not saying that's going to be what happens, because Sweden is going to come bloody close. If it doesn't win, it's going to come bloody close to it. But like the betting odds on the 1st of May are not gospel. So just be careful.
No, I agree with that as well. One thing that did surprise me, I will say, even though Sweden did win the OJE poll, she barely did.
Barely did. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I thought this was going to be.
There was a fight.
Yeah, so the fact that she didn't win OJE, like there is certainly a lot more competition, but we'll have to wait and see.
She didn't win the Euro jury televote as well, which again skews extremely heavily towards big Eurovision fans naturally. She didn't win that either. Whereas
actually,
like there is signs, and I'll get my graph out. I'm going to get my graph out later during the rehearsal to show you why I think to show you an interesting trend I've spotted. But I think there's some really interesting trends that they don't point towards a clear winner. They point towards, in my opinion, there being 2 or at a stretch 3 contenders to win overall. And that is going to make for, I think, a really, really exciting and hopefully nerve-wracking result. I really want it to be close as well, because I think it's just so exciting having to wait until the last minute and not knowing. So let's see what happens, but I'm excited. In case it wasn't good.
I mean, honestly, like objectively speaking, Loreen is just very, very good vocally and live, and I think she is really a master in conveying that emotion through TV as well. And I think people will flock either way. So I mean, yes, maybe like the song isn't the most inventive song she's ever done or made or whatever, but I think that she's still, like, her chances are still very strong.
Yeah, that's the reason it's been charting in many countries already. It's not just a coincidence. Now, the next question is, when will be the first time that you, at least guys, will watch the songs on screen or live on a rehearsal? Will it be on Monday during the live show? No. So the first time we get to see the whole thing will be on Monday, next Monday from a week from today. Monday afternoon, early afternoon. The first dress rehearsal will take place. Sean will be in the arena, right? And Gabe and I will hold down the fort for the most part with the live stream during that time. So, and we'll do live coverage. We do blogs. So, and then we're going to see it 3 times technically if we want to before the actual show, because there were 2 on Monday, 2 dress rehearsals, 1 Tuesday afternoon, and then in the evening we'll have the actual full show. So that is what will happen. Let's see here. Any updates? And now, the update, very important.
Lunchtime.
Exactly. Thank you. But that means we'll get more pictures in throughout lunchtime and probably some TikToks as well, at least a couple of them. And if any of you guys need to take a lunch or whatever, or need to leave, you guys let me know.
I think by the sound of it, I'll be swapping out shortly for one of our other friends.
Is somebody else waiting?
Yeah, well,
Roy.
not quite. Roy's on his way, I believe.
Okay.
I'll probably swap out for Roy.
Okay.
For a bit.
I'm also not long for this world. I will be taking my leave before too long.
Okay.
I'll be back though. I'll be back.
I know. I'm hoping. I mean, I don't need breaks. I'm not as whiny as you guys.
I'm probably going to miss Finland's rehearsal, unfortunately, but I will be back probably around 3 my time, so in 2 hours, and then I'll be around.
Okay, are you leaving now? You're saying?
Not yet, like 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Next question. Do you think televote only semis could create a situation where the only ballots that come from the Big Five, who are then advantaged by the juries in the final? I'm worried about future inequity. That's a good question. So, but here's the thing: we always assume, or just saying like, ballots don't do well in a televote. So this is the discussion that we have. Do ballots do well in the televote, or are too many ballots doing well in the juries? Like juries overvalue ballots, So this is what it comes down to, because we've seen ballots do quite well. It's just they may not get
one win in 2019, so it's not like it's impossible for a ballot to do well.
2017 as well.
Yeah.
So
the highest score ever.
Yeah. That is true. But it is true. Visuals often matter, and often like the more visually popping events. Yes, there are like the Croatias of this year kind of thing. I'm just using that one as an example because it is visually, whether you like the song or not, is visually in your face. And that oftentimes can work with audiences. But to get to that question, we have Spain and Italy technically ballot, right? So do you think they are going to do well? Do you think they're going to benefit at all? What do you guys think?
Spain is going to be, in fact, to be honest, the interference of Spain, France, potentially Italy in the jury vote. If Sweden is battling for 12s with those countries instead of sweeping it, this is basically how I see Sweden not winning, is if Spain and Italy and France and others also are getting really high points in the jury, it could push the amount of points that Sweden gets down sufficiently to the point where Finland can make up the inevitable shortfall through a superior televote
you have to,
and win overall.
Finland also have to be there in the juries to do that.
Yes, and I don't think they're going to come top. I think there's going to be a lot of love-hate with the juries with Finland. And for that reason, I think Finland will do well with the juries, but not sensationally. Like, I think from my point of view, a good result we were talking about this yesterday. In my opinion, Finland needs probably 175 to 200 from the jury. And I think it needs to beat Sweden by somewhere between 75 and 90 points in the televote to overturn what I think the advantage will be. I think Sweden will end up somewhere around 290, 300 from the jury. So it's not unassailable, but that's roughly where I see it. Quote me on this after the contest. If I completely miss it, I will be happy to say, my bad, I messed up. But that's what I see happening right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird also to say, because I was known, at least until like a year or two ago, as like the big ballad lover. I always was gravitating towards ballads, and it's not that I don't like them anymore. I just don't think they're as outstanding this year in overall compared to some of the other choices. So that's also, I just don't think it's the strongest year for ballads. So I would not use one year of potential. We don't even know yet, right? We're making assumptions. Even if all the ballots were to underperform, do use that as a measure to see like this is a trend. A trend needs more than 1 year worth of data. So I understand your fear though. That's because there's a reason why we brought back the juries, because certain songs were given an advantage and the juries counted that. Now we have plenty of other issues with the juries, and we can go talk about that until the cows come home.
Yeah.
That is certainly. I understand what you're saying, though.
Ukraine got 97 from the juries in 2021. Someone was asking that.
The juries got what? 91 what?
Someone was asking how Ukraine did with the juries in 2021, and I said they got 97. Obviously, they got 267 from the televote, but obviously Italy won the televote and won the contest. From fourth in the juries, it should be said.
That's what the thing was.
The last few winners have been fourth in the juries for some reason.
Yeah, the last couple of them were both Italy and Ukraine came fourth, and that was my thing with in Italy. And like Italy needs to get 175 to 200 points from the juries, and I wasn't sure how high they would score, but they did get enough. They didn't win by a landslide, right? It was pretty close with France, but it was enough, and that was my concern. That's why I wasn't completely sure whether or not Italy would win that year, but they got more points from a little bit more from the juries than they needed, so that is what put them over the finish line. Okay, so no updates. We got on the blog, they finally posted the Israel TikTok. Well, they're a little late, so that is all good. Let's see this one. Even Greece could get some serious points from the juries if they manage to escape their second semifinal. There was like this war happening in the chat yesterday about whether or not Greece is a jury magnet or not. People, there were like 50-50 disagreements. What do you think, Emma? Could you see Greece being a jury magnet, or that doesn't sound like that kind of song they would go for?
I think that it can definitely be a jury magnet, and it kind of have like every element for the jury pool, I would say. But then again, I don't know like what. Obviously, we know the criteria that they're looking for, but I think it will probably also depend on the performance as well. I don't think it's going to be a lot to do with the staging, honestly, for the juries. So I think the rest he's probably got it in the bag. So that's why I think that it's probably a jury magnet. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Let 3 from Croatia landslided the jury in Dora. Do you think it was because they could understand the lyrics and because of the Balkan humor involved there, or is there jury appeal in it? The former. That's what I would say. Do you guys agree, Sean?
I think I was surprised that they won the jury in Croatia. However, it's a Croatian jury, so they've always got more of a not advantage, but they're more understood by that than say your average Estonian jury, Lithuanian, Albanian, Spanish. It's. And Let 3 are very famous in Croatia, from what I understand as well. So obviously that also plays a part. People know who they are in Croatia. People don't necessarily know who they are outside of Croatia. So that might have a bit of a factor in it as well. I don't think Croatia is going to do well with the juries at all when it gets to the final, because I think they will go through to the final. But they're going to, again, have a massive disadvantage with that when it comes to the final. And that was why I don't think getting rid of the juries was the right thing to do in the semi-finals. I think there was better ways of doing it.
Yeah. So real quick, Roy, is your Gabe? You said you had to leave, or?
Yes, I'm going to be taking my leave for a couple of hours. I will be back with you all, hopefully around 3 p.m. my time. That's in 100 minutes. Count them. Yes, and hopefully we'll have some information about Finland when I'm back.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah. I'll see you on the other side.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
I'll need to go shortly as well, but it's just because I don't like Roy.
Yeah. So. How about you, Emma? You're going to be when are you going? Hi, Roy.
Hello.
We could talk to you in just a second. I was just checking. Emma, what does your schedule look like?
Depending on my internet connection.
It all depends on that. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't have any plans today. Yesterday I wanted to join, but I had plans, but today it's a different story.
You're welcome, of course. How are you holding up, Roy? Did you check all the stuff?
Yes, I did actually. I kind of caught up on everything. I really think Czechia looks really, really good. I'm very curious to hear it live in the TikTok because I think that would be the make or break deal. But I really love those pictures.
Now, people are, of course, you are a Dutch expert. Want to know based on the description and of the Netherlands. Your thoughts?
I mean, did I read that description? I'm not sure actually. I need to read.
Did you read about the meditation, if nothing else?
Meditation.
Oh dear.
I've not read the live one. I just checked the pictures and the TikToks.
His little fun fact was that he likes to meditate naked in front of an infrared panel.
Okay.
And yeah, they did that. And I love how like we asked the most disgusting habit. What kind of icebreaker is that? You know, it's just the weirdest icebreaker to me. Anyways, but that's just me. So we are, so just everyone that is just joining right now, this is the current process, what we're waiting on. We are waiting on Azerbaijan's TikTok. That'll be next. We are waiting for the pictures from the Netherlands. And there's currently a lunch break in the arena, but wait, which country is next to rehearse? Somebody help me. Finland. That's right. Ooh, big deal.
Yeah.
So that will be that's what's in store. So we got
plenty in 50 minutes when they start.
50 minutes.
Start in 50 minutes, yeah.
So we got a little bit of time. So what we did yesterday, I feel like we should do that tradition that is 1 day old, and do that again this year, this day, and that is a Eurovision quiz. That's what Gabe and I did yesterday, and we did pretty well. We did one guess the lyrics from this year, and then just a overall one. Now we have to do difficult because we are not like the average Eurovision fan. Experts. So I am going to look at finding a quiz, and then we're going to take turns. No, not take turns. We'll see who can answer it.
I'm going to be so bad at this.
That is okay. Then whoever knows the answer, raise your hand or whatever. So I'm going to pick a random one. Random Eurovision. Let me see. I'm not going to do like 90s Eurovision quiz or a specific country. I'm just doing a random Eurovision
in Melody Festival in 1962 or something.
Like who was the conductor of Sweden? Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Stuff like that.
Where's James when you need him?
I know. Let's try this one. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Oh, I have the wrong screen up. Hang on. This is annoying. I got to share again. Screen, quiz. And quiz time. First question.
Wow.
Who came 6th in the 2018 contest? Okay, I said raise your hand. Okay.
Okay, go watch all the... Okay, yeah.
Who came... Okay, Roy. Not Roy, I'm sorry, Sean. Who came...
Czech Republic. Surely.
Nicholas Joseph, it
wasn't the UK, correct. Was it? Let's be honest.
I'm sorry. Which country made its debut in 1971? Oh, I have to think. It's not Poland. It's not Slovakia. It's not... Oh, I know it.
I know it.
Yeah,
I know it too. Okay, Roy, go ahead.
It's Malta, right?
Yes, I think it's right. I had to go for them. How many times has Morocco participated in the contest?
Well.
Emma, do you have any idea how often they did it?
Once.
Yay! You are correct. What was the slogan of the 2018 contest?
All right. Yeah.
Sean?
All aboard.
All aboard. And this is difficult.
That was one of my favorites.
It's just one of the weirdest slogans we've ever had. But
yeah. It was like, oh, we do ships. Here is 20 logos.
Yeah.
Bonnie Tyler competed for the United Kingdom in what year? Who does? Okay, I see Emma's face. Emma, do you remember what year she took part?
Why? Why me?
Okay, if you don't know, if you say don't know, that's fine. Roy?
I think it would be 2006 or 13, and I would go for 2013 because you think she would participate early.
Can I just say, if we were at the time, if we were a serious Eurovision country, we would have made it 1987, like when she was actually popular. You know what I mean? But,
yeah. And it was just an album filler that she sent that year, actually. But yeah, it's 2013. That's I remember meeting her actually. That was kind of cool though. I was like, wow. What is the maximum amount of people that can be on stage at once? Who does not know the answer? Yeah, everyone knows that one.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Okay. Moldova started competing in Eurovision in what year? Raise your hand if you know the answer. Okay, only Sean raises.
I think I know it as well.
But then why didn't you raise your hand?
Yeah.
But Sean, go ahead.
2005.
Yes.
Bonica Batedova.
Exactly.
Oh, I love that song.
In which city was the 2007 contest held? Okay, I give it to Emma first.
Because she doesn't know anything else.
Well, I feel good when
It was Oslo.
No.
Wait, what? No, sorry. Connection. Bye-bye. Helsinki.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
My first full Eurovision and still one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Makes
Okay,
sense.
what happened in 2018 that disrupted the program? Was Israel forgot the lyrics? Suri was invaded on stage. Cesar Sampson was not ready to perform. Benjamin Ingrosso fell over. Sarah Alto couldn't perform due to illness.
Oh my god.
I just want to ask Emma because you're making a funny face. You're like thinking, do you remember what happened in 2018?
Wait, hold on. It was probably the UK's act.
Yes, correct. She was invaded on stage. That is correct.
I think I remember that because I remember scandals mostly.
Who came 26th in the 57th Eurovision Song Contest? Oh my God. Wasn't the 50th 2005 was the 50th, right? Because we had that celebration in 2005. I think 2005.
It's like 2012. Oh, okay.
So it must have been 2000. Wait, no, not 2012.
No, I don't.
No,
I'm gonna guess.
No, guess.
Norway. It was 2G, right? 2012.
No, it wasn't 2012.
Are you sure?
Because the 60th anniversary, 57th anniversary. You're right. I'm sorry.
This year.
I was thinking 47th. My bad. My brain was thinking 47th. 57th. You're right. Because the 50th anniversary was in 2005. The 60th anniversary was in 2015. So subtract 3. It must have been Norway because they came last in 2012 with 2G. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do I know more than you on this? This is unusual.
I knew it. I just looked at the wrong number wrong. How many points did Lorraine receive in? I gave you how I arrived at that. How many points did Lorraine receive in 2012, giving Sweden another win? I think I know the answer.
I one's jumping out at me, but I don't know if it's right.
Everyone, take a guess.
I would have guessed 372.
I was saying 372.
370. Yeah, 372 probably.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
I don't know why I knew that. That was a random thing I knew.
But did someone actually have 407 at some year? Like
I don't know.
Points?
Could be.
Not in that system, no.
Okay.
Don't think so.
Which country? Not in that system because it was like one vote. You're right. Which country waited 53 years before winning the contest for the first time?
Oh, well.
I mean,
it's between two options.
Hang on.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Azerbaijan.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say Portugal because
I'm leaning towards Portugal. So I'm trying to count right now.
I think Finland
Finland doesn't have enough years. I think
1960. They've been in this. Yeah, it must be Portugal.
Yeah,
the TikTok's out for Azerbaijan apparently.
We don't care. Quiz is more important.
Well, we can come back to the quiz. It does time. Okay. So I will take this off, and we're going to tickety talk.
Okay.
Suspense. Okay, so let me.
It's a nice quiz though. It makes me feel smart.
I know, right? It wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be. So again, I will have to mute it in certain parts. So and then I'll put it back on when the thing.
I'll just listen to it on my phone.
This is fine.
Hello guys, we're Trolltron X, representing Azerbaijan this year at Eurovision, and we are at the rehearsals. Yeah, this building, amazing. Yeah. Now we're gonna go into the stage.
We could have dressed up the arena.
You guys going to see the photos.
So this is the part where I have to mute it, and then when they start singing, I'll put it back.
Oh, it's double like layered.
Oh, it's broken. It's a broken heart.
Ah.
I only have to mute certain parts. People were asking. Click this off.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Okay, there you have it. Didn't give us much. What do you think, Emma?
Didn't give us much, but obviously, I mean, this is not really a song I would listen to, but I think I was right when I said that like the lighting is working out for them. Like they look very comfortable on stage, honestly. Like, I don't know, it doesn't look that bad to me.
No, it doesn't. It looks cute. Like, and I don't mean that like it's cute, like in a derogatory or like condescending way.
Same.
I mean in a good cute. And this one again, this will not look like exciting in the arena or just like because they're just standing there. It's a lot about the camera work. I'm sure we're going to see the LED floor screen adding a little bit more of a layer to it and the backdrop and all that stuff. But the whole idea of this one is to be simple, and they hope that this will actually work in their favor because we have a lot of more elaborate, busy staging. And here comes Azerbaijan. Take a deep breath, everyone. It's just a nice, cool, calm song.
I just feel like simplicity, you know, there's beauty in simplicity sometimes, and obviously I think they could do well regardless. I'm not sure, like song-wise, that's my personal problem with this, but I think they did very well with the rest. So
yeah, what do you guys think, Roy?
I really like it. I think this is kind of the staging they had to go for. Of course, it's not out there, but that's not what this song needed. They really just need to focus on them. Maybe they're a bit too confined to the heart. I wish they were like walk away a little bit for some moment and then come back or something again. Maybe they will do it. We don't know.
Yeah.
But it seems like they'll just kind of stay on that platform. But I think they need to keep it simple, just pretty lighting, have them be seen as like those cool, dedicated artists. And I think that's what might give them some votes. So I think they really work on their strengths. So yeah.
I meant to say that yesterday, actually. You know what's very interesting? It doesn't really tell the full story. But yesterday's TikToks, by far, Norway was the most viewed one. You would think Sweden would go crazy, but it was Norway got like over 1 million views. And Sweden is second, actually.
So that was song's very viral on TikTok, though. Norway.
That's why. I think Norway's going to do quite well.
I don't know if it works. I don't really know how TikTok works, but I'm guessing that the audio probably picked up on like an algorithm to say, "Oh, it's that TikTok song. Look, let's put it on."
Oh yeah, we got flagged for it.
Guess,
so, for sure. Everyone in the chat, I would love to hear from you at ESC United. But Sean, your thoughts on Azerbaijan? What you saw?
I think Emma said it, where like simplicity is, you know, sometimes the most effective thing to do. And I think for Azerbaijan this year, for definite, they're very charismatic performers. They just need to go out there and just show that to the world. But I think that the dual color thing works really well. It looks like it does start in black and white potentially, or has a black and white moment from the screens in the photos, but we don't know how they're going to use that effect yet. Whether it goes from that into burst into color, who knows? But I like what they've done with this. I think it's going to be effective for them.
Lieutenant Savior says Azerbaijan song reminds me a bit of "Kiss Me" from Sixpence None the Richer. That's what I think. I said the beginning at least. I mean, it takes a different. It takes a different turn at some point, but in the beginning, it's just the guitar, the riff, and all that stuff, right?
It's very 90s.
Yeah, it's very 90s. Yeah, "Kiss Me."
It will have its audience. I don't know if that audience will watch Eurovision enough.
Well, that's the problem. I don't even dislike the song. It's nice and sweet. It's just like would that be the one I would call in for out of all the ones in the lineup? Do you know what I mean? That's, I think, its biggest drawback. I get some Beatles vibes from the song. We said that as well. I don't know how to feel about that. About the fact that it sounds like the Beatles. I mean, this would be the year, I guess, considering where we're going. And if you want to sound like the Beatles. But I don't think that's going to... Do you think that could have an impact on people? I don't think people think that down deep that far.
Not at all.
Maybe some Brits, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't even think most people know that Beatles are big in Liverpool or something. Like, I didn't know.
Yeah. And this one is very important. I want to highlight that one as well by Tessa. I really appreciate seeing this completely different vibe from Azerbaijan. Never would have guessed this was Azerbaijan if you didn't know beforehand. And the reason why I want to highlight, because this is the first time, God knows how long, that they actually didn't import the songwriters and everyone. It's actually written in Azerbaijan by Azerbaijanis. And even though it may not making the biggest waves right now, I don't want them to feel discouraged by 1 year of potential.
It's the first time since their debut, isn't it?
I think so. I think so. I could be wrong, but I think that's what it is. That's why I stayed away from saying since when. But I know the first one was, and then after that, I'm trying to remember. I think that's it. So yeah, that is very interesting. So that's what we have now. Now the next thing we're waiting on is on TikTok is Czechia, and then we're still waiting on Netherlands pictures.
Yeah, I'm going to take the opportunity to have a bit of like lunch and a breather.
Okay,
if that's okay. But I'll be back very shortly.
Okay.
Okay, have fun.
I'll be back.
Oh, he was talking. Oops.
How rude.
Then the rest of the three of us will finish this quiz. Then we'll click. Which of these is true? Oslo hosted the contest in 86, 96, and 2010. Did they host it every time? They see, I don't remember.
That's a good question. I know the years are correct.
Yeah, I know that. London hosted the contest. No, I'm pretty sure this is incorrect. Amsterdam hosted in 70 and 80. I know they hosted in 80. Did they host it in 70?
Who won in 69? Yes, we were the host. No, not Amsterdam. That was Hilversum.
Was it Hilversum? That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the end. Oh, which one? So this one's not true. London didn't host all these. This is not true either. Vienna hosted the contest in once.
That's true.
No, they hosted it in 67 as well, right? I'm pretty sure they hosted.
Yeah, after Mexi station.
Yes, Stockholm 75, 85.
2016, was that Stockholm? That was Malmö, right?
I don't remember. I
think it's
remember.
the first one.
No, I'm pretty sure Oslo hosted all 3 times. That one I'm feeling more confident. I'm sorry, they didn't. I'm sorry, they did not host it all 3 times. I meant to say it's one of these two though. I'm leaning towards London.
I'm leaning towards Oslo.
Stockholm did not host it every time.
No, I know.
Yeah, so it's Oslo or London. I don't remember if they hosted it in 1963 and 68.
It goes far back.
Okay, let's do a vote. Emma, which one is your vote? Which one is the true one?
The true one. Probably Oslo.
Roy?
I'll go with London to have you make the tiebreak.
I was going to say London, so I'll say it. London is true.
Okay.
Yay! Yeah, because I wasn't sure about the 1960s about London.
Yeah. I guess people in the chat said Bergen was one of the host cities for Norway.
I know it wasn't Oslo all the time. There was another one. That's why I'm like, I just couldn't remember which year it was. Which country lost their longest consecutive final participation in 1996? Well, I know that one. Go ahead. Who is it?
I have no idea.
It's not Germany because of the system with the...
Yes, it's the only year that Germany missed Eurovision, basically.
With Planet of Blue from Leon.
Planet Blue, I love you. Which of these songs received 10 points in total?
Okay.
Do It For Your Lover, Friend of a Friend, Change, If We All Give a Little, and That Sounds Good to Me. So it's not Change, it's not Friend of a Friend.
No.
If We All Give a Little got more, because remember they got 12 points from Malta because it was a Maltese participant.
I think Spain also got a 12 or something.
No, Spain got less than 12. So that sounds good to me. I'm pretty sure.
I would guess that as well.
Yes, that sounds good to me. So we agree, UK, Josh, with that sounds good to me.
Sounds like a good answer to me.
It sounds good to me as well.
You guys are too good at this. Like years. How do you even remember the years? Especially going back to the 60s. Like
a few years back, I also really struggle with it. It's just like the more you do it, and like I decided to watch all of the years back, and it was a really fun project as well.
I have not seen like all, like the first year that I started watching was 2004. So before that, I'll probably not know a lot.
Fair enough. You get.
Yeah. All right. Next question. Which host? See, I'm really bad at the host cities. I don't remember.
Too.
1961. So 1960, France won.
Yeah. I think that's Cannes, right?
That must be Cannes would by logic be that one.
Yeah.
But it wasn't always the case that they always hosted.
True. It was back then that could. But yeah, Cannes did host at some point.
Should we just pick Cannes?
But it's definitely not Frankfurt. I don't think they have ever hosted.
No, let's do this, Cannes. Yes.
Let's go.
How many countries participated in the 1980 contest?
Seems like such a...
It was lower than 26, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was lower than 24. I would say between 18 and 23.
What happened in 79? Maybe think about that. Isn't that when Israel won for a second time in a row?
Yes, correct. We know that Israel did not host it. It was hosted in the Netherlands, right in Amsterdam that year.
Didn't a lot of people like withdraw that year or something?
That was in 1970. Remember, because of the four-way tie. There could be another withdrawal here. It must be less than 20. So I am leaning towards 19, but it's not a certainty.
I would go for 19 as well.
Do you know what's funny? There's a YouTube channel that does like recaps, all winners of Eurovision Song Contest. Usually when he does the recaps of the songs, he will
put like the host city
trivia, right? So hosted and how many countries participated. I've seen so many of those videos and I can't remember this.
Well, I don't blame those numbers. So let's all pick one.
I think
Emma, what's your vote?
Can I just go with what the chat is saying?
No, I don't. No. I don't look at the chat. It's not. I'm not looking at it. Roy,
I would go with 19. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 19 is my guess as well, but I don't know.
For some reason, that kind of links up.
We got it right. Mansell Malo received 366 points in the grand final. True or false? He got over 300, and he got. I know that Il Volo and
go with true.
Like 200.
All three, the top three, all got over 300. I'm pretty sure. I know, and I just don't remember the exact point. I think he got less than.
I think it's less than this.
Lorraine.
Like this number does not ring a bell with me.
I don't know.
Probably.
You know what Chris probably gonna do? They probably got 367. So I feel like they got like 367 and they want us to fall for it. So I'd say false, just because they're trying to trick us.
It seems too convenient to have like this. Like they would have asked the question, how many points did Mansell Malov get? Not did they get these points, right? Like let's meta-analyze this question.
Yeah. Well, I think we got all of them right, correct? So yes. I don't want to mess this last one up where it's the only 50.
Just click false.
We'll say false.
We're not going to know it anyways. It's such a...
Okay. I'm just using logic false.
Yeah.
Yay!
Exactly.
Oh my God, we got 100 out of 100.
Wow.
Yay.
Okay, that was fun.
Not thanks to me.
That's funny. So let me see the chat now. Oh, they're saying that he got 365. I was right. Well, I was almost right. I said he probably got 367, and they're just trying to throw us off by 1 point, but it was the other way around. It was 365 points that he got. So yeah. So I knew it was pretty high. So I am quite relieved. So we'll do that again sometime.
Awesome.
Because this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was
all the flags in the world, and
well, that's not. I mean, all the flags. I would bet. All the flags in the world. It should be Eurovision related. We cannot just.
I know
that we cannot.
The 1 day old tradition. Love that.
Well, now it's 2 days old.
Oh, sure.
We added today.
True.
All right, now back to the chat. Sorry if you felt ignored, y'all, but we don't want to, us to give us all the answers. Okay.
Yeah,
so
are there like Eurovision Kahoots or something so that we could also participate with the audience? That could be fun. I'll look that up.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, we can bring the chat in as well. So if you look that up while I'm looking at some of the questions. Question. Statement by Alicia. Latvia should have won in 2015. Agree or disagree, Roy?
No, I don't agree.
Who should have won?
It's a cool performance. I think Il Volo should have won.
Okay, I agree. Grande Amore was my favorite. Yeah. But Latvia, it should definitely be in the top 5.
100%. It's a phenomenal, but the win is just a tad too much, I think.
It's one of the songs I just remember being in the arena. I watched it actually grand final in the standing, and it was like the bass that came. It was one of the most amazing things. That's whoa, whoa. It just like goes through you. It was so amazing in the arena. I just loved it. It was my favorite in the arena, just the vibe. Emma, should have Latvia won in 2015? Yes or no?
I would lean towards yes, actually. I wasn't the biggest fan of Il Volo. I mean, they're great, don't get me wrong. But I think Latvia was better in terms of like performance and song. It just appealed to me more. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, let me get the next question. Again, at ES Unite, of course, Super Chats will be the first, but let me pick this one up. Do you think Czechia has more of a chance or less of a chance doing well because of the staging? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, all three of us said their odds, if anything, have increased after what we have seen so far. Is that a fair statement, Emma and Roy? Or it certainly didn't hurt them?
It certainly did not hurt them. It helped them.
Now, keep in mind, we don't know everything because it could look really stupid on camera. So we don't know yet, but I don't think it will.
For me, it's more about the sound, really. Like, they need to sound good. I think that's the most important
exactly
with this song.
Agreed.
Yes. That's the biggest thing, because it seems like we don't know yet for sure, because we're going to see the whole package on Monday, teaser in a couple of days. But it really comes down to the sound of it, and that's the biggest concern. But we'll see about that. Next question. Thoughts on the Dutch entry? The song has gotten a lot of hate here. Roy, I got to go back to you. Your Dutch buddy here. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I did get a lot of hate here. I think it's good that we saw that little performance in the talk show they did, that they can really benefit from having backing vocalists. I don't know. We need to see what version exactly they will bring. They said they would put it like 1.5 octaves lower or something, right? But then still, like, how will it be instrumentally, and how will it be with the staging? How will it sound in general? Can they mask it good enough? It's still a lot of question marks. I do think they get a bit too much hate in the Netherlands, but it's a very the Netherlands thing to just dump on something and just like.
Remember when they all hated Duncan Lawrence?
Yeah,
because he's known.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the Netherlands are very blunt, and like their first opinion is their opinion, and they won't change. And it'll very much be heard then. It's just how we are. We just have to deal with it, I guess. But it's really unfortunate that those are.
Unfortunately, that they have to prove everyone wrong now, because people don't have that perception, and then all of a sudden everyone loves them. Like, oh, I love them. It reminds me a little bit of the Common Linnets. Back then everyone was just like, this song's so boring, and then there's a this is like the best song ever. I'm like,
it's always like that though. Like, every single year when the song comes out, people are like, no, this is shit, and then they kind of come around come Eurovision. And now, of course, we had that performance that wasn't that good vocally. So now they have even more to dump on, which doesn't really help them. But I kind of feel bad for them. They don't deserve the amounts of hate they got.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. If you don't like the song, hang on, I'm too far away from the microphone. I'm pouring.
It's okay. We can understand you.
Okay. I understand if you don't like the song. And I've been very honest. Like, it's one of the songs that least resonates with me this year. Like, I cannot emotionally. That doesn't mean I hate these two acts. Like, it's just not the song for me. But I did like the revamp version quite a bit, actually, a lot more. But that doesn't mean you have to. I don't understand why people have to go out of their way to be like, just don't listen to the song and just hope for the best. I didn't like Rockstar a whole lot yesterday, but I didn't just poo-poo on Germany. I mean, I did poo-poo on Germany, not on Malik or the song, but just the selection process and why they picked all these boring radio songs in the national final.
I do feel like there's now a bit of a shift kind of happening where they're not really blaming the artists anymore. They're now starting to blame the selection procedure as well, which is good for the artists because they don't deserve that. They just got selected. They did what they can do. And if it's not up to the standards, then I guess the selection committee is at fault for that in a way. So I think there is a bit of a shift there. So hopefully
I mean, in any case, it would be hard to blame anyone other than the selection process. It doesn't matter if it's an internal selection or the national final. I think either it's the people or it's the broadcaster who chooses the artist. So but
and what's the artist supposed to do? He's like, they're getting hey Dion, you are fairly unknown, but I want to put you on the biggest stage that we have in the world, basically, to perform in front of hundreds of millions of people. And they're like, well, yeah, of course, this is the greatest exposure for me. What are you going to say? No, I'm good. Of course, any artist would say yes to that, or like most, at least, So, so you cannot blame them. So anyways, much love. The hate, we are...
Exactly.
Is he?
Yeah, his internet is really doing wonders for him.
You should have seen. We understood seen me earlier.
Okay.
Did I get what? Did my internet break?
Yeah, your internet wasn't having it.
Well, I just said you all suck. No, so I don't even remember what I said. I just talked too much. Anyways, next question. Let me just come on. I just pick them as I come in, and if I miss them, don't take it personal. There are lots of questions. Post them again a few minutes later. I'll try to get to them. What song got all of you into Eurovision?
For
That's
me,
a good.
Sorry. I think that we start talking at the same time, but it's actually the delay that's kind of causing us the clash. Sorry about that. You go.
No worries. I was just saying because I'm the old one. The first song that I heard and that got me into Eurovision was Gildo hat euch lieb. Und wenn es auch mal Tränen gibt, kommt rüber und singt für euch Lieder. Gildo hat euch lieb. Immer wieder. Yeah, that was in 1998, Germany. That was what got me into Eurovision. Now thinking back, I'm like, maybe not the best choice, but that was like this, when I was really young, that was a silly song. We all loved it, so yeah. Roy? Oh, no, actually, Emma, go ahead.
Oh, it's fine. For me, it was Wild Dances. That was the first Eurovision I watched, and that was it left such a huge impact that it just stuck with me. And it's one of my favorites even today. It's a really great performance, song, everything. Everything was great.
Roy?
I actually have 3 answers, and that may sound weird, but I'll explain. The first one is like the Belarus Junior 2003 or something, like Drusami.
I'm sorry, what was that? Say it one more time.
That's like Junior Eurovision, like 2000, like early.
Oh, okay, Junior. Okay, that's what
basically when I was a very young kid, and I loved that song, and I started to sing along to it, even though I couldn't even speak Belarusian, which was funny. And then when I grew up a little bit more, I remember Lordi a lot. So from 2006. That was Belarus 2007. So I guess those two are kind of like intertwined with each other. And the one that really got me like super addicted was 1944 from Jamala. That really got me into the bubble of national finals and made me join EC United as well. So yeah.
Well, 1998 was the year, being very young, was like the first time I really learned of Eurovision, or like what it was. And then when I was really gotten into was actually then 2002, I think. Actually, right after I moved to the US. And then it wasn't really a specific song, it was more like the whole listening to the song, I guess, so the contest, I think. So anyways, yeah. Now you guys know that a little better. Okay. No updates yet, right? Everyone in the chat, if we miss it, you scream at us. Not scream, but nicely. So let's see here. I would love to hear actually from people in the chat as well. What year was it for them?
That's a good one. I really like that question.
Same. Fairy Tale. I saw someone mention Dima Bila, and actually I think he gets a lot of like I've read a lot of commentary on his winning song, but I actually think that was one of my personal best winners. I don't know, maybe controversial.
It is controversial, but I don't blame you because I didn't hate it. It wasn't the best song that you. It's one of the less good winners to me. However, it's not the worst of the worst to me. So that's how I feel. Fairy Tale was the song that I heard in Occidente Karma got me into the bubble. So okay, so that's interesting. Yeah. Somebody says, oh well, that one is important. Absolute icon Verka Serduchka. Fair enough.
And apparently it's Käärijä from Finland's favorite song of Eurovision.
Oh really?
Yeah, he did that like those top 5 thingies.
Yeah, I saw them. I didn't watch them because I didn't have time. Somebody says Dum Tek Tek.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, before 2004 it was oh my god, my brain is malfunctioned. Turkey win. Come on.
2003 every way that I can.
Yes, Sertab, right.
Exactly.
She was a fantastic, iconic.
Michael Ball, One Step at a Time, 1990.
One step at a time.
Boom, boom. Yes, I mean, I don't remember it because it was, but I do know this one. There, I mean, what I love about doing this with you, Roy, is because I remember when you first joined, we talked. You knew barely anything about the current year kind of thing almost, you know what I mean? And then you're like, I'll start exploring the history. And that was like 4 years ago, right? And then now you became like an expert of all the
entire
years.
Excel sheet with all of the years and all my rankings in it. So if
I love it.
Give me a year
I was like,
and a country.
I was like encouraging you, like, you should try them out. They're actually, I mean, yeah, some of them are dated, it's not going to be as applicable, but some of them are just pearls, and it's just nice.
You just need to listen to them and really just try to find the hidden gems, because not even the winners are always the best songs for you. And I've really found a lot of cool songs that I would not have found otherwise that are just so amazing, and I listen to them now and I would not have found
my favorite thing is because I think you have like at least at some point a tweet pinned where you had like all your flags for all the years, and it made me so happy that you put Germany in 1994.
Yes.
I love that song. We're giving a party. Yes. We're giving a party.
To be honest, it really changes on my mood because I also really like Rock and Roll Kids that year. But
yeah, me too. I love 94 was one of my favorite years. But that just made me smile. Anyways, yeah, I see lots of other countries listed songs. If Love Was a Crime, Playing with Fire. I'm looking some of the ones that even like the older days. Trying to find like I'm trying to remember Denmark 1989 right now. It's still coming to me right now.
Yeah, I know it's quite a popular one.
I always get stuck on Hot Eyes from Denmark in the 80s because there were like 3 times in there. So, but I think that wasn't that year. So my brain is just always Hot Eyes in 1980 in the 1980s for Denmark.
Yeah, Beauty Never Lies as well.
Beauty Never Lies, Serbia, good times. Anyways,
good shout.
Oh,
1994.
That made me laugh. Matt and Roy are kindred spirits. The ESC geekery is strong with them. Well, this is the time of the year to do it. You don't do it all year, but this is a two weeks where you get really nerd out.
Yeah, let us be our little nerds.
I know, right? How often do I get to talk about my favorite song from Ireland in 1967? Just
right.
So how far back, I know, Emma, that is your Eurovision knowledge? Is it still like the last 5 years, or how far back do you go knowing most of the songs?
Depends on what you consider knowledge. No, but I said 2004 probably. Yeah.
2004, okay.
That's when I started watching, and that's when I kind of started getting into it. And I'm probably much better with songs from the first 3 or 4 years since then than the 2010s, for example. 2010s are kind of not here nor there for me.
Yeah. Well, that's it's Carola's. Oops, I didn't even hit that, but no, we have it up. Carola has the one who always has a wind machine everywhere. I know, right?
I saw her live in Malmo for this year's Heat, where Loreen participated as well.
Oh, you were there?
Yes.
Oh.
It was amazing. She was perfect. Like even all these years later, she was amazing, and Loreen was also amazing. So I mean, I see people are kind of like judging her vocals based on the rehearsal footage yesterday. I think it's not really like.
I don't think you can
Loreen?
judge vocals on detail.
Yeah, it wasn't
in
great.
The arena snippets.
That's the thing. Number one, the sound often doesn't carry well in the arena. The sound.
No.
We know Loreen,
Yeah.
and so I think it'll be just fine. So in case you're just joining, may as well bring that up since I was just about to say that. Just joined. Can I just say that Riley must feel some sort of honor giving in just after Kaya for these rehearsals? Well, that is true. However, it doesn't matter because they're in different semis. So it's just for rehearsal purposes, I'm sure that is true. But I wanted to say, just in case you're joining, welcome, or you've been fairly just recently joined. We are now almost done with the lunch break. Does anyone has the rehearsal schedule up?
No.
Anyways, Finland is going to rehearse in just a few moments, hopefully, and we are waiting on the TikToks. We are only 2 in, so we still have to wait for who's after Azerbaijan? Oh my God, brain, don't fail me now. Czechia, and we're still waiting for pictures from the Netherlands, which is surprisingly taking long.
Our lovely chat watcher, Aussie Rose, with the schedule.
Oh yes, thank you so much.
You're a legend.
Oops.
Finland at 3:10.
So we still have like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Already rehearsed. Israel, Azerbaijan, Czechia, Nez. It's too long. Finland, then at 3:10. Yes. Okay. Cool beans. Okay, so that's what we're waiting for. And that's kind of what it goes throughout the day. And then we're going to do the same thing again tomorrow, because then the rest of Semi 2 will rehearse, and then starting.
Oh.
Sure, Matt.
Internet cut out again, huh?
Yeah.
And now it seems like you're muted as well.
Nope.
I guess you can hear us, but we can't hear you. So let's mime what he has to say. Oh, I really love Romania this year. It's my favorite song of the year. It's gonna win Eurovision. Okay, no.
No, okay. Let's read the comments while we wait for Matt.
Oh, he's back.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know why it does that.
It's okay. You're good.
If
anyone understands your issues, I do.
Okay, right. Yeah. I think it's just I need to switch to different software after this Eurovision. I'm having too many hiccups here. Anyways, what did I miss? I forgot what we were talking about. Tiny hats.
I forgot as well.
Okay.
About the schedule, I think.
We were waiting for Finland.
Yeah. Okay. Andy is asking, Roy, could you name some of your biggest favorites from the 90s?
90s?
Give us the
we gave it a party. We already talked about that one. I really love that.
Rock and Roll Kids.
Oh, a big one. I think my favorite from the 90s of all of them is Austria 96, Whilst They're Good God. I love that song.
Random.
I absolutely love it. It's so like jazzy and so fun, and I love that one lady makes like a little F up in the backing vocals. It's just so quirky, and I love it.
What's your favorite winner of the 90s?
My favorite winner of the 90s.
Yeah. If you have to pick that best
list of all the winners, to be honest.
All right, 1990. Go ahead. I have them all in my head, but 1990s Italy, Insieme, and 91 was Carola. 92 was Why Me. 93 was In Your Eyes, Ireland. 94 was Rock and Roll Kids. Probably that one, huh?
Yeah. It probably
95 was
Nocturne. Was
Nocturne.
that the 90s?
95.
That's also a good show.
Then
I also like
The
The Voice quite a bit. Yeah.
And then Love Shine a Light in 97, Diva in 98, and then Take Me to Your Heaven 99. So for me, I always loved Insieme. Unite Europe, and then of course Love Shine a Light is a classic. Anyways, those are all good,
It would definitely be Rock and Roll Kids or The Voice for me. And Nocturne is quite good as well. But that really depends on my mood, to be honest.
Can I ask you a question? Do you guys think that Nocturne would work today, for example?
Would it still conform with the rules even? Like, wasn't there...
Yeah, the rules probably would still... I mean, they had to change it back then as well, because it used to be just an instrumental song. And then even back then was like, yeah, you need to have some vocals. So it reminds me a little bit of... It didn't do as well. Slovenia 2009. Was it in 2009 Slovenia? That song where they had like almost hardly any vocals as well. So you could do it still today, I think.
It's definitely going to be different. I mean, even Portugal is kind of like such a 2017 is kind of a bit of a throwback like that. So
yeah,
maybe it could work. I don't know.
It could work. I don't know if it would be a winner.
Because that's what I mean. Do you think it could work as a winner? Like, would it work for today's audience and everything? Like, would it resonate?
I don't think so. I mean, I still consider this one a little bit more timeless than a lot of other songs. But in competitive environment in the year 2023, I don't necessarily think it would win.
Especially because the instruments aren't live anymore. I think that's what hinders it the most.
That would be.
About that.
Yeah, I know. We had that conversation yesterday. I was like, don't remind me. Okay, so let's see here. As always, questions at ESC United. Make sure they're in English so we all can read them. What are your general thoughts on this year's package, especially in comparison to the past few years? So it depends on what you refer by, like songs package or the whole hosting experience thing.
Do you mean Ireland or Croatia's package?
Are we going back to the Battle of the Bulges again?
Oh,
okay, so
boy.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, but no, I'm talking about like the whole overall package of the quality, maybe, or the whole hosting experience. For hosting experience, early to say, but so far, so good. How would you guys?
I think the UK is doing an amazing job. Honestly, like they are being very respectful towards the technically winning country. I wanted to say host country, but I guess they're host country. I think they're being amazing. Everything seems to be working on schedule. They did very well with like the promotion, marketing, and image of the contest. I think they're taking it very seriously, and it feels very seamless. Probably not behind the scenes, but to us, it seems very seamless, at least to me. So I think they've done an amazing job, really. So, yeah.
Roy?
Yeah, it looks really clean so far. Like the stage looks very nice. It looks very slick. I feel like they really decorated the city quite nicely. Melanie sent me a few pictures of like the birds that they're kind of like dressed as Ukrainian traditional clothing. And I think it looks really, really cool. And I love how so far it has been going. Of course, we still need to see the full show with interval acts and stuff like that. But I'm pretty confident that UK is hosting really well this year. And nice.
It's going. There are few things I would nitpick on, but why should I always do that when you just focus on the positive? So overall, it's so far so good. I like it. Natalie was asking if we're looking for moderators. Yes, and as a matter of fact, you've been just promoted, so feel free to help out. So thank you for being volunteered.
Congrats, Natalie.
Yes. Okay, next question. We're still waiting for Finland to take the stage. Do you agree that for the second year in a row, Eurovision is going to unite? What? Let me say. Do you agree that for the second year in a row, Eurovision is going to quite underwhelming direction? Oh, that's like the opposite. I don't think so.
No, I think the opposite as well.
Well, some people are saying it comes down to a lot of people are saying that this song quality, right? A lot of people, because it's a little bit more like diverse in terms of like alternative indie rock, so it's less poppy, for the lack of a better word. So people who like more like the mainstream pop sound, they may be less pleased. So, but I know Roy, especially, but both of you do like some of the more unconventional sounds often, right? So you must be more pleased.
Very much so. I mean, I'm a metalhead first and a Eurovision fan second, I guess. So. Okay. So,
And would I say it's like the best year we've ever had? I mean, that's debatable, but I do think that and every year's different. Like last year I had like such a strong favorites, and then there was a bigger gap. While this time it's a little bit more spread
I think
out.
the overall quality of the songs is quite good. Like there's not really that many songs that I really hate this year, and I think that is really good. While we might not have like big front runners.
We have an update.
Okay.
Sorry.
On
We have an update.
which side?
Blog side. Live blog.
Okay, this year finished. Okay, it's actually only the introduction of Finland. They're just telling us they're going on stage right now. So it's only his favorite cheese is Gouda.
Same.
Gouda, is that how you pronounce it?
Gouda. Yeah, we say Gouda.
Gouda.
I say Gouda. In Serbia, we say Gouda.
No one says Gouda but the Dutch. No one says
Just clear your throat and just try that G.
It's a unique fusion of rap, EDM, metal, and Schlager. So
I love genre bending.
I know when it's done right. It's not the easiest thing to do. Some songs, we have a lot of those this year, but everyone executes it as well as Finland in my book.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it's done right, it's fantastic. Roy, next question for you again.
Oh.
What is your favorite Dutch entry?
Oh, do you still know it, Matt?
Did you tell me?
I told you a few times, I think. I remember even doing a video with you 2 years ago.
I now remember doing the video, but if you expect me to remember out of all I don't remember which one your favorite one was. No.
My favorite Dutch song of all time is Eurovision. Netherlands 1969, The Troubadour.
Oh, that's right, The Troubadour.
I love that Troubadour. It's so swayy and so nice.
Now, I know that Emma, I guess let's start from 2004 and forward. What's your favorite Dutch entry?
Oh, goodness. I'm not sure, honestly. I would
That's
have
okay.
to check. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I
would say that S10 was probably one
S10?
of.
Oh, really?
S10,
yeah, that's a good one.
I think I would actually, I thought she was gunning for the win, honestly.
Apparently she wasn't. I mean, it's so hard to compare a song from the 60s to 2019, so it's not always a fair comparison, but there are always songs that have a very soft spot for it. I always love Amsterdam. In Amsterdam.
It gets played everywhere, so
yeah, it's just such an anthem. I just love that song. And then she had a really cool song with another guy in the 1974, the year ABBA one. I see a star, a brand new star. I like that one as well. But the Troubadour was pretty cool too. So for the new generation, I mean, obviously Arcade is pretty fantastic as well.
I'm very controversial on Arcade. I don't know. It just, it wasn't really my thing.
That happens. Like Italy, I was the contrarian in 2021. I love every year Italy, and that year was probably my least favorite of the year, and it wins. Or like in my bottom three probably of all the songs. I just don't like that song. That being said, I love Måneskin, right? Like they have so many good songs, but that song was just not for me. And that happened twice over the past 15 years. In 2013, I really couldn't deal with Only Teardrops. If I had that flute one more time, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get violent.
Yeah,
I saw someone from I think the Netherlands mention Tijd. It's a really cool song.
Like a dike.
It's like 19, very far in the past. I don't know the year actually.
34. Oh, very.
It's like this very ominous, very cool song with like very.
What year? I need the year. The name doesn't.
I don't know on top of my head. I don't know on top of my head. Let me Google it.
Yeah, the name doesn't ring a bell, but when I hear the year, that's when I usually.
It's from Czechia.
1971.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember. I mean, like I wasn't around, but you know what I mean. I do remember now. I just need to look at the picture as well.
It's like this guy on this guitar and this other.
Yes. Like that one was random. That one's there, but I kind of forgot about it actually. But yeah, so yeah, I remember that one. 1971. So there's another update in inevitable joke alert. Please note that every English-speaking commentator, radio host, journalist, and podcaster is legally obliged at this point on Tuesday to refer to Kaya's Cha-Cha-Cha as the big finish to the first semifinal. Oh, pun.
Why did they write that? There was no need for that.
We don't make the rules, and there's nothing we can do about it other than get it in first. So here it goes. This will be a very big finish with 2 N's.
Every English-speaking commentator, so it's 3 countries.
I know, right? I remember last year. Remember the blog, Roy? Everywhere was just subwoofer joke, this joke, that joke, and it's like, can you not just hide your favoritism there a little?
Yeah,
and I love them. Don't get me wrong. So I cannot wait for the update.
When I had to do the interview with them, it was wild. Like they grabbed the microphone at some point and like rubbed it on my head, and the other guy was like,
I was actually doing an. Remember when? Were you there when they were showing up behind me on the live stream? He was standing there for like 30 seconds, looking at me, and I was just like blah 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 blah. Yeah, and it's like, and then same thing happened with who was it? Latvia. They were also behind me. So yeah, that's what we're going to miss, these moments in the press center where the acts just show up and you know, so that's
one of my favorite parts of like you know, websites that carry Eurovision content, like the press center, and like watching everything going down. It brings like the full circle on the content and on the fun and the enjoyment of the Eurovision season. And yeah, I definitely miss that.
Melanie sucking on the hoverboard. Yeah, those kind of moments.
That was so funny, yes.
Screaming for the entire press center. I was like, oh,
yeah.
God.
During COVID as well. And like you saw, what was his name? I can't come up with his name. The guy who basically wanted to help her, but it was like, oh, wait, it's COVID. I cannot help her. It's like,
I know.
So, like, awkward, but very funny. I love it.
That is funny. Thoughts about the televote only for the semis? We all know why they did it. I understand last year was a big controversial thing that was quickly swept under the rug. The EBU did a good job on that. So I don't like it, but it is what it is. How do you guys feel?
It's just a lazy solution to something that they could have fixed in a different way. And yeah.
It's throwing out the baby with the bathwater. That's all.
Yeah, it just feels very lazy, and the issue last year was not addressed at all either. And like it was coming, like that the entire bubble of the juries would burst at some point because they have not really been tackling it for a long time. Like there's been more issues every single year, kind of sipping through the cracks, and eventually the bubble would burst. And
we've been calling it out for a while now, because I always point like, and that's nothing against Cyprus and Greece, you know, but one of the reasons why we brought back the juries was to offset like this whole like always vote for each other 12 points. And when initially the juries were brought in, that stopped. They didn't give each other 12 points anymore in the juries. In televote, yes, but not in the juries. But then every year they gave them a little bit more, and then for the past 5 years they always gave them 12 each other on the jury as well, you know, and it was never addressed. And there were other situations. That was just one example, right? There are plenty of other examples that you can point at, and it was just ignored. And then, as you said, the bubble burst, and now all of a sudden it's like, well, it's them. How dare they? You know, and it's true. How dare they? How dare they?
How would you guys fix that issue in a non-lazy way?
Well, first of all, you need to address it every year and not just wait. One of the things was they need to talk to the broadcast and the people in charge. This is the 3rd time in a row that you voted the same way. And it's like, well, we always like the song the best. I understand it's a little bit more difficult. But also, in addition, there needs to be more oversight by the EBU. They have just one random person in each country overseeing the voting, and it's not as streamlined as it should be. So the EBU needs to take more control over it, and that's one of the things. I don't necessarily have the solution right here, right now for you, but the fact that they're not trying to come up with the solution, that is the issue. Just like with the televote, I wish they would fix, like, see if they can do something about the televote, because ultimately my dream is to have 100% televote, right? That is my dream. I know in the world that we live in right now, unfortunately, that is not possible. Could there be something done to minimize it? Like, could we do something similar to what they do in Junior Eurovision? I don't know if that would work. Maybe not. I'm just saying the point is that they're not trying to fix it and try different things. And that is what we're looking for. They just kept ignoring it. And
yeah, they should just look at like overseeing it a bit more strict, because I feel like there's this one person who like receives all the votes, but like maybe also have a person in the room while all of them are watching, seeing if they don't really talk to each other, and just kind of be a bit more strict about it. And also maybe increase the amount of juries, but that's
one option, right? I understand
yeah,
that
it's an option, but it's a big ask for smaller countries maybe, and it's like logistically a lot more difficult to realize that. But
maybe a demoscopic jury, you know, like try a demoscopic jury. I'm not saying maybe that will not fix it either. The point is try something different, you know, because you try a lot of other different things. But again, there's the baby, there's the bathwater, both out, you know. So it's just not necessarily what I want. So let's see here. As we're still waiting for some more updates, y'all let me know if there's a TikTok. I'm surprised at first, and the first two came quickly, and now we're waiting. Would you like the comeback of a national final for the Netherlands? I've seen an article somewhere about that. Right, there was an article about, was it the dude, I forgot his name, not Conrad, Cornel, what's his name? Conrad?
Cornel Maas.
Cornel Maas, saying it would not work in the Netherlands because you wouldn't get good artists or acts and songwriters for it, and that's why they don't think it would work, or something to that effect.
Yeah, when we had the national finals, which is quite a while ago, so maybe by time it changed a little bit, the songs you could choose from were not that great in my opinion. And I think nowadays, if artists see, oh, it's a big national final, you would only get like some The Voice rejects and some X Factor rejects and stuff. And the bigger artists are really cool who could present something really cool. I think they would kind of skip out because it's a lot of hassle to beat all the other songs in such a national final. And it's a big commitment. And if you don't win, it might look not too good for you. So I don't think it would necessarily work. And if they were to go for it, I would make it small, a bit more like UMK in this way. But it's difficult to really nail a national final, and you really need a few years to establish that. And Finland has done a great job with it. I'm not sure if it will work in the Netherlands, though. I don't think we have as rich a scene. We do have a rich scene in a different way, but it's more focused towards rap and EDM, and those kind of genres don't necessarily translate too well in Eurovision. So, yeah, I don't think it would.
I find just the reasoning a little odd. Like, you know, you wouldn't get the big names. You haven't sent a big name since Waylon. None of the other acts were known. Nobody knew Duncan Lawrence. No one knew Estine, right? Or like she was not like super famous in any shape or form. Certainly there's two acts this time around. You know what I mean? So it's certainly not like an issue. I think maybe even talking about songwriters, I don't know. Or maybe they're too scared that people will continue to vote for bad songs. But also the song selection back then, what options they have? Like it was the Toppers, and they had 3 the Topper songs or something like that. And the band in 2011, what was it called again?
3 days.
You know, they had 3 songs, and then they had that old guy writing Shalali Shalala, and you had 5 different versions of Shalali Shalala. I'm like, it doesn't matter what you pick. You can can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig, right? So it's just not a fair reason to use. Well, look, our songs flop. Oh, yeah, but you just give them anything to work with. So
I'm not even crazy about like big names entering the national final or Eurovision. I don't think it plays like a big part if they deliver well. So I don't. But you mentioned something, Roy. What did you say? If they don't win the competition, that would look bad.
Yeah,
which I find very interesting because like it's a competition. You know, there will be just one winner, so they would know what they're getting into.
Yeah, exactly. But that would probably hinder them or stop them from getting into it, because they're like, oh, what if I lose? It's not that like it will look bad. I don't think it would, but it's the fear that it might look bad that's like stopping them from competing maybe.
Kind of like what, you know, they didn't want to pick big names in the UK because they're all scared of the curse. But Carol says, you know, Netherlands is doing so well in juniors national finals, you know, so it's almost like you can do it. Why is the Netherlands so good at national finals in junior? Why can't they try it now? Because it is a fair point to make. It's been over a decade since you've had a national final, and the music scene has evolved. Netherlands has evolved. Your artists have evolved. Everything has changed. So,
but the thing is, with junior, you have like this audition period where they just select an X amount of kids and they just kind of assemble them together, give them a very generic song, and give them a simple dance that they can do together. And it'll work on junior Eurovision because it's fun. but you can't tell the artist. If you want good artists, I don't think you can tell them, oh, this is your song, you can compete with this person now and go for it. I think you really need to.
You met 2023, right? That's basically what happened. Am I freezing?
No.
Oh, you mean with this year? Yeah, it did happen in a way. But if you have that for the entire national selection, I don't think the artists would be very happy. And I think you would just have a bunch of X Factor rejects really coming to that show to compete for that. And we want some cool artists. We have a lot of awesome, cool artists that could do good, but oh well.
So I know that somebody said the pictures are up for Netherlands on Instagram, but I don't really use Instagram. You have to be logged in and whatnot. So I don't know how to log in.
Let me check.
Dare you.
I see the main picture, but I have to zoom in. So they should popping up on our website shortly. On our website,
let me check
on the Eurovision website. I wish it was my website.
I was typing in ES United. I don't think that's where it appears.
Oh,
so somebody said they're up on the Twitter machine.
They are up on Instagram as well.
Yeah, on Instagram, yeah, but again, I cannot get into it because I don't use
Oh, but it's not like any wide shot. It's literally just the two of them on
Yeah.
stage, close shots. But they
kind
look
of
very
like-
good.
Yeah.
I don't see them on Twitter yet. Oh, probably Discord again.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Gonna be
I
fun.
actually really think they look snatched.
Yeah, look what? Snatch?
Snatched. Yeah.
Okay, I found them. Why am I? Ugh. When I had to restart, all my screen share went away. Why is my life so difficult? Okay, here we go. Ta-da! All right, so that's them, surrounded by a lot of smoke. So they're very close, like awfully close. Kiss, kiss. All right, next.
I don't think they would kiss.
They said dancing, not dancing, but they're moving. Clearly singing to each other like that. Uh-huh. So I don't think they're doing much. So basically, it's like their own version of, 2014, not being a copycat, but just the vibe of them is just going to be an intimate performance, them on a little platform. Okay. So yeah, as expected, the staging is bare minimum, but when I say the song is bare minimum, it's not like in terms like it is a stripped back entry. You know what I mean? It's not a very like flashy one. So they cannot have a hamster wheel on there. I mean, technically that could, but it would seem a little odd. Based on those pictures and what you see, though, I personally think it's appropriate for the song, especially if they use a more scaled back version. I have to go to you, Roy, because it is your country. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is kind of what they needed. They needed just a simple staging that made them look good. Again, the biggest worry is how it sounds, I guess, combined with the staging. But I can imagine some good camera shots with this. Like we see the smoke, and I like the light in the distance because like burning daylight, which is like, I like that. It's simple, but I think it works.
It's classy. It gives me a classy feel. But as I said, I think it's going to look nice. It's going to sound nice. That is the question. Emma?
I think this is an amazing choice of outfits for them. I wasn't sure what to expect really because it's ballady song, so they could have gotten something very basic, very expected. I think she looks incredible. I think he compliments her very well, and I'm not sure about because these are all close shots. I'm not sure what the rest of the stage might look like, but this is probably what we're going to see on TV. So I think for the song, I think they did quite well.
The website's also updated, so I'm going to bring that up in a second as well. And while I'm doing that, Sean, first of all, welcome back.
Welcome back.
We missed you.
We did good in the quiz, by the way.
Yes. Let me know what your thoughts are while I'm going for this, Sean, when you see the staging here for the Netherlands.
So I've just had a look at a couple of the photos that have come up. This was kind of what they needed to do with this song, I think. Keep it simple, keep it, classy.
Oh, I like the backdrop there. That looks really pretty.
I like some of these photos that I'm seeing here because it's the first time I've seen those. As long as they've got enough sort of, charisma with each other, I think it should work quite well.
It looks
I
beautiful.
I don't know if it's the type of song that needs like a real strong charisma between the two.
No.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh, look, they're putting their. I think this is going to look
they hug.
gorgeous. Well, it looks like when they put. They're not technically hugging. It looks like they put. Their heads on
Oh,
the
The use of
side
shoulders.
lights,
singing.
the use of lights is amazing on this one.
Yes.
Yeah, it does look good. At least it's not red.
You can see the panels here. That looks. I know it's this. Yeah, and it's funny because it's obviously it's a darker performance, but it doesn't feel because it's just a different setup with the lights coming out there, so it doesn't feel dark, at least based on the pictures here. You can
But
see.
we also know that it will rotate on those panels, and I think that shot that you just had with the panels, if you're gonna go back to it, I think it
can't,
might be.
unfortunately. I have to get out of it and then go back, I think. Oh, then it starts over. See, that's so. Oh, we'll
That
go.
one.
I want to see that one first.
Yeah.
Look at that one.
Oh,
That's
no.
really pretty. No, I know it's not that. I wanted to see this one. I didn't care what you want. Okay, so let me go back. This one?
Sure, this one, yeah. I think it might be a moment where it actually rotates like the panels. Like they kind of look like slightly in an angle. So if this is like that final note in the chorus where they kind of have the spotlights turning into the big daylight on the LED, I think that could work really nicely.
Yeah. They can move back and forward those panels as well, can't they? So it could be that like there's like a wave or something potentially.
Yeah.
Wait, they can move the panels forward?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
It's revolving. That's what they called it, revolving.
Yeah. They just but like they can physically bring the panel forward on the stage as well. Like you can make like a V shape.
Right, could never.
As far as I'm aware, you just can't move them side to side. They won't split open.
Yeah.
Imagine having working, moving LED panels.
Now, Roy, you have to now pay attention over the next hour or so to what Dutch media is saying, because they're going to have plenty of opinions, I'm sure.
I think it's gonna, probably. I don't know where to follow all that, but yeah,
they'll find something to pick a hole in though.
Oh, 100%. And like once the TikTok comes out, I think it will be a bit more because then you can also hear it a little bit. But they'll probably pick out the parts where you.
Yeah. Ryan is saying this is a big middle finger to the media that has raised them to the ground in recent weeks. Yeah. Now, we keep in mind, there is still a caveat. How do they sound? It seems like it's going to look nice. Now, the biggest issue were the vocals, and hopefully they'll figure that one as well, because, again, now we're going to have 15 competitive entries fighting for those 10 spots, because we need some sucky ones. Can somebody suck, please? Apparently not. All right.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see them.
It's going to be great. I'm just happy because, after all the negativity that they've gotten, I'm hoping they're getting some love now because this looks great. So I'm happy for them. They should enjoy this experience. Forget about the results. Just make the most out of it and then do your best. And then the rest is out of your hands at this point.
I think
it seems like a lot of it was out of their hands.
I think the Dutch are very similar to the Brits in the fact that like the only people that are going to really criticize the entry the most is like the Dutch and the Brits. Like the Brits hate their own entry. The Dutch are the same for the most part. I think it's just, I don't know, maybe it's just our pessimistic way of thinking as nations, which is like everything's going to go wrong. It's going to be terrible. So
yeah, I was just going to say, well, maybe it's realistic, but now it's more negative. They're pessimistic. You're probably right. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, but it's usually not that. Yes. Okay, what is nu.nl? Do you know that one?
It's a news website.
Okay, they compare the staging to the common linnets. The article is quite positive so far, which I say like you get the inspiration, but it's not too surprising, and as wonderful and effective and beautiful Netherlands was that year. It's not like the concept of intimate two singers singing together is a unique concept. That the common linnets did not invent that. They just perfected it, for the lack of a better word. You know what I mean? They just really executed it well. So yeah, just because it's two singers, male-female duo singing, this is not a brand new concept. That existed for many years. So, but I hear what they're saying.
Sorry, someone mentioned in the chat Poland are also very good at doing that. So I guess we've got a lot in common with them as well.
The negativity?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then there's some countries, no names, that are doing the opposite.
Yeah, don't mention the names because they'll be going for it.
I know. They'll find me. Okay, so yeah, but no, I'm just so glad and relieved for the Netherlands that they will hopefully get a positive response to this, because this looks beautiful. And gosh, yeah. If I was like Austria or Slovenia, I would just have extra drinks, being thankful that I'm the second semi. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, thank God I'm not in the first one. I'm telling y'all, there will be some shockers. I just know
100%.
there will be some.
Yeah.
It's
There's going to be some
interesting.
wild staging that we've not expected yet as well.
Yeah, and some qualifiers as well, like non-qualifiers as well at the same time. I think it'll be. I was felt like we all like. Well, it seems like there are 8 or 9 obvious qualifiers, right? And then like one spot for like where 3 or 4 countries battle it out. This could be a different story.
Definitely not.
That's the beauty about rehearsals, huh?
I always thought from the beginning that every single song in this semi has a decent shot at qualification. Even Azerbaijan, who a lot of people have written of, I think they can definitely do it still as well.
So we'll wait now for also the Finland country. There will be some kind of tower where Karja is on top of it at the beginning. UMK has. I don't know. That's a tweet. Not a tweet. Excuse me.
That's they've literally just posted the description of Finland.
Oh,
the dancers are there still. Yes.
Let me read that to you. We are delighted to confirm that the acid green bolero jacket has made it to Liverpool along with 4 pink-clad dancers. So far, so good. There's also a stack of pellets and huge wooden box. He starts inside it. He's inside a wooden box, then climbs on top and throws a few moves before returning to the floor and leading his dancers in a routine that is uniquely Karja. The song is performed in Finnish, but the lyrics are essentially a bar crawl where Karja starts out with a few pina coladas and okay, this is just again fluff. Okay,
so the big finish, huh?
Yeah,
no.
I'm just gonna take that.
You win the internet.
Well, I win something.
Yeah, I know. Right? So, based on that, what do you think? I mean, it sounds very similar, but once again, just add it with a huge wooden box that he starts inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's got to be a bit of that looky through kind of start that he had.
Yeah.
But now they put it in a box rather than like a big fence kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
I know it's not going to be like that, but when I hear about Finland with a big box on stage, I just think back to Darude and I'd start panicking. But I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Because again, I think how they described it before, it's like 50% national final, 50% adding on to it. And this is, I think, what exactly is happening. So I think you'll be fine. I think you traumatized a lot of people in the chat by mentioning Darude. So John, PTSD is coming in.
I mean, I love Darude's song, but like, yeah, the staging wasn't it.
Yeah.
It wasn't it.
So now it feels like we should be done now because Finland is the last country in Semi 1, right? This is the last one of the day, but that's not how it works. So we still got a few countries in Semi 2 that will rehearse today as well. And then they're going to wrap it up. And then I think then Wednesday is when we're going to have the second round of rehearsals. The weird part there is we're not going to get anything until the evening when there is the clips are being released on YouTube. So I'm thinking I don't need to do early live streams. Because, it's going to be just a rinse and repeat. So I probably will change that, but not tomorrow. We still have live streams, don't worry. But at least gives me some time to pack, because I'm like, I haven't even started yet. I actually just ordered this morning my converters from US to UK outlets. I'm like, I better have some.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Welcome to my world every single year.
Well, that's me too. But I have at least the standard European ones, right, ready. But then, screw you, UK. You have to be...
Yeah.
Have to mess with me.
I hope to have those issues one day.
Oh my God, yeah. Fingers and toes crossed. It will be fun.
Problems.
We'll make it
very
happen.
hard with visas. I mean, if you're coming from Serbia, you need a visa for the UK. So
yeah. Well, how about other countries like EU countries? Sorry, that's a
EU
still
countries.
fresh one.
I don't think so, actually.
Okay, so yeah, even for me, going to the UK is really weird now. I'm coming from the US.
The EU's fine. I think it's from what I gather. Like obviously I'm British, but whenever I've come back into the UK, it always just seems to be like there's a quick route for EU countries, basically passports. So
yeah.
I don't know if it's the case that you need a visa or not, but Roy can
Anyway,
probably
yeah.
answer that.
Roy, who do you want to
Melanie.
represent us next year?
Oh. I definitely have an artist on my mind that probably not even many Dutchies know. It's Prins S and de Geit.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I know. It's basically like a wordplay on princess, which is like princess, I guess, but he's like playing with gender quite a lot in the lyrics as well. And they make like different kind of EDM songs with really, really, really clever texts in Dutch. And it's a massive party. I've been to 2 concerts of them already, and incredible. They are so good, and he's so charismatic, the front man. I think that would be wonderful for Eurovision, and something fun at least for once, because we haven't sent something fun in ages. We're all depressed in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's about time that the Netherlands send EDM, because it's such a big part of the culture and the music scene over there. Like, it really needs representing.
Does it though? Because in Germany, should have sent the Ballermann music that came second in the German national final? Because
no, maybe not there, but then Germany, again, Germany is finally this year representing their music scene.
That is true, because it's more than one music scene. Germany, I mean, Germany's a big ass country, so they have more than
Germany's
one music
got a massive
scene,
metal scene, so
massive,
massive.
That is true. That is true. So we shall see. Matt, oh, it's a question for me. Let me see what it says. Matt, when is Germany going to send some serious Schlager? Oh, Schlager. Schlager. I don't think they ever will. In this day and age. Just like Sweden would not send like a traditional Schlager anymore. Unless, no, I don't see it happening. But I'm not necessarily into contemporary Schlager music. I'm more like drunk, fun, listen to Schlagers from the olden days. Do you know what I mean? Like some of the really cheesy ones. They have catchy melodies and all that stuff. But I don't know. See, that's the different. That's a Schlager as well. That's true. But that's almost like Schlager with pop influence, right? But they're like the more really old-fashioned Schlager music that my grandmother listened to. And I was like, Grandma, I gotta go. You know, it's just not really that's awesome.
Not Schlager, but is there no amount of money that could convince Rammstein to do Eurovision? Because it just seems like
they would want to build the entire stage.
They are so theatrical that it's like they'd just be perfect for it. Surely there's a name your fee and they can just do it, you know. Surely.
That's like asking for can Adele do Eurovision at this point? You know, I think
not the same level, though, I don't think.
I think Rammstein would want to.
Americans, no, Rammstein. Rammstein was big in America.
That's big everywhere,
yeah. So
imagine like a big baby trolley on the stage with like the fire coming out on Eurovision. Hell yeah.
Yeah. That makes me sad thinking about it. I don't blame them, but I would die for Electric Callboy, but they don't want to go anymore. I don't blame them after last year's disaster, I guess. Yeah. But we all like them, right?
It's a good job they didn't go this year though, because it is very similar to Carrier. Like it would have been a bit of a
I would have wanted to see that battle.
So they cancel each other out and have Sweden go through.
They did release a 3-minute song around the time of that German national final though, so everyone was like, well, that's what they would have entered with.
Yeah.
Was it like a train?
Techno Train.
Was it good?
But they released the entire album like not too long ago with a lot of songs that are around 3 minutes. But I think last year would have been a perfect timing. I don't think they'll ever go back to it because now they really made it big. And I think last year they were still at like, okay, a few more fans would be cool. But this year they really gained a lot of traction. And I don't think they'll ever do Eurovision again, unfortunately.
Antonio is asking, opinion on Chile broadcasting Eurovision for the first time. It's an effort to push forward Eurovision Latin America. Well, after that floppage called American Song Contest, I can only root really hard for that. You excited to see that, Emma, having like some other, especially South American countries really getting involved?
I think it would be interesting. And I was actually, what happened to Eurovision Asia?
It's got canceled.
I've seen something that like a website got updated this year, so there might be something coming back again. But I've heard this for years.
Last year, I think they said it's the Australian broadcaster is no longer pursuing this thing, and that's the most recent update we have.
Did I not see New Zealand wanted to enter Eurovision as well?
I'm sure they want
somewhere.
to. Yeah, they want to, but you know, it took Australia how many years? Like 32 years before they were allowed in for broadcast. I'm not saying they're going to wait 32 years for the next country. Eurovision is different now, but I'm sure that's going to take longer. If they just randomly allow New Zealand in, people will be like, well, why can't Canada come in? You know, whatever. You know what I mean? So that it's a little bit. Australia was a prime example where it makes sense. Like, even though there was some people saying it's not Europe, blah blah blah. In terms of logic, it made sense why they would allow them in, and their connection to the contest. That's why China started broadcasting the contest with a hope eventually getting into it, but then, you know, they
couldn't even finish the semi-final without controversy. I don't think they were ever going to be like a serious.
Can you imagine the iceberg?
Yeah. I mean, when they had to cut out certain performances, I'm like, yeah, you can't. That's not going to happen. Yeah. So we'll see. So we are now waiting for the next TikTok. There's a long pause between Azerbaijan. Oh, we have Slavic TikTok. I don't know how long it's been up there.
Slavic TikTok.
Slavic. Slavic. I was thinking of the Slavicer. Sorry, the Czech one.
Slavic TikTok.
Czechoslovakia, guys.
Oh, I'm going to listen to it with sound.
Quiet. What? All right. Again, I have to mute it at some point. Makes me log into TikTok. That's not going to happen. Okay, hang on.
You can see who's got TikTok on their phones and who hasn't right now.
We're not your dolls, we're not your dolls.
Shh, quiet. This is going to be muted once I start performing. There you go.
Oh, that's the start, right? Yeah. This looks good.
It was super loud. That was so loud in my ear.
First rehearsal sound check, and woo, it was like
Love them.
That looks good.
That was impressive.
Pleased with that. I like that.
Emma approves. You approve, Emma?
I was worried about the choreography, but I think it works so well. I mean, obviously it's just a snippet, but I think they are very like coherent with each other. And I think that it sounded solid to me. I don't know what you guys think. I loved it.
Well, here's the thing. This is, again, we'll heavily rely on the camera work, right? But when you just look at it like from far away, it's just like they're doing doing something a little, but it will look really right when you get the vibe. Because what I remember from the national final, and I only watched it once, so forgive me, but I just remember some of the singers were standing in the back, and then just 2 or 3 were dancing around and doing more improvised, interpretive, like da, 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 da. And this is coordinated. This is slick. And it has a direction, and that is what it comes down to. And I think with the cam work and the beautiful backdrop, it looks really good from what I've seen. Roy, you're nodding?
Choreographed.
Yeah.
That's all he needed. It's choreographed.
Yeah, it looks really nice. I really like the pinks, and a lot of the visuals are really striking. I think a lot of people will gravitate towards that. I'm really looking forward to hear this one with good, proper, like on-feed microphone sound. Yeah. It
Finland
looks
update.
really good.
Sorry. We gotta, get the clearly this performance was too subtle because it's kind nothing is happening. Because for the final rehearsal, there's a big firework finish. Also, when you're watching on Tuesday, look out for a very clever use of shadow graphics on the LED backdrop during the first section, and also the human caterpillar towards the end, which I think is kind of what we saw already, unless they elaborate on that. We need a cocktail and lie down now. So
Don't we all?
I am super excited hearing all of that. So I think...
Sorry, can I just jump in? Because I've just seen something and I want to ask Roy. The Netherlands has announced a regional song contest between the 15 regions of the Netherlands, apparently.
Oh, like the Bundesvision?
Bundesvision, yeah.
Oh,
The competition will feature 13 artists held in Utrecht on the 4th of November, apparently.
13 artists.
Yeah.
Are we having a future
And then-
national final?
Sorry,
And then
13 regional
15
broadcasters.
And now 15
regional
region.
broadcasters.
Okay, but then 13 artists. Okay, that's weird. But that's cool. I would like to see what comes from that.
Maybe.
There's definitely some regions
Just
who have
maybe.
like a big
Maybe that's the
advantage,
national final for next year.
That's what I'm saying. Or like at
Maybe
least in the
just
future,
try
in a
and
few
test-
years.
They just test the waters on what they would receive and then maybe look from there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So interesting. Well, lots of updates in like 1 minute. So we got the Czechia clip, and now we got updates from Finland, and now we're just waiting for who took stage after Czechia?
Netherlands.
Netherlands, yeah. We're waiting for the Netherlands TikTok, and yeah, and then who's taking? I know I should have it up, but I have so many windows up. I don't want to slow down my system even more. Who's rehearsing next?
Denmark.
Denmark.
Yeah.
Denmark, yeah. So we're moving on to the second semifinal, and I'm really curious about Denmark and that little, robotic effect in the chorus. That's all I care about. What they're gonna do. So let's see. By the way, comments in the chat about Czechia staging. We didn't get to it. At ESC United, let us know.
But you see, I'm rewatching the Czechia's TikTok, and do you guys think that maybe this is exactly what Croatia's Nevada needed? Like, do you think they would have had a chance to like really showcase had they been selected, or do you think it would like be difficult to go against Czechia because there would be very kind of similar vibey songs on there?
Czechia, and which one? I'm sorry.
If Croatia had chosen Nevada,
I think that's like that live performance was one of the worst I've seen the entire season, and it was an okay fun song, but their choice was definitely Led 3. I don't think it would have done too well, to be honest.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I like that song actually. I'm trying to envision it now, so I can see the case. But once again, I'm always trying to think. We always say, two pop songs would never cancel each other out, right? We had the same feeling, will Italy and Finland cancel each other out because they're on the harder side in 21? They didn't really do that either. So I think there is a place you can have a similar genre without songs canceling each other out. So I'd like to believe, we will never know, but I'd like to believe that I don't think that would happen. I think statistically we have seen that this is not always the case. The staging looks nice. Wish they used the color palette from the music video for their outfits. Would you agree? Would you prefer something more like purpley, what they've done, or you like I call it washed out pink, and there's a more professional way to word for it. But would you prefer different colors more from the music video?
I don't. I already said it before. I think this is a better choice, and they're more coordinated, and it looks nicer and cleaner.
Yeah, I think so too.
As well.
It's probably not as jarring as well, right? So,
yeah, but if you've got like deep purples and that, it's just not as bright and vibrant as it could be if it was like, sort of baby pinks like they are now. And plus it's about, like sisterhood and all that. So I guess that's the optics just kind of lend itself a bit more towards that.
Yeah.
Like
that
in
is
your
true.
mind.
That is true. This person says something. Show. There. I'm worried, honestly, the visual power and sound of the video seems totally lost here. I see like a strange shaking head, Roy. I mean, hard to say with that, obviously, but you disagree.
Yeah, no, I disagree. I think this actually looks a bit better. I think the music video, while it were all separately cool visuals, I think it could have been a bit confusing if you really try to emulate that on the Eurovision stage. And I think this is a bit more cohesive and you really deliver one message. And I think that works a bit stronger. Just have one very strong message rather than having to try and fit all of those little things together.
Yeah. The problem is with all these like artsy staging, they could go really, really we've seen like them, several of them, but remember Poland 2010, where they had like the apple and the girls were biting it and all that stuff, or like Belarus 2018 with the roses and all. It's just sometimes like too much. I'm sorry again, should have not mentioned that.
I've just got like PSD flashbacks from Belarus 2018, like the rehearsals of that.
Yeah,
that was quite a moment.
Yeah, so that was definitely just thinking about that as well. So I don't think you should always go. I think it's better. And I wouldn't call this subtle. You know what I mean? It's not a subtle performance. They're not just standing. They're not doing anything. But once you go too artsy for a lot of people, that's a little almost too confusing. So I think from what we've seen so far, it seems like they have a good direction. Again, final judgment with Hulk, because we need to see the camera work, and even more importantly, we need to hear it, like the actual sound and how they sound. And even the clip that we see on TikTok isn't always completely accurate, because people are like, oh, Lorraine sounded terrible yesterday. I'm like, hold your horses, as they say, with Lithuania 2014. So let's not. Apparently the stage Mia and Dion are standing on can spin. Yes, we mentioned that earlier. It can spin and it can move back and forth, you said as well. Right? It just cannot split.
It can't move side to side. That's the only thing, but it can do everything else. Checkmate Italy. Yeah.
So now we are just waiting for the next updates on the blog. As said, it will be Denmark. Parlez-vous no français?
Probably waiting for photos from Finland next, I would have thought. Guessing.
Yes, we should get. Well, that will be shortly. Pictures from Finland, TikTok from the Netherlands, and Denmark taking the stage. So that's where we are in the process. And I'm pretty sure we don't, because yesterday they only had a lunch break and there was no other break in between. I'm pretty sure they're going to do the same thing today. They're just working hard in the UK this time around.
Yeah, they're working right through to Cyprus.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, who needs breaks? Just it takes long enough. Because they have so many, because they really squeezed 4 days of rehearsals into 3. And, you know, that's quite a lot of work. Although back in the day, we're talking about 3 years ago, like pre-COVID, I think, you know, whatever. Sean, we started Monday at some point. You remember that rehearsal starting on a Monday, and then they did Sunday, and then I did Saturday.
I think I only ever remember like the Sunday. I think the Sunday was the first day. Yeah.
Ooh, I got some nice thing. Melanie, shout out. Apparently, UMK, the Finnish broadcaster, already released a snippet on their Instagram about the performance from Carrier.
You mean YLE?
No, yes. No, UMK, like the official UMK.
Oh, the national final, right.
Yeah.
I'm going there right now, but can I play it without being a lot? It says, oh, that's just some random person. Okay. I don't know. Let's see.
Ooh.
Does it work? I see a picture, but when I click on it, it asks me to log in.
Can you receive like a direct link to that?
Yeah, but it still asks me to log in. Hang on a second. I have an old account I'm logging into right now. Okay. I don't know how this works. Okay, I figured it out. Okay, let me bring this up. Can you see it?
That looks good.
This looks, yeah.
Amazing.
That's it.
Oh my god.
Put money down now. That gave me goosebumps, and that's not the song you expect goosebumps.
Well,
you know what I mean?
This just got interesting.
I am mind blown.
There is Lorraine, just somewhere in the corner.
I love the shadows and like, oh my goodness, that was freaking amazing.
I know, right? That was grand, but it was loud but not noisy.
And it also means they listen to a lot of people, because not everybody, but a lot of people said that having the dances in the first chorus was a bit much, and this was the first chorus, right? And there were no dancers at that moment, so I think they did really good with that.
Boxes.
That's it. It'll be the battle of the boxes. Will it be the Swedish box or the Finnish box? That is the question.
Though.
Yes.
I have a question. Do you guys think that the shadow was animation, or was it projected somehow?
No, it's LED.
Oh, it's LED.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he just knows the moves well, obviously. But,
obviously, like Mons did. With,
although it could be, I'm double checking that right now. Let me just double check.
No, I think it is. I think it is an LED because they say on the live blog, watch out for the LED.
Also because he is holding a pole, and on the LED he's not holding a pole.
Oh, okay.
It's so good.
It's amazing either way. Someone says it looks unhinged. I love the unhinged.
I know, I do like that.
Look out for the very clever use of shadow graphics on the LED backdrop during the first section. So it is an LED sort of. He's mimicking the LED behind, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I think of like Estonia 2015, the shadows, there on the LED when the on that.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Gosh, I wish Incorporesano had this staging, like this opportunity for a staging.
What with the giant box?
We're having a full house here now. Gabe is back.
Hi.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Gabe, did you see the clip? Did you see the clip?
I just came from the UMK Instagram, and now I am very, very excited.
We didn't like it.
I'm very excited. I loved it. It was amazing.
No, we didn't like it. We thought it was a little corny.
Yeah, it was
terrible.
The problem was we have sometimes less is more, and I feel like they're going. I'm kidding. We loved it.
We absolutely loved it.
We were like going crazy.
Gotcha.
All right, he's gone.
He came out left.
Bye, Felicia.
I had to think on the spot to come up with an excuse too. No, it wasn't amazing. Go ahead, Gabe.
No, it was honestly. I thought it was. I really love what they've done with this. So it looks like he's inside that big box thing at the start, and I guess there'll be a camera in there with him.
Yes.
And then he rises
outside, maybe. So like how he peeks through, maybe like in the national final or something.
Yeah, and then but like the emergence of that's going to be such a big moment live. I don't know. I would like to have the dancers down below already, but if they're not there, I still think it's fine because it's going to be amazing no matter what. I think because of.
Sorry, I was watching it back and I just noticed that like he kicks off like some wood from the top of the box as well during the performance. So it's almost like he breaks apart the box as well as he's getting up.
Mm-hmm. Watch the odds in the next hour
as well.
I think it's the dancers are inside the box.
Yeah.
Oh, they are?
Yes. Oh, this is going to be so cool.
You're right. I didn't look at that. I was just so mesmerized.
I was distracted. Yeah.
I'm going to break out of it. I didn't even know it because I was so focused on the LED. Watching it again on the side.
Oh, man. I can't tell you how excited I am now. And this might be a good time to show you, like, if I've got it for some point. If we come up to the conversation later of who is going to win, I feel like I'm ready to share my theory with the class. So you tell me when you want that later. Other than that, I've been trying to keep track while I've been away at lunch. And as far as I can tell, everyone's good. Like, Vesna seemed to be good.
People ask me to show it again, so let me just do that real quick.
Yeah.
How great from you, great to share.
Yeah, I can see them walking in the box.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Winner vibes. I'm sorry, but winner vibes.
100%.
Facts.
Emma did not like it. She just like, I'm out.
Yeah.
This
Her internet might not have liked it.
Yeah.
It's a 2-horse race. I'm sorry, it's a 2-horse race.
It is. It
It
is.
is between Finland and Norway.
You know how to get clicks.
Oh God! No, I think. Sorry, you go. You.
No. Mine's unimportant. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I think that, to be honest, I think today is going to see the start of a bit of a shift in narrative in terms of how close it's going to be. I have been waiting for this day for weeks because the signs have been there for weeks. If you take, for example, and I've been wanting to talk about this for so long, the Eurovision scoreboard app is not representative of the general public, but what is likely is that the most committed fans are going to vote early, right? So as soon as the last song was released, that was Georgia back on the 14th of March. Those people vote quickly. So what you saw was a big spike in Loreen's lead, something like 35,000 points. What if I told you that the lead has reduced every single day without fail since the 22nd of March?
Say it one more time. What if you tell me what?
The lead, Loreen's lead on the ESC scoreboard app over Finland has been falling every single day since the 22nd of March. And I don't just have to tell you that. I've been keeping track because I knew this would happen.
Hashtag overthinking it.
Exactly.
This is what has happened to the lead. You see the big start, the big spike at the start. Look right there. That's the 22nd of March, falling ever since. Look at this. It's getting steeper. The falls we've been seeing in the last 24 hours are the biggest falls on record.
To be fair, I knew regardless whoever would be at the top, it would shrink. It's kind of like what happens every year. It's kind of happened with a lot of things. Happened to Netta, happened to Duncan Lawrence even, happened to a lot of people. So the shrinking of the odds is not necessarily a surprise to me.
The point I'm trying to make here is the fandom has its own view. What I'm saying is, I think, basically the less committed you are to Eurovision, i.e. the less of the super fan you are, the more casual you are, the later you're going to use that app. So you'll think later, oh, there's that app which I'll use, right?
Yeah.
And among those
really
people...
casual people won't use the app, though.
Oh, the really casual people won't use the app at all, but we can't legislate for those people.
I don't even use the app. And I'm not casual.
Yeah.
So my theory is essentially that the less invested you are in the contest, the more likely you are to prefer Finland over Sweden. We'll see if I'm right. I might be completely wrong, and I'm fully ready. You guys ratio me to hell on Twitter after the contest if I'm wrong about this, because I will deserve it. But that's what my theory is based on.
You're getting roasted in the chat already. We don't need.
I just wish you would be more passionate, Gabe, about it, though.
Yeah,
listen.
Emma, I didn't see.
I will happily take the hate. I will happily take the ratio now, because if I am right, I will gloat so much. But if I'm wrong, I'll deserve to be ratioed. So let me say that now. But I want to go. I want to go out on a limb this year. I want to go early. So this is the hill that I'm dying on this year, and let me die on it. If it happens, so be it. I am happy to die on it.
He's so passionate about this. I love it.
I know.
Yeah, just watch Sweden win by about 200 points over Finland.
Honestly, that would be really funny if that happened though now, and I would look like such a dick. But there we go.
Yeah. There was a comment that said that casual Eurovision viewer will probably not connect with Finland as much as we think. But I actually disagree, because I think that for the first time, when I first heard the song, when it was released for the first time, I was 3 seconds in, I was like, oh. This is it. That's it for me.
That's it. I'm still not convinced, though, that I'm going to play more the devil's advocate here now. That I don't know if the staging here will make a big difference with the juries. I don't know if this will increase the odds with the juries on Finland. So I still have the same concerns that I've had before when it comes to Finland. If anything, I feel more confident, or I give Finland an even bigger chance of winning the televote. But my concern was never the televote. It was always the juries. Yeah. And will the fact that the dancers are hidden in a box that he stands on with a shadow LED screen convince the juries? That is where the jury is still out in my book. So I hear you. I'm super excited. I'm this looks amazing. With win or coming last, it's going to be epic. It's just going to be a moment for all of us at Eurovision alone. Put the results aside. Sorry, Sean.
My only hope that one of the criteria that the juries are basing on is the composition and originality of the performance.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just a massive box ticks for Finland. And, vocally he's there as well as he needs to be on this. So... I don't know. It depends how the juries.
I can read you the criteria that they're supposed to use, right?
Yeah.
Take it with a grain of salt. Says composition and originality of the song. So there's your point. That's one of the four.
Nailed it, yeah.
Quality of the performance on stage. From what we're seeing, check. Vocally capacity of the performer. And then you can have a conversation here, right? Overall impression.
You don't need to be the best singer in the world to perform that song. Doesn't need to be pitch
But
perfect.
No, you don't,
For
but
the
it's
jury, though, for the jury.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the juries are not just old people who only judge on the voice. It's also like some pop artists that just get asked, "Oh, you want to judge this year? Sure."
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're going to get these rules, and they're going to get allegedly sat down and say, these are the rules you're supposed to follow.
But they're still going to have their own little taste of it.
Of course they do, but as a guideline, they may say, well, I really think it checks all the other boxes. I think that for vocals, not so well. Whatever, and we're overthinking it.
I'm just going to ask the resident metalhead, like, Roy, what do you think about it, like, vocally?
I mean, it's not really a metal vocal. It doesn't really matter what he does vocally, really. I don't think high energy songs like this, or what a band does, it matters as much that you 100% nail the vocals. I think it matters more in ballads. So I think it's perfectly fine. I think it sounds really good, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's just going to be this will, as I said before, the moment I said it in my jury review, I said it on one of the videos. This will be a performance, regardless of it wins or not, in the history books in Eurovision. It's like one of these groundbreaking, unique performances that happen every once in a while at Eurovision. You're just like, that was a moment in Eurovision, and whatever happens in a couple of weeks. There comes the unbiased side of Gabe out.
Does anyone know what Gabe thinks about this year, by the way?
I don't know.
No. It will be a moment. So, yeah.
That's the San Marino's flag, like the white and the blue. That's San Marino, right?
Yeah, exactly. Suomen mainittu torille tavataan.
Bless you again. So we're obviously excited about, but we're not going to dismiss any of the other countries, of course. We just, this was Finland's little fun moment. I'm sure once we get the pictures, we're going to go through this whole thing again, and then we get the clip on TikTok, and we're going to get excited one more time. But we also got to move on to Denmark soon. I don't think
still no updates from Denmark.
What?
There's still no updates from Denmark since the last, like the introduction to.
I know.
And we still need the official TikTok as well from Finland. Like this was just uploaded from UK.
I just feel so bad for the Netherlands right now. It's like, it's just like. At first, I was like, poor Switzerland. They, again, got the less ideal running order. They're coming right after Croatia, though, right? And a little earlier. And so I don't know. It's just fun. It's just fun.
So after Denmark, who's gonna be after Denmark?
Armenia.
Armenia, yes.
Yeah. Oh, update.
Yes.
Oh.
Denmark takes to the stage.
Oh, I thought, are you gonna update? I'm like, what's the update?
Emma received an update.
Yeah, like what? Okay, I'm gonna read it to you. What?
Interesting. I'm just reading it. It's interesting.
Okay, yeah, don't spoil it. I'm reading it. No, you can spoil it because this is definitely one of the more contemporary tracks in this year's Eurovision, and we're having a little bob in the green room. Riley's set really clever 3-pronged revolving structure. What? Ooh. Each turn presents a room in a different color as he moves through the doorways, making good use of the LED floor and projected graphics too. The visuals flow from the swirling clouds to hearts and emojis. It's fun and cute and gives the whole performance a dreamlike quality. Very Gen Z, but right now everyone in the arena is smiling. Also, on one of the several songs about this, okay, heartbroken, whatever. Yes. So they're going to bring a 3-pronged revolving structure. That is like the big prop for Denmark. So that seems to be a nice opening touch here for Semi 2. Who did we lose? Roy. Okay.
It's not hard with Denmark.
I know, right? He's like, I can't talk about this. I want to hear. I know, Sean, you're actually quite fond of the song. What do you think about this?
I am. I think people are still sleeping on it a little bit. This is a really solid pop song that is going to be a good earworm for people, and especially the casuals are going to love it. It's TikTok friendly, which is the most important thing in the whole universe right now, apparently. So I think that's going to really work for him as well. And it's going to be a real visual feast by the sounds of it, and it's open in the semi-final. I don't see why people are so confident in some circles that Denmark's not going to qualify. I think it's got every chance.
I have it as a top 5 in that semi qualifying. Let me put on my conspiracy hat. Do you think, Gabe, that this is why we have Denmark go first? Because a lot of people were surprised that this was because of the big prop. That's the reason why.
Well, I mean, potentially, because what our audience might not know is actually pretty soon after the song submission deadline, and we're talking days after the song submission deadline, long before they announce the running order, delegations have to submit their sort of proposal to the EBU. And so essentially, if they have known for a long time that there's a big prop, it could be that they move them either towards the start of the show or towards a break. I'm waiting to see how big this prop is, because it might just be, if it's an easy wheel on, wheel off thing, then maybe not. But I think what would also be interesting is who's immediately following it, because
Armenia,
if it takes a while to get off the stage, then they might put something after it that doesn't require much setup.
Yeah, most
sort of
times
a
the
two-ended
setup
process.
is more difficult than the taking it off. Just like with Sam Ryder, it was pretty easy to roll it off. It was just a matter of getting that bitch on there.
Once it's done, you can just throw it into the room. It's not a problem.
Exactly, it's fine. Just put some in the corner. That's interesting. That's a new for Denmark, to bring something new. What we did in DMGP, they made a big change. So unlike what they did with the big chair there, and like with the other acts, they changed it up. Did you like what you saw?
Where? Sorry.
What you heard, I mean, for Denmark. Did you like what you heard with the not soft?
I'm not sure what they mean by the 3-pronged revolving, what is that? The revolving structure. But other than that, it says each turn presents a room in a different color.
It's going to be a box, isn't it?
It's like a big box. I envision it being a big box in 3 different sections, and then you open the door to go to the next section.
What they're talking about is basically they're probably trying to emulate what we saw in the music video already, like those colorful rooms.
I think so, yeah. So I think Denmark, as you just called it, Sean, box vision continues.
But other than that, I'm not really sure what to think about it. I mean, we'll see.
We'll see. I know it's true. It's true.
I mean, if they're making good use of the LED floor, I would love to see that, because it's a good floor and it's clean.
I'm glad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, have you shown what Riley's actually wearing yet on the stream?
Oh no, I have not. But I can.
So people can see, because it is different again.
No, I can't.
And boy, is it different.
What is different? The TikTok.
No, his costume for the stage. It's got like a sort of almost like chainmail-y kind of.
Oh, for Denmark, you mean? Yeah.
I'm coming. Here
There
you
we
go.
go.
That's what he's wearing, and he scroll down a little.
Yeah, that's a very costume.
It seems.
I like that top. It is difficult to pull off a top like that, and he pulls it off. I like that very much.
You could pull it off.
Oh, maybe I should. Should I get something like that when I'm there? And be like, yeah.
When I get there, I want you to wear that.
Please don't do that.
Well, it's going to be that, or it's going to be a luminous green bolero and nothing else. So take your pick.
Please also don't do that.
I want them both. Since 2015, there has been one opener closer of a semi that hasn't qualified for the final. Will this continue the year? And if so, which country? Which one was really only one? Which one was it? Yeah, which one?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm guessing it was in 2015.
Yeah.
Oh, it was what's his name? Edward Romanuta.
Oh, that was justice for that song. That was so trashy. I loved it.
That was your first song that you saw in rehearsals. It will always be a special place in your heart.
It was. It was. First rehearsal in Vienna, and I was like, "Wow, this is amazing! I can't wait to see all the props this year." And then no one else had any props whatsoever apart from like the UK.
But no, that can't be
and
right.
Also, that is right. 2017, Into Deep, Tiana Bogacevic in 2017. That didn't qualify.
2016, Finland didn't qualify either.
I love that song though. I really thought it was gonna do well.
Well, it's got a special place in my heart for the same reason as Sean. That was the first song I ever saw live on a Eurovision stage, and I cried.
Oh, It's one per
Wait,
year.
didn't
Albania
qualify
last year.
either in 21. The Danish song.
Yeah, they're
No,
meaning
that's
to
not
say
accurate.
they're meaning to say that every year one song didn't qualify that opened the show.
Oh, I got it. So there's always one out of the 4.
Yeah, Ronala also last year.
Got it. Okay, I thought
I'm going to throw it out there. Controversial hat. Norway.
No
that
shot.
is
No
controversial.
Out of the 4 this year, it's the one with the most chances, probably
Absolutely
Norway.
no
Listen,
shot.
I don't think it's going to happen this year.
I
What
can
of
kind of
Throwing
see
it
it.
out there.
Of not qualifying.
I did say it's controversial. I don't think it's
Absolutely
going to
no
happen.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
Norway-
controversial.
Gabe, this is
I
the
think
guy
Norway.
who thought that Hungary would win in 2018.
Okay.
It should have.
Okay. Okay.
I was
Right.
not alone in
Okay.
thinking that. I know a lot of people thought that was going to happen.
I
Not just
ju-
on this website, other websites.
Hey, it's your last year. I had to pick on you.
And also, I'm looking at the openers and closers. No, the most likely flop is definitely of those 4 is definitely Denmark.
Yeah.
I think they're all sailing through, but
I
of
think
those
all
4,
4
Denmark is
qualify.
definitely. I think Alessandra's an
Very important
outsider.
block
It's a dark
update
horse.
about
I think she could win.
Wait a second. There's an update. Oh, it's a dog.
It's a dog.
Oh, it's a dog.
I need Gabe. Stop talking. There's an important security update.
It's Iggy.
And it's just Iggy, a very important part of the Liverpool Arena security team, and we love him. He'll be supporting Pasha Paul Fenny next Tuesday.
Oh my god.
Okay. Any more puns, and I will punch you. I'm not a big pun person.
Really? You
No,
always
unless
laugh
they're
when I
very,
make a
very
little
clever.
pun.
Unless they're clever.
Oh, mine are always clever then.
And moving on. So I was really oh, it's a pup date. Okay, I earned. I'm getting all these. I didn't. Somebody in the chat said that you wanted to have puns, Roy. We're just going to do puns all day.
Oh, I love
TikTok,
making them. I hate
TikTok.
hearing them.
TikTok.
Yeah, I love
Netherlands
talking. I just hate
TikTok,
listening to
Netherlands
people.
TikTok. Netherlands TikTok, guys.
Netherlands TikTok, everyone. STFU. We're going to bring this up.
Let's go.
TikTok.
TikTok.
I know. Okay. As always, I have to mute parts of it.
John Cooper, and we're getting ready for our first rehearsal with our lovely backing singers, and we're so looking forward to it.
Gina's fixing my pants real quick, so we're all good to go.
Amazing.
This is where I mute it. Until they.
Oh, that's the little circly thing.
Mm-hmm.
Circular box.
It's huge. It's bigger than I thought. This reminds me of Australia 2017.
Hi.
This is our first time, and it was
Okay. Penny, for your thought. Let's start with the. Are you bored, Roy? You on your phone?
Hey guys, we are meeting live.
He doesn't hear me.
Sorry, did you say, I was listening to the thing with sound.
Okay.
Same.
I had the sound on too, but I just turned it off while they're talking in between. I turned it on once I started rehearsing. Your thoughts, Roy, since your country.
I really quite liked it actually. I think it works really effectively with the rotating platform. You know, we've seen it before as well, but I think it really works effectively, just the slow pace they're walking on as well. Again, vocals we can't really judge too much because it's just from the arena itself, but it didn't sound too bad either. So I think this is a good, nice way of showing the Dutch media, look, we're here to play actually. So just shut up.
I couldn't tell. I think that sounded fine vocally. It's hard to judge really because this is all about camera work, right? So just getting that is not very telling. My only concern is, and don't hate me, I'm getting Verona chemistry here between these two a little bit. I wish they had a little bit more chemistry. Do you know what I mean? Sean, you agree?
Oh yeah, I mean, I saw the writing on the wall for Verona in 2017, like weeks before the contest, and I don't know why more people didn't see that.
Well, they came top 5 with the televoters, you know, so it's a little bit. Oh, I think 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
So it's a
But
little
in the
different
end,
story.
they didn't qualify, so
that's true. But I don't think that the chemistry wouldn't have made a difference there for the juries. The juries would have never voted for it. But anyway, go ahead.
They clearly hated each other. But anyway, like this is a little bit different because I don't think this song is necessarily the actual lyrical content of the song doesn't necessarily need a strong chemistry, but it is quite obvious that there's not a massive chemistry there. I'm going to go against the grain a little bit here, and I hate to be that guy. That didn't sound very good to me, but I understand what Roy's saying, and that it's just arena audio, so could be a different story when it goes on to, you know, the actual live show. But I didn't like what I heard there, and I'm a little bit worried. So hopefully that it's a first rehearsal, you know. Hopefully it's something that they fine tune once they've got the choreography down, because that's what this is about, really. And partly why these rehearsals are behind closed doors, I suppose. So there's less judgment on that aspect. So. Yeah. You know, shoot me if you want, but I just think, yeah, it didn't sound great there, but they've got time to improve.
That is fair, but I want to get a female perspective as well, Gabe. I'm kidding. No, I'm sorry. That asked for it.
How did you know? No, the Netherlands defender has logged on. It's clearly better than it was a few weeks ago. That's the first thing, is that they are getting better over time. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. Trust the process. They did the right thing changing the key. They're clearly more comfortable singing it. That sounded a lot better than the pre-parties did. I think what we're going to see is going to improve rehearsal on rehearsal. I thought that was pretty good, personally. Things to improve, but I thought it was pretty good. I think they'll improve rehearsal on rehearsal. By the time we get to the live shows, it's clearly coming together now. I think it will come together enough, and they will make it through to the final. All bets are off after that, but I've seen enough to feel okay at the moment about their chances.
Okay, so there's more confidence growing within Gabe. Emma, go ahead.
I have to agree with Gabe, actually. I think they sounded fine, and I don't think that the key change hurt them. I didn't help them. But one thing I am a little bit worried right now, from what I've seen, is that maybe they get a little bit, because the rotating platform, like she has to walk on it. I'm curious if it would distract them a little bit. Like, will they do more on the vocal part, or will they do more on the performance side of it? So if they get distracted by the performance, I think they might flop vocally, and we know they've struggled with that. But I don't think what I've heard here was bad at all, actually. I think I liked it.
Okay, back to Finland. They look a little different. They have like almost Ken Doll's hair.
An interesting addition. Oh, they're all like yeah, I like that.
Ooh.
I love that. And they've gone for the bolero without the spikes.
Are they jumping, or is that just, are they hovering?
They're jumping. Yeah, that's a picture. That's a good time, perfectly timed picture. So we kind of saw already that moment, right?
That looks amazing.
Yeah.
And
that's the visual.
Yeah, but it's like he's like, it looks like basically it's a shadow, right? I mean, it's a shadow, but like it's like real shadow. Wait, it's like
it's
amazing.
Well done for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's amazing. They look so coordinated.
So they don't have the
great.
I love the light coming from the back as well, because it makes them even more sinister looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So certainly, a good first. None of the
Very
pictures.
Sexy.
Well, clearly they can't have the strings anymore where he's like holding them because he's on top of it. So it's just, he's going to let them out of the box, the cage, and then they're just doing wild stuff with them, I guess. I think that is so clever. Let me see if the pictures are on the website now as well.
Oh, yeah.
What?
There's pictures of, like, you know, when it goes to the dance part, and it is colorful.
Okay, so I'm bringing them up here right now.
Oh, he has got the strings. He's got the strings.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this up. We've seen this one.
Yes.
We've seen this one. We saw this one. Okay, so that's I didn't expect that is new. You can see even like the screen in the back a little.
It's the spirit of the night.
Very nice.
It does. Very early 2000s.
I cannot believe the comparison you've just made there.
I'm not sure what part of, well, maybe that's the second part of the performance.
Can you feel the love?
Oh, they do have it still. See, they still have them actually on their. Okay,
this is. I think this will be like first verse or second verse because this will be early because they can't. Surely you can't attach that midway through, right? Unless.
No, we'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure. And they have the centipede there, right there.
Yes.
Do not say centipede, please.
Why?
Human centipede. Come on, don't.
Oh,
they said caterpillar on Eurovision.tv.
I didn't say human, but okay, yes, caterpillar. Let's do.
It's like,
here's Johnny.
So have you had an accident in the last 5 years that wasn't your fault?
Excuse me.
Yes, again, the late 90s, early 2000s
flashback. Very late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks mint.
I like it though. It works.
I'm into it.
That's going to be a full-on rave, that part as well. I can't wait.
God, I wish I could experience this live.
Yeah. I wish we could see the full performance.
And I don't get to see it live either because I promised to do the live stream. So I'm like, bummer. But that's okay.
I will be at the jury shows, and then as soon as the last song finishes, I will be racing over to ESC.
Oh, that's okay. You should enjoy it. Don't worry.
No. I'll enjoy it very much, and then I will race back to because I get so excited. I need to run back and tell everyone about it.
Yeah,
I'll be full of energy.
Should be closer than Turin now.
Oh, God, don't get me started. Literally, I was arriving back at that house dead.
I'm like, relax.
Yeah, I remember the live streams. You don't have to like, it was like, yeah, okay, take 5.
Yeah. He just took a taxi. He fakes it all, guys.
Yeah. It's all for show. Nothing's real. I can't make the coma joke. I already made that yesterday, but
this is gonna So Finland, just like so many countries, are bringing their A game, and I am so glad. We haven't seen the whole performance or staging yet, any of them, right? But based on first impression, even last year, we only had the first rehearsals closed. There were some performances like, okay, this concerns me a little.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't feel like we have anyone yet. I mean,
I only can think of Portugal, really. Like, I had the most question marks there with it looking quite dark and not sure about the dress. But for the rest, everything has kind of impressed me.
I just noticed some of the pictures on the Finland gallery. It says Kari are rehearsing cha-cha-cha for Portugal at the first rehearsal of the second semi-final.
I hate when that happens. Happened to me yesterday when I posted pictures. I think I posted Portugal and said Latvia because that's the one before. And people are like, I'm like, you know what it was, smarty pants.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, now I have to put this up. Gabe, get ready, warm up. You're outraged. Clam down, everyone. No chance that the people in Europe will like Finland. It's just the ESC fans that
clam down.
Hype
clam
it.
Down. I will not clam down. I will not clam down. I will clam up. I will become so insufferable. Even more than I already am.
Maybe people in Australia will like it. Don't worry.
I am not. I honestly, like, here's the thing, right? And in fact, I'm going to say this in general about Eurovision. This is something you're meant to get excited and overhyped and crazy about it. It's so much fun. That's the point. Like honestly, it's a massive party. And this is why, even though I obviously have my preferences, even if Finland doesn't win, no matter who wins, I'm still going to have a great time and I'm still going to feel amazing afterwards because like Eurovision is happening. It's happening in my country. I just feel so lucky to be able even to do all of this to start with. So I'm going to stay just as excited as I am. I'm going to get more excited. I'm going to live every moment of this for what it is worth. And I encourage you all to do the same about your favorites too. So get overhyped, get carried away. That's what it's about.
That was so worth it. I'm too
Dutch for this.
That was a political party broadcast from the Eurovision.
Someone just quoted for you, Gabe, my future lover. So
how much money do you have? I'm open to offers.
Oh, Smart.
I'm seeing some chatter on Twitter about the Swedish delegation in talks with the BBC after smoke chaos during Lorene's Eurovision rap.
Well, they're used to that. That smoke chaos in Melfest.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like the smoke chaos continues after Melfest.
Maybe use less smoke. Just an idea.
Wow, that was intense.
I think they've got to go full Nina Sublati with it.
I let the thing blow up. And
I'm still not over that. She would have done so much better. That was an unbelievable performance. Deserved top 10. But
I mean, there was too much smoke for Sam Ryder last year as well, but no one cared. So, it is what it is.
Remember, not Amber, what's her name? From Georgia, Warrior, the other Warrior, Nina. Yeah, that was another interesting.
She also took part.
What?
She also took part.
Yes, I don't know, just one of the Warriors. Well, yes, I'm just randomly went to the betting odds, and it's all green on Finland. It's up to 18% still, but it's green. So, but also to be fair, Israel also seems to be climbing a little bit. They had also good first.
Makes sense. They look good as well, I think.
And then the rest, I don't know. It's for some reason after a while the green disappears on my screen, so then I can't go any further. So yeah. Anyways, and keep in mind we're having fun here, so don't take things too seriously. And if you do, then whoop-de-doo. So now again, let's go for it. TikTok. We are awaiting Finland. That's going to be a little bit because it was a lunch break. Then for rehearsals, pictures, we're still waiting on Denmark. And for the next performance, it will be Armenia. Do we think Armenia is going to bring big props, or there will be LED heavy, like the big bells crashing stuff? What do we think?
I'm curious if they materialize the bells and have them in real life. But
oh gosh, they're gonna have big bells like the trumpets or the big moon.
But
the bell was real for the music video, though.
Like even if they brought them, there would probably be like plastic bells or something. Like they would not be heavy.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, they couldn't have the crash effect in that moment, unless
No, I think
I want to scream and shout.
Ton bell and like smash her head in with it. That's what they're gonna do. It'll be a really heavy bell.
Oh, no.
I mean, it'll certainly be memorable. But unfortunately, in order to win the Eurovision Song Contest, you need to not have your head, sort of smashed to bits along the way
during the performance.
In all seriousness, I think they'll do the bells, but in LED. I think she'll do the drop back onto the floor because that is a really powerful moment. They'll do it obviously with LEDs instead of actual bells, which I think is going to be a really cool moment. I don't know about you guys. I have it down as a sure qualifier. I don't know if you're as confident as I am.
I am
very,
actually
very borderline.
Which one are you talking about? Armenia?
I don't know.
Armenia.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one. I have it as a qualifier. I'm allowed to say that here right now, right? Because if you attack Armenia, I've been getting a lot of heat. I just don't know. I'm getting almost more of a vibe of like, what was her name? Walking out. Ooh. Everyone thought this was going to be like Esther Book. Yeah, that's just going to be like a short qualifier. It what?
That was just underrated.
Yeah, but people didn't click with it. And I feel like this gives me a little bit of a vibe here as well. But at the same time, I think it's just a unique song enough for it to stand out on its own. So I still have it as a qualifier. But yeah, it's not as certain as some people have it for me either.
I have a 10th going through.
Yeah, I think, I don't remember what I had it in. But I'm going back.
It depends on the staging as well, because with Sarah Book, I think it just didn't really work too well that she was alone on the stage. Like she felt very small on such a big stage. And so if they can nail it, I think their odds increase quite a bit. But
I've just looked. I had it as 9th. So yeah, I'm kind of on the fence of it as well.
Yeah. But interesting enough, everyone on the panel said yes. So 12 out of 12 said yes. But, there were, I remember it was a big range between 3rd and 9th place, so there were just, everyone believes it's going to qualify. It was just a matter of how high. So that's why it seems like a guaranteed qualifier, but we shall see.
Yeah.
All right. So, that's a good, to wrap this up. The Serbuk felt because, it didn't come up. Because of the very aggressive visual style. And that's my fear with my future lover as well. I mean, the first part is be good to go, you go, and then it goes like rah, aggressive, rah, you know. Then she gets all angry. So I don't know if that's going to be a similar issue here. If it gets too,
if Finland isn't too aggressive, then I'm sure Armenia is going to be fine.
It's a different type of song, though.
It's a different type of song, aggressive. You know, there's a different, the song, you know, it was a different kind of aggressive. I'll agree with that as well. I don't know if it was, I think the song just wasn't strong enough in my opinion, but that's all water under the bridge now. So let's see.
Hang on.
Okay.
Date coming, I think.
No, I'm just trying to switch back and forth. You usually see like dots for like 2 seconds. Because they're going to
I saw the dots. That's why I thought something was coming, but no.
Yeah. Well, it says it's Armenia's turn to rehearse. It said that a few minutes, 10 minutes ago, but it was only just an introduction. So that was, and then they posted the video of the Netherlands. So that's mostly
the huge success of Snap. I'm not sure they should say huge success of Snap, given that it's like.
Men being aggressive is better received than females in ESC, sorry to say. Here's the thing. I think, unfortunately, that is almost true in anywhere in life, even in politics. When you have a aggressive woman, she's called you know what she's called, while a man is called confident. So I think that is true. But I was actually not even thinking in this case, it's maybe a little different. I think this, to me, is really just the song itself and the style. You know, let's just say Karya would have been a woman. It was Karolina. I don't know. You know, then do you think people would be annoyed with that? I don't think so. Because I mean, Netta was.
It's difficult to say because it's just like that song is so made for him. You cannot see. Any
yeah,
other
it's hard for me
artist,
to.
Even a male would not be able to do that either. And like, it's just a type of song, really. We have never had a female-led metal song in Eurovision, for example.
How do you feel about that, Emma?
I think you have to have like wait, are you asking me about the Carolina part, or are you?
No, just the female-male part in general, the aggressiveness.
I mean, I agree. I have to agree. I think that there is a certain difference, but the problem with Armenia in particular, and don't get me wrong, like I have them 5th in my ranking. I think the problem with Armenia specifically is that they have a very weak chorus. Like that song, regardless of the aggressive part, has a very weak chorus, in my opinion. And I think that had it been a little bit of a better intro to the second verse, I think that it would be like a whole completely different image of the song in general. So I don't think that the aggressiveness is the problem here at all for Armenia.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's always good to get a different perspectives into this. So everyone's talking about Armenia is rehearsing right now. That is correct. We don't have any update in terms of staging and certainly not pictures yet. But that will happen shortly. But first, we still have to get the pictures from Denmark. So stick around for Armenia, some updates, and then don't expect the TikTok at this point. That'll happen in the near future. But when that is, that I don't know. At
some point in the next 24 hours.
Exactly.
Maybe if we're lucky.
Yeah.
I know. When we left yesterday, we were still waiting on Moldova and Sweden's clips. And was that it? I think so, right? When we left?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah. So we're not going to sit because it's going to take forever and we don't just sit around and wait and look pretty. We can do that alone at home.
It's pretty much what we're doing all day, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
So at this time of the day, that's when my thing slows down. All right, I can't. Questions at ESC United. Let me use my other screen here. I need to refresh.
Is there anything on Twitch?
On Twitch? Oh, I keep forgetting about Twitch, only because the action's always happening here, so I never check Twitch, and I should. It's just I'm
Let's
having
get some Twitch questions.
Update for Armenia's stage. Armenia takes to the stage. This starts off.
Yeah, I read that. Mine's not coming up.
Oh, on the live.
I like that outfit though.
Oh, me too.
That's strong.
Love
What's that tattoo?
It looks like a flower or something.
It's like two faces.
Like two faces, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's one of those. Is it?
She's lying on a sloped structure that's been erected at the front of the stage against a backdrop of swirling graphics. And just as the audience is swaying dreamily, Brunette drops a fierce rap interlude and the whole thing goes off, capital letters. Doesn't really... No, they're not really giving much away about the actual...
Did I need to read it?
On a slope. Yeah, there's not much to say. There's a sloped structure that she lies on at the start, and then she starts rapping, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, so I tried to talk. I was on mute again, apparently. I was like, guys, I'm talking. And you're just all like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you guys are rude. This starts off as a soft piano ballad with Brunette lying on a sloped structure that's been erected at the front of the stage against the backdrop of swirling graphics. Then, just as the audience is swaying dreamily, the audience... How there's no audience there?
Well, probably
on the backdrop.
In the arena.
Okay, maybe on the backdrop they have an audience. I don't know. Brunette drops a fierce rap interlude, and the whole thing goes off. Brunette has an incredible stage presence. Okay, I can see better. Okay, so yeah, it's not a whole lot. So it seems like it's only her on stage, right?
So we're getting at the minute.
Pretty much what I expected, to be honest.
I mean, no props, no nothing. I wasn't
slope, right?
A slope?
That's what Sean said, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Lying on a sloped structure. I'm a dumbass.
Yeah.
Okay. That's been erected at the front of the stage. My brain's going into 15 different directions because I'm looking at the screen. Yeah, so this is going to have a sloped structure. Okay, whatever that means. And then that's what. Oh, that's what she looks like. I'm looking at her. You guys can see it. Okay, so let me share my screen.
I'll just be back in a sec.
Okay, dokie. Here you go.
Let's gossip while he's gone.
What a
I love the costume. Like the costume really gives like great vibes. And she looks amazing in this.
Yeah, I like it actually.
Everyone who has a tattoo in that position on their arm is really, 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 really cool.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Oh, hey, yeah.
I have a goat tattooed there.
Yeah.
Why the goat?
Because I love goats. Goats are fun and cool and jump around all the time. And I don't know, just love goats.
So they're a bit like...
Wouldn't it apply to a lot of animals?
It would, but I don't know. I particularly really like goats. So.
Wait, I'll just get a charger. I'm still here. Don't...
Okay, we're gonna have 2 empty screens. Go ahead, that's fine. I'm totally fine. I don't care. She actually turns it off like a pro instead.
So now she's just a big E.
She is the professional, Sean.
Yes.
Yes, I tattooed it because greatest of all time, and I think highly of myself.
I keep forgetting about that goat thing. Yeah. Matt,
he's the goat. Sorry,
Matt. How are you doing? Need a coffee? I do. Can you guys hold down the fort for a second?
Yeah.
Yes, we certainly can.
You worry.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, while he's away.
Matt's gone. Everyone break the rules.
Okay,
let's hear you, you idiot. Okay, I'll be back.
Let's answer some questions. The cheese, I cannot put it on screen.
We got super chat.
Super chat. That is more important. ARIA. So Aria, I guess. I am attending the jury grand final show on the 12th of May. Can I take video during the show? And any suggestion where should I go between 11 p.m. until the next morning while awaiting for the first train back to London? Well, firstly, thank you very, very much. It's very kind of you to donate us some money. I can't put it on the screen because Matt has the hosting and stuff, so otherwise I would have done. You got to watch a jury grand final. And if you can take videos,
you can take videos. You're not meant to record the screen. But
yeah,
if you're recording the actual performances, I don't know how strict they are. I feel like you have to wait until after the live show.
You can take small
I do have
videos.
an answer about this. If you post large amounts, especially if you do it during the shows. If you post something on social media, especially if you're sitting, you post something on a video of the jury show, a long video, more than like 10 seconds of an act on social media, like if you took a 2-minute video of a song, posted on social media, and they worked out where you sat, you'll be removed. Yeah. But if you're taking little videos for yourself and you're not being too blatant about it, then it's about it's the spirit of the rule, right? The idea is not to spoil the surprise for the live shows. But if you want to take videos for like your personal memory and stuff, no one's going to stop you doing that. I mean, as for being at the show, I really hope I'm going to see you there. I will be there.
I mean, I know the jury show's a bit different, but I mean, I was taking videos when we went to that afternoon show in Turin.
Yeah,
for myself.
I was taking small like videos as well.
Yeah, no one like comes up to you if you're like filming or taking photos. It's just a case of
just don't post them.
Be careful. Yeah, be careful with social media and stuff like that. So
yeah. And for your second question, anywhere you can go after the show. I mean, there is a lot happening in Liverpool. You can just go into any pub probably, and they'll have Eurovision music on and people partying.
Yeah,
we might probably
it's a party city somewhere. There'll be plenty going on.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can find places where a lot of Euro fans will be, and you'll have the best of times because all the Euro fans are there for a reason, and you can embrace each other and hug each other and have fun with each other, and maybe we'll see us as well. Who knows?
Yeah. And just to reiterate, because there are a few people in the chat just saying there is meant to be a train strike on the 13th of May in the UK. So if you are travelling to Liverpool or from Liverpool on the actual Eurovision final day, just keep an eye on timetables and things, because I know the government are trying to stop them striking on that day, but I don't think that's going to happen. So just potentially look at like National Express or coaches or different things. So or like don't know how else you could do it really, but take a look. It's not ideal, but then that's the nature of a strike, I guess. It's not meant to be ideal.
I also want to say just quickly, I've been made aware that we are apparently the sort of top trend on the social media app Yodel in the Eurovision section in Finland. So I just wanted to say, hyvää päivää to all our friends on Yodel. Rakastan teitä kaikkia.
Okay.
Kiitos Suomi.
Yes, bless you. Whereas Matt just went for getting a little coffee. He woke up at like 2 a.m. for him. So I guess he's like getting adjusted to our time schedule as well. But
he's a trooper. He was up at 2:30 and he was eating like cold chicken nuggets from the day before. So he needs a break.
It looked horrible. It looked really horrible.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Matt. Matt didn't look horrible, but
Yeah.
The food, not Matt. Matt looked glorious as he always does. I love that.
What happened? Did we lose Matt?
He's dead. I'm sorry.
He died.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, how sad.
Everyone else in the chat first, Matt.
Yes.
I see the cheese. I don't know what the end of your name is because I can't read it. Cheesecake or something. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Do you think Belgium could come top 5 with the juries? Gustav is a great singer with great charisma and a great message. What do you think, Emma? Could Belgium come top 5 with the juries potentially?
No.
Can you see that universe?
I don't think so. No. I mean, yes, he's great and he's great charisma and a great performer, but I don't think that's a jury bait song necessarily. Yeah, I think he will probably bring a lot of the party to the stage, but I don't think like with the juries, no.
I would have said no, but then he finished 8th in Euro jury with the jury vote. So there's a potential that maybe, because it's meant to be quite reflective of the jury vote, I guess. I don't know, but it's got more chance than I probably give it credit for, but I'd be surprised.
It could be a case of like when Tamara Tedesca won the jury vote, or when Austria did it in 2018 as well, like just a very left field kind of song winning the jury vote all of a sudden. Belgium could be a decent shout for that slot, to be honest. Like he's got great vocals, great charisma, like you say. So I could see a universe where it happens. I don't think it will happen though.
Same. I think the same.
Oh, stop talking terribly about him.
Oh, God. I've been watching you for the past 2 minutes, so don't worry.
But I think that actually Gustav, just to add my sort of 2 cents to this, I think Gustav, I think qualification isn't a question anymore. I think actually this is a song that has come quite a long way since it's selected. Once people, obviously, I think there was a big fan favorite in that national final in Samon Oui Pas. I think once people sort of mourned that, I think people started to warm to the song, and I think what you'll see is people will really relate to it. It's fun, it gets you moving, it gets you dancing. Gustav is a really, I've been watching some of the stuff he's put in for the Eurovision A Little Bit More series and things like that. And, he is such a sort of consummate musician that his performance is going to be really solid. He's got some great backing dancers. So I think it's straight to the final, and then let's see what happens. Anywhere in the final, I think they can be very proud of that song and that performance.
All right. Thank you for the super chat. Somebody says, I'm attending the jury grand final show on 12.5. Can I take a video during this show?
We covered this, Matt. Don't worry.
We've done this. We're professionals at this point.
Okay.
But it's on the screen now, so let's go.
Yeah.
Somebody said, please post it. So that's why I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay.
And I want to at least give credit away. So thank you for the super chat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Here is what I agree with the statement, because I disagree with you, Gabe. Gustav is the Für och Flamme this year, funback throwback that will make people fun and dance song vote. Yeah, but but they didn't qualify, and that's I have Belgium as a non-qualifier actually.
I'm so upset about that. I love them. I loved that entire song, and I'm so sad it didn't qualify.
Mine was my favorites, especially it became the biggest grow and was like in the end like in my top 3 probably. So yeah, it's. Oh, you're going crazy in the press center. Well, it was just me and Melanie, basically. But still, I was still going crazy. But I have my friend from Denmark there, so he would board me his flag for like the 3 minutes. And I was allowed to dance with it. Yeah.
But someone made a point earlier when they said something about the Euro jury not being very like telling of the actual juries.
Who's on the jury?
I don't know.
Well, Euro jury.
Yeah, who's on the Euro jury?
Select like 3 or 4 different. They're normally like singers or former national final performers from those countries. So they come up with like a jury basically to try and mimic the jury vote at Eurovision. And it's been, I think Sam Ryder won it last year, and he obviously won the jury vote as well. So I think it's like semi-telling because it's.
So who did win this time around?
Sweden.
Okay. Well, then no surprise. Yeah. But how many people are on that jury?
It depends. So some countries, for example, Andorra just had Susanna Georgi, but there are some, for example, they have a really good contact in Malta who gets them a lot of jury members. They had 7 or 8 people for the Maltese jury, or loads. Basically, the Maltese jury was huge. So it's all varied. So it gives a pretty good idea. It gives you a sort of indication of what the juries are likely to enjoy, but at the same time, I don't fully believe it because some of the results I looked at and I thought, okay, well, that's not going to happen in the actual contest.
Yeah, where did Finland end up in that one?
Oh, it was quite low. It was like 9th or something.
Really?
Let me find it again.
Yeah, it did terribly.
Jury results of the Euro jury: Sweden top, France 2nd, Italy 3rd, UK 4th, Norway 5th, Finland were 10th.
Where's Spain?
Spain was 6th.
Oh.
That's just the jury side, though. I think Finland won like the online vote, televote type thing that they did.
Yeah.
And Austria was 2nd in the
televote. Yeah, it sounds like these are previous singers, right? They don't produce or a song that it's not as very. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot speak to that because I don't even know anything about that particular jury. I don't watch the OJE at all. I feel like they put so much stock into the OJE and the jury. Like, I care not about it at all. Even the Eurovision scoreboard.
I understand that like they're all predictions, but the thing is that because there's like quite a few. So you've got like Euro jury, OGAE, and then you've got like ESC scoreboard and all these places. You know, Gabe's favorite thing. There's starting to be trends that are coming up. So like the same 6 or 7 countries seem to be doing well in each one. So you kind of get an idea of, which countries are probably going to do well.
Yeah, kind of like Moldova last year came 2nd in the televote. That was pretty much caught in those polls as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That was sarcasm. So yeah, so how it goes. Staging off the show can make a big difference as well. I feel like that doesn't mean always, but
it's an indication, but it's like a weather forecast. Yeah. Things can change,
Ooh, something about country. A newbie question. I haven't read the rest, so I'm just want to saw the newbie part. If ever France wins, I suggest to tribute Quebec in a way or other, like Australia, that provided so much for Eurovision in history, and we already have OG. What's OG?
I think maybe the comment got cut off.
I don't know.
It just stopped.
Ogres? Maybe they have a problem with ogres in France.
Yes. What are you doing in my swamp? Olympic Games. Olympic Games.
No, dear Quebec.
Olympic Games. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, they have the Olympic Games coming up, right?
Yeah, in France.
Yeah, because it was either the US or France. It kind of flipped them around, right?
Yeah.
And
they've got Junior Eurovision at the end of this year as well.
Because then in 28, it's in my city. Oh gosh, the traffic.
We're all gonna crash at your place.
Just enjoy it.
You've got a World Cup in 2026 as well.
Oh.
We do?
Yeah, America.
No way, Jose. But that's right. No, you know what? I'm lying. I knew that because there's one game in Southern California. I just forgot where.
Yeah, not in Jose, I think. So the way Jose is pretty.
Yeah. No, San Jose is not Southern California. That's Northern California.
Anyways, guys, I think I have to drop out of this wonderful.
Thank God.
Oh, no.
Really? Oh God, no.
Yeah.
Are you going to be back tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. I need to go to a hairdresser at some point. I want to do that today, but
that'll take 6 hours at least.
Exactly.
Just I just went last night. And,
I should do that. Just only like a little stripe in the middle.
I'm not spending all that money on my hair. Ain't nobody got money for that.
Do the Katia.
Katia.
I'm already gonna paint my nails like Katia or like Katia inspired for.
Love that.
So don't worry.
All right. Well, have a good day, Gabe. Almost said Gabe. Roy. And
bye, Gabe.
Bye, Gabe.
Roy, I'm being removed.
Hang on. Before Roy goes, Denmark pictures are apparently up.
Okay, well, I'm gonna drop. So good luck.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
He didn't care.
He
okay.
like Denmark.
So let's see here. Denmark dropped. No, not Denmark. The pictures were kind of bad. Denmark dropped. Okay, so.
Ooh.
Click, clickety, click, click. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Okay. Da-da.
Oh, I quite like that actually.
Okay. That's cool lighting there. You look kind of fragile there. It's like a very distinct look, that could work. So there's some pink. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, so you see behind his head, like to the right, the bottom right corner, you see the wheels of the box.
Oh, we're very good at picking out wheels immediately.
I know that. Focus on the wheels in this one all the time. There's a doorway there, right?
So is it easy? Is he going to walk?
So it's not like a box actually. No, so it's really just he walks through that.
Are they turning the thing while he walks through it then, possibly?
I'm sorry, Stefan, someone just commented, yes, Barbara Pravi.
I try not to laugh. I know this is not nice.
Oh, sorry. Oh God. See, Stefan, that's why that's why I love you in this chat. Anyway, back to the show.
Okay.
He does look a bit like that.
Okay, even the earpiece matches his shirt.
That's a nice little detail, though. I like that.
It looks good.
Whoever said that it was great, that reminds me of Eurovision in Belgrade, like the staging.
Because of the way the curves and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I see, that's a cool effect. Like we don't really see the side lights as much in the pictures. You can see that little this looks cool.
I like it.
Yeah. Oh, so then that's
cute.
So they're not gonna have any dancers, as we can tell. It's just him.
Unless they come in at the end and this is like halfway through.
I doubt it from what I'm seeing, but you never know. It does. The dancers seemed unnecessary to me as well. And I don't mind dancers, but they're like, I don't know, they didn't add anything except doing, so.
Making my way downtown.
That looks so. Yeah. So I like what I'm seeing. Sean, what do you think?
I think it looks good. I think this is going to be quite an effective staging for them. It's fun, it's eye-catching. The colours are very vibrant, and I think it's a nice way to welcome people into the show. So I think it's going to work. remains to be seen, obviously, if there's anything hidden under the sleeves that, you know, maybe the photos aren't showing, because I have a feeling some delegations might be like picking and choosing what photos they want releasing onto the website. I think they might be like, we'll want to keep this secret, so can you not send those photos out? I could be wrong. Maybe the EBU are just like, well, we're just going to post it. So, but no, I think it looks like it's an effective staging for this song.
I think this is the point where you want to show your cards, and most people are, you know, unless, of course, you're Flo Rida, where they keep it a secret until the very last second, I guess, you know.
If you've got a bikini contest in America to go and judge, then maybe you have to keep your cards to your chest. But I think
maybe there was still a chance that he wouldn't come. I don't know, but I don't know.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry. Someone, hold on. I'll just.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Someone
it looked like some building noise in the background or something.
Famous last words.
If you guys are interested, BBC Eurovision have posted a backstage of Karia doing his postcard. I can put that up if you'd like.
Sure.
Give me one moment, please.
Sorry, someone was literally mowing the lawn right now. It was so loud.
Oh, that's fine. We could barely hear it. We just heard like a little like. It was more like a cat. Like this was very upset.
Here we go.
Wait a second. Wait. I'm not. I have to bring it up on mine as well.
Whoops. Okay. And by the way, just follow the account while you're here. Anyway.
That was so.
What?
That was extremely shameless. Sorry.
So shameless.
It's Finland. It's Helsinki. It's great. Great to be here.
Ready for the snow fight. 1, 2, 3, go!
Now I'm warming car, and then we go outside and do crazy stuff. Yes. I'll go there.
Is that Liverpool? No.
No. Not because of the snow. It must be.
Oh my God! Is that a sauna Ferris wheel?
Oh, like, that's not nice.
Sauna. I hang out and chill out with my friends. Duck, Mr.
It's
Duck.
Ferris wheel sauna.
This is party. This is Finland. This is sauna. My last shot, I have to jump. Jacuzzi. Woo! Let's go.
Oh, God.
I love his broken English.
Protect that man at all costs.
Charismatic.
His broken English makes it even more endearing, doesn't it? The way
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
There's something about it that makes.
I hate to say it though. I think it's a character because he had very good English in Amsterdam. I think.
I was going to say, is it a character? I was wondering about that as well because it's hard for me to run into a Finnish person his age that doesn't speak English decently.
No, he had very good English in Amsterdam. It wasn't like obviously perfect, but he could understand me. Yeah. If he can understand me, he's got good English. So
I mean, when I went to Finland, I think the vast majority of people, certainly under 30, 35, all spoke English. Charismatic. That was a good joke in chat. Well done. But I think at the same time, you know, it's possible. It could also be a confidence thing. You know, when the camera's on. I mean, like I can speak from experience. I remember some years ago now, I did an interview. I did a TV interview in like the back end of nowhere on a Russian language TV channel in Russian, and I was terrified. And my Russian was terrible because, I've lost my train of thought now. Sorry, because you've got but when you're off camera, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot
casual. It's the same thing. What happened when I interviewed Sergei Lazarev in 2016? 2016. That's when he had always a translator in there with him, but it was just to make him feel safe. So because he felt he didn't feel comfortable enough to speak in English, and then he just spoke the entire time. He didn't even need him, but he needed that as a safety net, and that's I think it's just a level of comfort. There's one word I think he had to ask for, and I'm like, no, you said it right. So. So yeah, I get that. I get that.
But go check out Melanie's interview with Karia from Amsterdam because it's a very good interview and obviously shows that he's very good at English as well.
Yeah, that's good. Now, he is
it goes a bit off the rails, obviously.
Well, it's Karia, so that's kind of how it's supposed to go.
And also, one thing I learned because I saw a Finnish person on my timeline making a joke, making the baby joke. I now know that that's also the way that you pronounce baby is also kind of how you say the A's in Karia's name. It's the same thing. So it's like Karia, sort of something like that, rather than like Karia.
Karia.
I say Keria. I think my son is like because it's
Keria.
like the German umlaut is kind of similar.
It's isn't it like Karia? I'm sure he says.
I always say Karia, and sometimes people say Keria, but I think he won't take offense. Just like when people mispronounce my name, I don't get like all butthurt.
Yeah.
What, Matt?
Matt fried riches.
My thigh ass. That's what that's
Oh God, thigh ass.
Sound like thanks.
We've got an introduction for Romania, so they're on stage now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun fact, we asked Theodore what his most disgusting habit was, and he said, I forgive my cheating ex-girlfriends. There is much to unpack here, but we're available for wine and therapy. He's like 18. How many cheating ex-girlfriends
You're
does
making
he
that
have?
up. You're making that up right now.
That is exactly what they've written.
You're a liar.
There as well.
No. What? I'm sorry. I'm like almost appalled by this.
It's a bit much, isn't it? It's like
It's
quite intense.
I prefer the naked sunbathing, not sunbathing. What did he do?
Meditating.
Meditating, yeah. I forgive my cheating ex. That's not a disgusting habit. That's a great habit to be forgiving.
Yeah,
she was disgusting for doing it.
It's a bit like cheating ex is. It's like this guy's like 18. He's been through a lot. It's like, I mean,
to say like it's a habit. It's like, can't stop forgiving ex.
And it's like terrible. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. It says, I forgive my cheating ex-girlfriends. And here comes the block. And here comes the block. There's so much to unpack here, but we're available for wine and therapy. Like, that's a person who is struggling, being cheated on. That's traumatizing. Is that just me? Am I overreacting?
No. But at the same time, I mean, once, I'm not sure I should tell this story. Okay, this might be oversharing, but basically...
Oh, we're good here for that. Go ahead.
Okay, so I discovered after, when I was 18, I had a relationship and it fell apart. And then I found long after we'd broken up, that on the new year of that year, this would have been 2014, 2015, on the new year of that year, I found out that this person had cheated. I found out that they cheated on me on that day. And then I was drunk the following new year, and I had never spoken to them or confronted about it. And when I was really drunk at like 3 a.m, I messaged them and I said, "Happy cheat-anniversary."
I mean, that's the pettiness. That's the petty. Yeah. But
I waited a whole year for that. That's the best bit.
Yeah, I kind of support it though. So.
Did they message you back?
The next day, the next day. I won't go into the conversation after that, but.
So you're just gonna give us half the tea?
I know. Well, it's like the sequel was canceled.
After that, it was just. I really shouldn't. I know I shouldn't have done it, but it was really satisfying. Oh God.
Wait, Gabe, can I ask you, like, what's your zodiac sign?
Scorpio.
Okay, makes every sense in the world.
No. I hate most Scorpios. I'm kidding. But I don't get along with Scorpios usually. Isn't that weird? I don't believe in astrology anyway. It's just always, but clearly there are plenty of exceptions. But I'm always like, why am I not getting along with Scorpios? But
yeah, I don't know. Like, I believe it where I want to believe it. And
yeah, no, when it's convenient. Like when you look at the positive traits of like, oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm that. And then all the bad stuff, I don't do that. That's not, no. How dare you? What? So offended.
It's almost like the cover-all statements for most people.
I know.
Oh no, did I say that out loud? Oh my God.
Anyway, so I think we got a little bit sidetracked here. So let's talk about Romania. Oh no, that's still the introduction. So he forgive his.
So Romania's on stage literally now, like he's just starting.
Still crying about his ex-girlfriend, and Team Eurovision just like get the popcorn ready. I'm just like, that's just me, but I don't. It's just okay. I'm letting it go.
Did someone say statements? I'm not over that. I'm not over statements not getting to Eurovision.
Same. That
should have been Loreen's second win.
Yeah.
Can I really ramp up the controversy?
Yes.
Is that how Brits say it?
No, controversy. Oh, controversy. Sorry.
Controversy.
Statements is better than tattoo.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I do agree. I think statements. I remember I heard statements. I remember I was on video call with one of my friends.
Statements is probably better than Euphoria as well. I'm just going to double down.
Yes, agree.
I actually agree. No, I heard statements. I heard I heard a leaked piece of rehearsal footage in 2017 from Malfest, and I heard it and I thought, oh my god, that has to win Eurovision. I remember I was literally speechless. It was that good. Yeah. This is for all the people who say that I'm a Loreen hater, by the way. That song, I was desperate for it to win Malfest. I was desperate for it to win Eurovision. It would have been amazing.
I'm not even sure how it did, what happened in Melfest that year.
Anton Hagman has questions to answer. The Swedish public have questions to answer.
Don't you start. What happened?
Don't you start, Matt.
No, I'm kidding.
I Can't Go On has aged like milk. Like milk.
What has aged like milk? I'm sorry.
I Can't Go On.
That was already milk back then. So let's now. I was just pulling your leg. I'm kind of shocked. Let's go something here from the viewers. I'm kind of shocked that nearly every single country is serving staging. I will say, I agree. As you know, we mentioned briefly some countries, but no one really has been the country shoot, right? Again, we haven't seen the whole thing, but just based on first impression. So I would hate being that first country. Because I think last year, Albania was the first country rehearsal and had that moment a little bit, right? So took that pressure off.
I was just going to say, I don't think we've had any of our traditional overthinkers go yet, though. You know, the ones that sort of really overthink the staging.
Like?
Romania, Belgium, Greece, Poland.
Greece. They're going to go something.
San Marino. You know, there's Austria as well. Austria. There's a few countries that are. We've had the Czech Republic. I guess they've passed the test, but yeah, there's a few countries, and obviously in the final, Germany, UK, France. So there's time. There's time.
Do you remember? Oh, I'm still mad at you, Sean. You put me in so much hot water when you criticized the green screen with Greece. And I had to suffer the consequences of that.
I don't think that was me.
Well, you and Roy, you were. No, you were. You were, but you were not that bad. You were not bad at all. No, you were too. But you were not that bad because you said always you liked the parts better where she wasn't on green screen. I remember.
And somebody came over and
you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I'm just pulling your leg. You're right. I'm just saying you were the one who said it, and for some reason I was. And then they came to us and be like, "How dare you hated Greece?" Like, no, we didn't say that.
I love the Greece. We dance to Greece music at our weddings.
There's one of our highlight moments. That one.
I think the worst I got was Croatia 2017.
Like, that still follows us this day.
Absolutely slaughtered for that. Still stand by it.
I stand by that one as well.
Yeah.
Same for Iceland, but that was a positive response because we were very vocal in our support for defending Hatari against that one. You remember that one host that came in and wanted me to shit on them?
Yeah. That's
I was like,
in Israel though. Like the Israeli press, I think, wanted to try and do a number on them.
Yeah, and then and she's like, but I'm like, no, I think it's just a statement. I like it very much. And then she's like,
okay, thank you. See you.
That was pretty cool too.
Anyways, so much drama.
Yeah. Anyways, what is your favorite Sweden's winning entry? Everyone, pick one.
Gosh. It's got to be Waterloo, right? Has to be.
In terms of most iconic, yes. But in terms of my favorite personally to listen to, I know it's the stereotype. I know it's like quite a typical one for modern Eurovision fan, but Euphoria is iconic for a reason.
Yeah.
Yes, I have to agree.
And it's barely aged at all in the decade since. So for that, it's not as fresh as it was in 2012, of course, but I think it does really. It's got a special place in all of our hearts, I think.
I think it definitely changed the contest in terms of the the trends and what are people looking for in Eurovision and like what is expected of a Eurovision entry a little bit. But I also have to say, I know this may sound a little bit controversial, but I really loved Heroes. I think Mons did an incredible job as well.
Yeah.
And I know that people will say that, oh, you know, but that song was so like random. That song would not have been anything without the staging. And like, okay, maybe, but like as a whole package, I think it was still iconic.
Yeah. I will say I actually liked all Swedish winners except for one. But if I have to pick one, I'd probably go with Sean. I guess it's just Waterloo, I guess.
Classic, absolute classic. Yeah. I think Heroes was just kind of, for me, was very symptomatic of Sweden's style over substance era. And I just get like, it was just a real sort of, the song is not, it's good, but it's not like, oh my God, you know. And the same with like, I know Euphoria sort of dragged us into a new era of sort of, you know, modern Eurovision. And I understand that completely and I respect it. But I never thought it was like the second coming that a lot of people think it is, and like it's still good to listen to, but I don't think it stands up as much as possibly a lot of fans would probably, you know, say it does.
Yeah,
Loreen had way better songs. Like My Heart Is Refusing Me. I know the Melfest version was different. The album version of My Heart Is Refusing Me would have absolutely slaughtered Eurovision, and it would have been like easily the best Swedish winner.
Agreed, 100%.
It doesn't work out like that sometimes, unfortunately.
Somebody asked me to press them nuts. They're missing space in Sean's name. So
there needs to be a space after your name.
Oh, how do I edit it?
I'll do it.
Ta-da! Thanks, you. I did put a space. It must have gone missing for some reason.
Maybe when it happened, you know, technology.
Yeah.
As I said, I'll probably switch softwares after this Eurovision. I used to use like Streamlabs, all that stuff, but there's always such a delay, and my laptop slows down. I cannot talk today. Slows down so much. My German comes out. Slows down so much. Slows down so much.
Revealing himself as a Netherlands stan. Sorry,
I either need to
Netherlands.
get a new laptop or I need to use a different software. So anyway, what were we talking about before? I don't remember. Space, I guess. No updates yet, right? So Romania is still rehearsing. And then we're just waiting on.
There's still no TikToks. I checked a second ago, unless they've literally just done one.
I want that.
I guess they've got the gap. The TikTok people are on lunch as well, obviously.
Any wild predictions that no one else is saying? I think Greece top 10 is incoming. Could there be a wild prediction, not just a you know, unpopular, like just something that no one could see, like, you know, Moldova second place in the televote kind of thing? I mean, we all kind of had a feeling it would do well once we saw the staging and all that stuff, right? But before they did that, is there anyone left where you're just like, I'll have one? And my bias may come in, but I'm usually not, because I'm actually more harsh. I can see Germany doing much better in the televote than people give. I could see a world.
Germany were fantastic in Amsterdam.
Everyone was saying that it was kind of the biggest response, is what I'm hearing as well in the arena.
They were brilliant.
I could see a universe where they come top 5 in the televote. I'm not saying they're going to come top 5 overall, but I could see them.
I've got two myself. I've got two. Well, kind of three, because I do agree with what Connor's saying there about Greece top 10. I think Greece is being slept on a lot, because it's a very commercial sound that's popular right now, especially in the UK. And it's like a very radio-friendly song, and he can perform it as well. So if he can do it on the stage with all the staging, I think there's a chance there. The two I want to say is that I think Austria is going to do a lot better with the juries than people probably expect, which might be a path for them to potentially be a dark horse. And number two, I think people are really sleeping on Australia as well. I think Australia is going to absolutely mop up televotes, and I think they're going to do well in the jury as well. I think there's a real chance that Australia do quite like top 10, even higher in the final. I think people are really sleeping on them.
I have actually Australia as a 50-50 at least top 10. So I'm not necessarily even like surprised that they're this high in a odds in yours. But yeah, top 3 would be more of a shocker. But that I could see. Emma, do you have any out of nowhere predictions, or you're
not? I mean, you could say that for any wild prediction. Like you can just think of anything, but I don't really feel like
San Marino. second going to be the runner-up of Eurovision.
Marino breaks the televote record from Ukraine.
Yeah.
But listen, I mean, what we mentioned earlier about Germany, I think that they're very underrated and in the competition this year. And I think that did you guys hear the acoustic version of Blood and Glitter?
I have.
I loved it.
I like all of his unplugged. He was performing some unplugged piano version of a lot of Eurovision songs. I just love the way he performed it. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, I heard his cover of "I Wrote a Song." That was surreal.
What?
Like, he covered the UK entry. That was like it was good, but it was like quite surreal at the same time because it's just like
I know, right? Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there could be even San Marino qualifying would be the biggest shock. I think like if they. Would it be bigger than Na Na Na? In hindsight, maybe we should have known better because, people say the Turkish vote and all of that stuff. But it was one of my favorite. I rewatched our reaction actually not too long ago. Do you remember that, Sean? Being in the press center and San Marino qualifying with Say Na Na Na?
Yeah. Oh, I celebrated hard. Anytime San Marino qualifies, I'm just so happy.
Doesn't matter if they send a turd. We just wanted, it's just San Marino. It's just, I'm not, so it was fun.
Until Monaco come back and then we've got 2 to support.
Oh, I know.
Battle of the
next year, hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Andorra.
I wanted to say, by the way, for my, shock, Portugal top 10 with the top 5 potentially in an amazing world with the juries. I think could really, really buy into it, and I think we could get a decent amount from the televote. I'm very comfortable about it going to the final. I really think it's not going to have a problem getting to the final, and I think it could do really well. I would love to see it. And obviously I really like the song, so maybe I'm a little biased, but I think it has a broader appeal than people are giving it credit for. And it's a show tune, and Eurovision likes show tunes and drama when it's well performed and well put together. And this is exactly, I can see Bruno in chat. Bruno, I was thinking of you just there. And it's, so I think it's got a really good chance of tapping into that vote. And, all the theatre kids will love it.
Yeah, it's for me, it's very theatrical. Like, I'm not a fan of the entry. I think she can perform it well, but it's very cabaret to me. I don't know. So it could go either way. But I know that a lot of people love it. So...
And I feel like Portugal have found their niche in terms of like jury support. Like they were top 5 last year with the juries. They did really well with the Black Mamba as well. Obviously, Salvador absolutely cleaned up on the juries as well. So they might have found their niche of going for that market.
But it seems also dramatic because then 2 songs completely flopped. It's like it's like either the highs of highs or the lows of lows with the juries. It seems like it's very, very interesting because the 2 other ones flopped big time. But yeah. All right. So we shall see. Okay, so we have no updates yet, right? We still good? Okay. Then you still have time to ask questions. What is your favorite Turkish entry? I have 2. You guys need to think, or you need me to go first?
You go first.
I've got one.
You go ahead, Sean. You already
have one too.
I was going to say Delhi, 2008. It's my favorite.
You stole my one.
That's my number 3, actually. I forgot about that one.
Brilliant entry.
Yeah.
I can play it on piano for you later. I know how to play it on piano, so if you guys want to hear that later, you can. Anyway.
And I love the winning song is amazing everywhere that I can, right? Obviously, it's an obvious choice, but for a reason, that song is just exactly the Turkish spirit and feel that I wanted. It was the best song that year and one of Turkey's best entries.
Full Real as well, 2004.
That one's a good song.
Yes, Athena, right?
Yeah.
I love that song. And I also love Manga in 2010.
2010, okay. My favorite, though, probably if I had to go by elimination, I have to pick one, I loved 1997. Didn't I? Do you guys know that song?
That's the hipster's choice of favorite Turkish entry.
I love that song. Is it? Oh, I'm a hipster now. Well, I'm having my hipster coffee. So
can we have some honorable mentions for this category?
No,
I would love to I'd love to mention, because oh my god, there are so many good Turkish entries like Dum Tek Tek. I know it was extremely tacky, but Chan Bonomo's song, I thought I really enjoyed that just because of how silly it was. Yeah, and Manga, We Could Be the Same. To this day, the way the Turkish fans rightly hold that song in such high regard because it was so good. So
it's in a nutshell,
Turkey, please.
in a nutshell, we miss Turkey at Eurovision.
Yes, we definitely. If there's one country I miss, it's definitely Turkey.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
One
know,
day you'll be back. Trust me, you will be back. And
I can't wait. I can't wait for the Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan vote block. That's going to be fun.
Okay, so favorite Yugoslav entry. Now, I'm assuming you're referring to the songs then early 90s until, the introduction. So I have one that comes to mind quickly. Emma, go first.
Sorry, you can go.
No, go ahead.
I love so many. Like, you get Zdravko Čolić. What was that year, actually? Like 70 something. Gorivatra. Then we have Tajci, Hajde da ludujemo.
My favorite, all-time favorite. That was the first thing of my childhood, because it was before I didn't know what's a year, but I was like this big.
It was in the 90s.
And they played in the early 90s. No, it was mid-90s, probably in like some kind of compilation. And I remember, and it's kids friendly, right? A little bit. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I should have discovered Eurovision then, but I was too young. But yeah, that's my all-time favorite. But go ahead.
I also love the Baby Doll, Brazil.
Baby Doll, but that's kind of flopped, surprisingly, yeah.
I know, but it's actually in Serbia, like that's still a huge hit. Like you can still hear it being played randomly. So yeah, I don't know, quite a few, I think. I don't know.
I know. I want to go back. That's like a really old one, 60s. I'm not sure if you even know that one. Do you know Jeden Dan? Jedan Dan, Samo Jedan Dan. I love that song. It sounds like a military, like marching song. It's so cool. Anyways, do you guys have one? Sean, Gabe?
I didn't know if the silence was giving it away that I'm not as au fait with like the older Yugoslav entries.
I figured that's why I didn't want to.
Understandable.
I'm gonna have to say "Rock Me" because it's the only one I'm really sort of properly know.
I can.
One of the better winners.
Unfortunately, I can't. I'm not too sure. I could name a few sort of from the countries that emerged from Yugoslavia that I look back on and really. Is that allowed?
No, Yugoslav. It says Yugoslav. Play by the rules or get out. Well, this way. Get out.
Brazil. I don't know why I have to say that, but someone said say Brazil. So
Brazil. Okay. Was there a super chat just a moment ago?
There was from Danielius.
Thank you, Danielius. Would you support or oppose making countries sing in their own language? I'll go first. I will oppose it, but I will strongly encourage it. That is how I always call it. Any sort of limitation for artists to create their art, I'm against. There are lots of good bands that solely perform in English, and then forcing them to sing in a native tongue doesn't make sense to me. However, I do feel that countries need to go away from that, and they have been over the past few years. I think the trend that we're seeing right now is one of the best things that happened in many years, going away from this need to feel like they have to perform in English to win. And I wish Germany would follow that. Not against the song this year. I love the song. But you get my point. It's the only big five. I mean, UK, put them aside because it's not fair. That is unwilling to sing in their native tongue, because there's always a perception that German is such an ugly language, which it clearly is not. It can be so beautiful if it's done right. So just any language is beautiful. So that's how I feel. Anybody else? Any different opinions?
You pretty much said everything I was going to say, even about Germany.
Yeah,
I want Germany to send a German song, not Ich hilft Gott, but like
wir brauchen endlich mal ein Lied ohne something. Wir brauchen endlich mal ein Lied ohne Sex. Wir brauchen endlich mal ein Lied ohne something. Endlich mal ein Lied mit gutem Text. Oh God, that was terrible.
La.
No. Anyways, Gabe, you were raising your hand.
I think we're finally. I mean, I lost my mind a long time ago, but I think we're finally. It's day 2, and we've already we've jumped the shark. I think what we've seen in the last few years and the results in the last few years will have encouraged, sort of done the job without needing to force the issue. I mean, if you look, we could potentially have a non-English winner this year. We had a non-English winner last year. The year before that, we had one in 2017. We've had this really sort of rich diversity, and I hope we see more of that. Some languages I would like to see in the contest that we haven't seen in a while. I'd love to see a song in Swedish. We haven't seen Sweden send a song in Swedish quite a long time.
Since
I would love
the language rule.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to see a song in Irish.
Only happened once, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
But they're doing it.
Yeah.
But they've really made it work in Junior Eurovision this year, and I think hopefully that'll encourage more Irish language bands to apply. Only one Irish language song was submitted to RTE for consideration this year. I would love to see some of the Spanish minority languages, whether that's Catalan, Basque, and others. Yeah, obviously they're not strictly
last year kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, I don't mean to make a political comment there on the languages I should say languages of minorities which are currently part of Spain, without passing a comment on any political stuff there. There's languages like, I remember we saw France singing Corsican some years ago. I would love that too.
I love what they did with Fulen as well. I love Fulen for being like
Fulen. Like last year, France was wonderful idea.
Yeah,
I want more of that, even if it didn't flop.
Welsh for the UK. That's what we want.
You want Dutch?
Welsh.
Oh, Welsh. I said Dutch. I'm like, why would they sing Dutch?
I loved S10 for that.
Yeah. All right, no updates yet. So feel free to ask more questions in the chat while we're trying to keep you entertained.
Sorry, just another one for the language thing. I think Malta really missed the trick last year with not sending Aiden. Like a really solid pop song in Maltese was like exactly what we needed. And
they made the same mistake with Claudia
Faniello.
Faniello. They had a beautiful Maltese ballad that came second that would have done so well, but they went with her because
Well, I think it's a matter of time before Aiden gets sent. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think it's a matter of time before they send Aiden. I think he'll sing in Maltese. So all is not lost.
Once he doesn't get disqualified, yeah. Matt, your opinion on Joy Fleming's entry from did he say he's going to leave? Okay.
He said 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. That is my family here in the US family. Who don't speak English, have no connection. Favorite entry of all time. They not every time, but all the time we're like, can you put this is politically incorrect when I say that, or like, not politically incorrect, but it's set behind closed doors because it's just like, can you play that song of that big Armenian lady? They always say that because she looks Armenian to them and she was a little more full. And I'm like, what? I'm like, don't say that. And like, the German entry, because they just obsessed with it, with that big voice. And they just love it. And it's one of my all-time favorites. And I am still so upset that this didn't do better. I mean, I wasn't even born, but you get my point. That really, really flopped. So that was certainly very, very a wonderful song. And I know you guys don't even know that one. I'm done. Okay, so any questions? I know people saying you skipped my question. I pick the first one that comes up. As I cannot read for them because it goes too fast. Super chats, of course, go first. But if you post something, try again if it takes a few minutes for me to respond. Okay, at ESC United. I have heard people say that this competition is quite unfair because different countries have different budgets. Do you think every country should get a sum of money up front from the EBU? That's an interesting question. Do you think that there should be a limit saying you can only spend this much money on your staging?
I think there should be a cap. I feel like
socialist. Yes, I'm kidding. Because in America, all it's like capitalist, socialist. That's all the two words that they know. Oh, and communist. That's the third word they know. Go ahead. I'm kidding, of course.
No, I just feel like there's definitely truth to it, and I think there's truth to it even like when you think about participation and the high costs of being in Eurovision, and especially lately, I've seen a lot of talk on Twitter about that as well. That there's countries like Bosnia who can't even like pay out their debt to the EBU so they can come back. So I think it's the same logic behind the staging thing in this comment. Essentially, I think that there should be some sort of a rule, against. I mean, it's nice when you have all this freedom to grow.
We never get like this. Russia 2016 stage would be a thing of the past too, so it would be kind of sad. But at the same time, I hear what you're saying. It's for fairness reasons. It would be nice, to have that. So I'm a little bit torn on that. Just for
honestly, it's just because. Sorry, it's just because coming from a country that's not like super rich, I can tell. Like I can feel the difference every year.
I can tell, and I don't blame you for that. And my reason's like, maybe I don't want it just because I love the elaborate stagings, but for fairness reasons, I think there is a case to be made. That's a very good question, by the way, and I think we need a whole live stream to go into details about that, the pros and cons.
Yeah.
Sean, what are your thoughts?
I was just going to say, as like it's not like a devil's advocate thing, but to give the other viewpoint is that you don't need to throw money at a staging to have a really effective one. I think Moldova is a prime example of a country that doesn't have much of a budget whatsoever, but can really make effective stagings. And I think Albania have also done the same in recent years. So I think if, you know, at the end of the day, this is Eurovision these days is being run like a business, unfortunately. So it's a case of if the EBU are going to take money off a broadcaster to make their, you know, their performance better, they're just going to take the money. They're not going to worry about it. But I think it's throwing money at the problem, as it were, isn't always going to fix that problem. I think you can be creative with it without spending money.
That is true. I just want to put that up here real quick because it was funny because Matt summed up American politics very in a nutshell, basically, when I screamed socialist, capitalist, and fascist. That's the only three words that they know.
Yeah, we do have Armenia photos, by the way.
Oh, we do?
Oh.
Yeah.
Everyone, all you communist, socialist,
I'm so
capitalist,
excited.
shut up. Okay.
Liberals.
Okay, so.
Oh my God, and we've got Finland's TikTok as well. It's all going off now.
Oh, I'm on TikTok right now. So let me
wait
bring that up
ages for something and then two come along at once.
Since I'm already on there. Okay. Better be good now because we hyped it so much on the pictures, so it better be decent. Remember, I may have to mute it for a few seconds, but not the performance, only the intro.
Hey, haluan olla sekaisin ja huolista niinku.
Hey.
Okay, so far so good. Because if I use more than 7 seconds from the light things, then they catch you. Okay, once he starts singing. Okay. Cha, 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 cha. The stage looks so good with those colors. Okay, here we go. Boom, and then I come out like that. Oh!
Oh, that's so cool!
I love that. Oh, that's what they're talking about. They make waves.
Freaking amazing.
On the colors. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's great.
That was amazing.
Oh my God. That was quite just like 10
oh
seconds.
My God. That was so cool.
I love these. I gotta pee. Sorry, I gotta pee now.
That bit with the dancers is brilliant, man. You know where they come out. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. That bit where they come out of the crate.
Yeah,
with the
when they come out and there's like the stripes holding them, like the strings. Oh, so
That's
good.
so good. That's so good.
Oh my God.
We can't share Armenia's photos, can we? But yeah.
Woohoo! Oh, I'm so happy. I love Eurovision so much.
Same, Gabe, same.
Oh,
the fandom's going to cream itself into oblivion now.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't I love moments like this when you see something in a rehearsal for the first time and it just makes, like Sam Ryder's guitar solo last year. You see something and just makes you go, oh, that's so cool.
Absolutely.
This looks amazing.
I think they're really going to bring the show, and I think that the chances for them to win are really going up as we speak.
Honestly, I can't wait. It's going to be so good. Like, we're going to have Eurovision.
Sorry. Super chat. Sorry, Flavius. We can't put it on the screen because Matt's not here, but thank you. Appreciate you. Will my country, Romania, finish last in the semi-final? That's the super chat question.
You know those moments when you laugh so hard you have to pee? I had to, like, excited I had to pee. Okay,
yeah, Matt, we had a super chat if you can put it up.
Okay, hang on. I'm not seeing it.
Oh God, I'm all sweaty.
Thank you, first of all. Will my country, Romania, finish last in semi? Now, that is a tricky question, but it's going to be a night of honesty. My answer right now is, I don't know. And that sounds like a cop-out, but it's really true. We haven't seen anything of it yet. And why it doesn't get a whole lot, I'm not convinced it's going to be last. I think qualification is going to be tough, but you never know, you know?
It's not.
As they say in German, it doesn't
sure.
translate well into English, but they say I've seen horses throw up in front of a pharmacy. So things can happen. And but I don't know. I really don't know. This is a tough one to ask. Anybody else?
I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that it'll be last. That's for sure. I think there will be some support for it. But then again, we haven't seen the staging, so it's hard to tell. It's hard to. If he's got a mind-blowing staging, then we'll say for sure, no, it's not going to be last.
Oh, speaking of Romania. Okay, that was a suspenseful pause.
He's got
here.
Pikachu socks on.
Pikachu socks.
I was. Oh, you silly spoilers. I was just about to show that.
Yay! Love that.
I was prepared for this.
I see.
So, anyways, the reason why I saw we're not just here to look at Pikachu socks. We're actually seeing one picture here of him again as well. But I went to the wrong link. It's supposed to be on the photos. Let me go. Photos.
Armenia gallery is up.
Yeah, I was trying to go there. It just kind of froze for a second again. All right, so there she is. That looks quite classy. So that's just a backdrop, all black with a little white flash there.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yes. So far, so good.
These are the swirls.
Look at that.
That's gorgeous.
Fantastic.
Is that like the
swirling things that they mentioned?
Is it just a wall, or is it like almost like kind of like a Sergei Lazarev kind of thing? I think it's just
It's also
wall,
giving
right?
Lorraine though. Not to be that person.
I know, right? Yeah, look, it's not just, it's like almost the Sergei Lazarev because it has like, padding. So I think you can maybe hold on to stuff so she doesn't just, yeah, so it's huge. I didn't expect it to be that big.
I think this is going to slap anyway.
That's a beautiful picture as well.
Poor stagehands for the start of this semi-final.
Oh my, they better get some overtime or some bonus.
On.
Yeah.
Oh, God is a Woman by Ariana Grande. I actually see it. I see it.
There is I just love that look, that swirly purple pink thing. It's really pretty. Oh, and then with the lights here.
Oh, love that. That's gonna be amazing.
Wow. That is really nice. This, I wish more countries would bring their A game. It's like everyone. This is a weird year so far, right? I remember last. Go ahead.
Never mind.
Go ahead, Emma. No, go ahead.
We saw that. No, we saw that already. So I saw an update, but it's just Finland's.
Yeah, I do that too. Like, I know that we saw that. I do that all the time as well. So don't worry. That is beautiful. And so we're starting off. I mean, we already agreed. There is no one in semi one. I mean, disagree with me if you do. Please don't just follow my opinions here. That was like bad in the staging that we've seen. Some of them we may withholding final judgment, like Portugal, because we haven't seen it. It doesn't look quite as impressive like when you just see it. It's a camera work that makes it, but I don't think there's anyone that was like. So we're off to a good. I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure about Ireland from what I've seen, but then it might come better when you see it on like.
It's very interesting. Okay, fair enough. You're pointing out because when it was on yesterday, I'm like, oh, this is cool. And then I rewatched it all yesterday, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm not quite as on board with it now after actually analyzing it a bit more. But it's also for me, it doesn't look bad. It's just I need to see the final product on this one as well.
Yeah.
But we're off to a good start from what we've seen based on pictures with semi-2, both Denmark. And Denmark hasn't done many changes to their national final in recent years either. They were a little bit very Scandinavian with that, So it's interesting to see all like Finland, even Sweden, because they had to, and Denmark kind of changing up their staging. So it's very interesting. So, and then Armenia clearly is like, watch us. After last year's, big post-Eurovision success, they're like, we're in this. Everybody shut up. Well, no, this is all good news so far. And now that we have Finland, The other ones will probably just pop up quicker than we think. Armenia, will we have that clip too soon?
Oh, my heart is still just fluttering away. Like
from what?
I just
stop living in the past.
Oh yeah, no big bells. We didn't get the bells.
Well, there may be in the backdrop because they may not have that moment caught, on the pictures. We don't know because it seems like they got mostly the calmer parts there. Because whatever we're seeing right now, because it gets a little bit more aggressive, for the lack of a better word, right? Once the rap part kicks in, and none of the colors and looks that we've seen seem appropriate for that part of the song, unless it's deceiving. So I feel like that's still a possibility because that's the part I actually liked in the music. I'm not saying that I didn't like the other parts. That was a cool, effective moment that I meant to say. So I hope they're going to bring that back actually because it was like
Belgium are about to start their rehearsal now as well.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for. So we've got Denmark. Basically, the next thing is going to be Denmark, TikTok, and Romania photos, right?
So somebody was asking.
Did you read out the description of Romania?
No, I just on already. Let me. Okay,
yeah,
then.
There's a description.
I didn't realize that. Let me go back. Oops, sorry. I saw the picture and it broke into it. Okay, so for Belgium, we are very ready for Belgium. Gustav's Because of You is a huge 90s style bop, and he absolutely rocks that big hat, or a big hat. This is Gustav's third time at Eurovision, but previously he was very much about the backing vocals, and now he is center stage. While we're waiting for his rehearsal to start, it hasn't started yet. That's not really an update.
I told you, it's Romania.
Oh, you're right, Romania. I'm so sorry.
Paying attention to me as usual.
I don't see Romania on mine. Is it further down?
Yeah.
I totally missed that. So this feels very different from the Romanian national final staging-wise. Theodore is looking sharp in a bright yellow shorts suit. We saw him backstage earlier, and it looked a lot like he was wearing Pikachu socks while we tried to obtain photo evidence. This is completely different DGT off and on from the recorded version. The first half is stripped back acoustic with just Theodore and his guitar and powerful voice. The second half picks up the rock tempo to a performance that feels much more familiar, with Theodore's bringing all the sass and energy, as well as a bonus dancer for a dramatic finish. Not what we were expecting today, but definitely one we won't forget. So, before I'm going to ask your thoughts, no matter what our opinions, they're certainly trying. They're certainly not just... So
I'm excited. I'm excited to see them try, honestly. I'm excited that they do something that is going to be surprising. I mean, they're already announcing it, like the sass and the energy and all of this. So I hope they do well. Honestly, and he seems like a sweetheart. I want him to do well at this point,
I know. Gabe, what are your thoughts when you hear that description?
I'm sorry, my mind's gone completely blank.
He's absolutely lost it. He's
do you even ask the question, or what's blank? Like, you don't know what to say?
As in, I've blanked on the question. Tell me the question again. Sorry.
Okay. The question was your thoughts on Romania. What the description I just read.
I think I just the thing is with Romania, right? I read it and I sort of I get a kind of pang of anxiety, because even with a change of a big change, with the strip back acoustic, all the other stuff, I still don't feel like it's going to be enough.
You don't have to predict. I was just more asking, like,
I'm curious. I'm now, my curiosity is peaked, but I'm not sure how big a difference it's going to make for me. Sorry, I feel like my brain is just fried.
Just do factory reset, and then we'll come back to you. Sean, your thoughts when you saw that description?
The worry that I have about the subscription.
It's not a drug, or maybe it is.
I have a feeling that, like with Eurovision.tv, when they're not sure what to say about something, they say that they're giving sass and energy. And that just feels like a placeholder for not really knowing how to actually describe something. So don't really know where to take it from that. I'm not sure if the acoustic start is going to work, but I'm happy to be pleasantly surprised. So I want to see what this is. No mention of a big hand, which is probably a good thing in a way. I don't know. He's a good performer, so I'm not worried about him. I just worry about what Romania have decided to do. Because, like I said, Romania is one of these wildcard countries who overthink staging quite a lot. Look at like Amnesia a few years back. That was just pretty much a train wreck the whole way, unfortunately, through the rehearsals. So I worry a little bit.
Yeah, I personally look past the fluff and the descriptive, subjective words like the sass and the witty and all whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm more like, I am thrilled that they're trying something different because they know that the whole package, as of right now, it was not received as well. So they knew they have to switch it up. So I'm glad that they're trying. Now, they don't have to convince me. I'm a big fan of the song. But I understand that they're also trying to reach more than just the fans that they already have. So maybe this really gives them a little bit of a hope for it to actually, for people to change their minds. Because if they don't change anything, people will not change their minds. So we just have to see if it becomes too crazy and weird with Pikachu socks and then acoustic, but then he gets the dancer and maybe it's a bit much. And we won't get the whole thing today anyways, because again, we only get like short little snippets. But I am very much intrigued. I'm very much excited. And I'm super happy that this, let's try something and let's switch things up. Trend for this year continues. All three countries in the semi already, the first three, doing something.
Do you know what I missed regarding like specifically Romania? Like that era of where they were sending like, do you remember like let me try?
I remember the lyrics, which I didn't like, but I love the song and the staging.
It was staging like the big drum sets and like it was great. It was I missed that era of Romania.
Romania used to be like quite a powerhouse with Eurovision. I don't know what's gone wrong since, but like there's every opportunity. It's a big country. There's a lot of there must be a lot of fans in Romania that are like hoping for a revival because it deserves to have success again and a victory.
It kind of stopped in the
it wouldn't be unfair.
It started in the mid 2010s. You remember that in 2016 they were actually it started after the Yodel It song.
Yeah, Yodel It was the end. After that, they'd never not qualified before. Except for like 1996 and 1993, and then after that they didn't make another final until last year. But like you look back at some of those songs and you had like Zalela, Playing with Fire, Balkan Girls in 2009, Miracle, It's My Life, Tornado. Don't, whatever you guys do not look up what that guy is doing now. You don't want to know.
No.
Well,
protect your childhoods. Protect your childhoods. Don't Google Mihai Trăstariu, please.
What I would say is
you'll see far more than you bargained for.
Oh, is he more like an OnlyFans kind of guy now?
Oh,
that's not too bad. I don't judge people for that.
Same. I don't think that's bad.
What I would say, just going back to Romania rather than OnlyFans, is that like I thought the Humans were quite robbed in 2018. Like I thought they did deserve to qualify, and I think Roxanne's 2020 entry would have probably qualified as well. Alcohol You. Because I think it just lent itself better to her vocals and her performance style. But yeah, I don't know if it's the broadcaster. I know the broadcaster basically decides if they're entering based on a Facebook poll. So that's not a good way to decide if you're going to spend all that money. But something's got to change there because unfortunately Romania is one of these countries that has really fallen by the wayside in terms of Eurovision and deserves a lot more than it's been getting recently.
They'll be back.
You get what you put into it.
They will Dutch us, and they will have their comeback. I am not worried about it.
But I was hoping last year was the comeback because last year was great and they got to the final and did a really good job. I was hoping that would be the comeback, but honestly, this year's national final was not great. There wasn't really a massive even the song that I think that it was like the last song of the night, like the orchestra type, up-tempo sort of turbo folk kind of band, whoever they are, I can't remember the name right now. escapes me. But even then, it would have been probably would have been a struggle. So I don't know. Something needs to change for Romania, I think, unfortunately. Whether it's the people involved or whether it's the approach, whether they just go for internal selections and just pick one act and just, pour all their money into that rather than the national final. I don't know, but they need to do something.
Yeah. I think the thing is I think there's an issue with how the delegation handles the artist as well. Because if you look back at how... what happened with Roxanne is that she was an inexperienced artist who had a lot of people giving her bad advice and who weren't really fulfilling their duty of care. Yeah. She clearly couldn't do the choreo and sing at the same time. And anyone should have seen that in the very first rehearsal and gone, okay, let's build the performance around her. Keep her more stationary, put the dancers around her. They didn't do that. And as a result, you ended up with what you ended up with. And it was a real shame.
I think their media are kind of like like Dutch, British, Polish, like we say earlier, like they are ready and waiting to almost do a hatchet job on people, unfortunately. And I don't think that's the kind of approach that they need to take.
Well, we were involved in that, weren't we? Do you remember when we all made Romanian news and we were all like...
But we weren't saying anything like, oh, Roxanne's not good. This is, blah, blah, blah. It was just kind of, the whole thing is just not working and it's not her fault. Like, it's just that, again, it's similar to what I'm saying now, is that like, there's something that's going on at TVR or whoever's in charge that's just not, I mean, I could be wrong. And obviously today's rehearsal could be completely changing that. And then in which case I can, be quiet about it all. But it just feels like, I don't know, something's not working for Romania recently, and they should be doing better than they are. They should be getting back to where they were in like the late noughties, early tens for me.
I did try, because someone had a fun idea in the chat, like, let's ask ChatGPT who should, and I asked who should represent Romania next year, and then I just got the, as an AI model, I cannot give personal opinions or preferences. I'm like, that's all about what I want. The decision should be left up to TV. I'm like, okay, I don't care. So that didn't work. Should I ask it differently? Who is your favorite Romanian artist? Who is what?
Belgium update. Belgium update. This is
I'll get there. Is it really? It still doesn't have any preferences. So annoying. What updates?
No, we've got a description of Belgium now.
Okay, this is such a feel-good track, and Gustav's pink and white outfit is incredibly stylish. It's a love-filled inspo. What's inspo?
Inspo bop.
I don't know what inspo.
Inspirational bop.
Oh, fancy. About the people who never let us down through good times and bad. Gustav has his own flight of stairs, 3 backing singers, and an LED backdrop of voguing, drag queens, and all the people who make Gustav's world a better place. We're having a green room. Okay, that's okay. So he's going to be on stairs with 3 backup singers. I'm thrilled that they have live backup vocalists, because I'm a big opponent of this backtrack recording. So I'm excited about that. You got to
remember, Gustav was a backing singer, so he appreciates the value of a backing singer at Eurovision. So he was, I'm glad that he's doing it. But and I saw them in Amsterdam, and they worked really well together. They really sort of worked the crowds between them, not just Gustav. But
this is what he's wearing, by the way. And those are 2 of his backup singers. She looks familiar. Was she the one for Hooverphonic? I could be wrong. She looks like the one who was the Hooverphonic.
I think he was. It could, that could be, because Gustav was one of Hooverphonic's backing singers. So it would make sense if he was looking for backing singers, that he'd go to people that he knew already and just worked with before. Can I just say, by the way, that Gustav is just like extremely fashionable. He's just like a very fashionable man. Like, the hat thing really works. It takes talent to make hats work, and he really makes hats work.
Especially hats like that.
It almost reminds me of Kung Lao from Mortal Kombat. Like, it's just like that big. Anybody knows what I'm talking about?
Can I just interrupt this for a second? Because there's a leak of the entrance effect, like the title of the song and the title of the country, and like how it's going to look like.
On what chat? Where is it?
I'll leave it in chat.
I'm not sure we can share that, though, because we can't share leaks.
Oh, it's a leak. Okay.
Yeah,
it's not meant to be out.
Well, it's not a leak. It's like from well, I'm not sure if that's considered a leak. Hold on.
It is, because it's recording it's someone's recorded the screen basically at the start.
It doesn't look. No, it's look like it's from the. Oh,
Depending on who's it from.
Nothing. It's found its way from social media. I don't think it's
if it has the screen that says "Do not record," then we should not be.
No, it doesn't have it. It's like
okay, then we should be okay.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't.
No, because
it was. It's on social. I would say it's on social media. You can go and find it.
What country is that for? Oh no, usually the
Azerbaijan.
Oh, no. Yeah,
the thing is that sometimes delegations post. Yeah, it's been deleted. They deleted it from their story. And a similar thing happened earlier today with someone posted a few seconds. The Icelandic commentator posted a couple of seconds of the on-screen visual for the Czech Republic and was quickly told to take it down.
Okay. So they don't know if they can share it either.
Well, they can't. The reason it would have been taken down is because someone would have told them to. So I think it's on social media if people are interested, but we shouldn't share it for.
Yeah, we cannot share it.
Obviously,
feel free to check social media. But yeah,
it's probably out there because, as you know, once it's on the internet, it's gone. It's
it's like with anything.
Yeah, like the crystal ball thing yesterday. It's out there in the public domain then.
Don't. We're trying to move past this. Gabe, no.
Sorry.
Oh, don't poke the angry bear, Sean. Okay, so.
I'm not sure I quite meet the requirements to be a bear.
That's an expression
in any sense of the word.
Don't you have that expression in UK land? Poke the angry bear.
I guess thing is, I guess don't poke the twink has a rather different meaning, so we shouldn't go there either. Moving swiftly on.
What animal do you want to be? Do you want to be a fox? Don't poke the fox.
No, I don't think I'll go with that one.
Scorpion. What enemy do you want me to poke?
Someone says I'm an otter. I don't know what that means. I don't think I want to know what that means.
I just learned because one of my friends is an otter. That basically means a skinny version of a bear.
Okay. Well, sure. Let's go with that. Moving on, please.
You talk about Eurovision now.
Yes, let's do that.
Somebody's getting uncomfortable. I get it. I didn't know either. I'm learning. When was it? 2 years ago? Or was it last year? The year or two before? When somebody actually, I don't want to say on the topic, like, Matt, you should open an OnlyFans. I'm like, sure, I'll do that. If that's what my fans want, my people want, I'll put that out there. I don't know and I didn't know. I thought it was like Patreon.
Oh,
and
no.
I kept talking about it. It was like last year, the year before. I didn't even know. And I felt really old.
It's not necessarily about like sharing certain photos of yourself.
I thought it was
meant to just be like a Patreon type platform, but they kind
it is meant to be. But think about it. Remember when Tumblr banned word demonetized, and the traffic dropped 80% overnight with OnlyFans? The same thing.
Oh yeah, I read. That's right. They're like, okay, we'll bring it back. I love it. Look at Matt not keeping his promises. I apologized, but it would have been a little. No, okay, I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm late and confused. Why does Matt have an OnlyFans? I do not have an OnlyFans.
It's a Eurovision.
I do not have. Let's just put out before that spreads. Okay, that's also the right word. Before that really becomes an issue, I do not have an OnlyFans. When somebody made that joke, I fell for it, and I thought that was like just a Patreon or some other media that you can use, Substack or whatever.
Please release a TikTok or something. My God.
So that's what happened, and so I promised, sure, I can do that, and then I was like, no. There was one other thing.
Romania pics are out, thank God.
I didn't know you were such a prude, Sean.
I'm trying to save you from yourself.
Has saved us. Okay, here we go.
I'm trying to save you from yourself.
Oh, they kind of look like there's LEDs, and they look like they're wearing bath mats.
Huh?
Just get the photos.
Right now? Oh, pictures. Okay, guys.
Yes, for radio photos.
That's... Well, no spoiling. Spoiling the fun. I'm bringing it up right now. I'm on it.
So I like Romania again now.
The heck?
Whoa.
Oh, those are on the LEDs. Okay. That's why. Why is he so tiny? But it's a screen that is so big. Lava waterfall there. That is an immediate visual striking. Okay, then he sits there with the guitar.
I'm not sure about this one actually.
Okay, that looks like it hurts.
It's giving bedsheet.
Oh, so they're still sticking with the sensual piece of this. Great transition from OnlyFans. Then
backdrop's cool though.
The backdrop is really cool.
I mean,
I'm not quite sure. Go ahead, Emma. No, go. You guys.
Sorry, no. It reminds me of like that screen when that your computer shows when it pauses after a while. Like.
Oh, I'm not quite sure if I get the outfit and the rest of the theme, the backdrop.
It's a little bit Weather Girls, isn't it?
Oh, I quite like that though. I think this is.
I cannot unhear that now, Sean. Go ahead.
It's extremely camp, but I like the way it is camp. Like it feels like it's fun. It's not taking itself too seriously.
Hang on,
and I don't mind that.
Why is there just a woman in the background on the LED screen there?
Right.
Well, if she moves around, it's hard for. It looks weird right now because right now we just see
we need
the
a
back.
TikTok to see this. I think.
Yeah, and the whole staging thing. So
that's nice. Like this one is nice.
But she's facing the audience there, right? That's the thing. You don't see anything else but the audience.
I'm not sure about this. Yeah.
I'm just not quite sure.
I just can't tell what's going on. Really, I can't tell what the story of the staging is from this.
Yeah, he seems like, I think it's more like he's the hero, and that's like the damsel in distress almost, and he, you know, and next one, then she's on stage. I'm not sure. And then we're back to the beginning. I'm a bit confused. Like, I love the back. It's like striking visually immediately. But I don't know, Gabe. What are your thoughts? They
kind of look like they're wearing togas.
Yes.
I think, you know, the outfit's all right. I've got them up here, so I'm just going through them again. From these photos, you know what we said before about the Czech Republic and how you could look at the photos and go, yes, I know what's happening here. I can tell you what line they're singing at that point. It feels really well signposted. I don't get that with this. I'm not 100% certain of what I'm looking at, basically.
Yeah, and the one thing I felt real quick, he blends too much into the backdrop with that yellow outfit and then the golden yellow fire there. So it's not. But maybe the camera work will fix that. I don't know.
I feel like he's kind of swallowed by what's going on behind him.
I mean, that's also pictures, to be fair, but then the colors he doesn't stand out as much as I want him to. But maybe that's part of the plan. The camera work will all fix that. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
It's like he's got the staging for On a Sunday, but then he's also borrowed the Rasmus's raincoat thing from last year, and it's like I don't know. I can't understand where the story is with this staging, or what. Like someone said in the comment, no one can tell what part of the song is being performed in those photos,
except for when he sits with the guitar. We know that's the acoustic.
Apart from that, yeah. But I don't. It's too early to tell, I think, a little bit with this one.
I would love to hear
some kind of vision behind it, but I can't see that at the moment until I see like a bit of a video that might give me an idea. I don't know, but I like some parts of the backdrop, like the lava and that side. It does look cool, but again, I'm not too sure about how it actually marries up with the song.
Yeah, people in the chat, let me know at ESC United. I'll bring up some of the comments here real quick. It seems it doesn't go somewhere. It doesn't have a vision, and the woman in the LED screen looks cheap and destroys the expensive volcanic background. I see what you're saying. This one is like, I'm not quite sure, but it's hard. There could be more like she's moving and then she's gone 2 seconds later, you know, so maybe it's really just a short moment. But yeah, it concerns me a little. I'll agree with that.
Oh, someone said TikTok alert.
Yeah, Denmark TikTok.
Ooh, TikTok.
Guys, I'm so busy. I can't do all of this. Okay, fine.
Sorry.
Oh, what was that?
That was me. Sorry.
And I messed up the screen.
There's a few people in the comments saying basically what TVR are trying to do is make sure they don't qualify, so they've got an excuse to withdraw. I hope that's not the case, but it seems like that's what they were trying to do with the Facebook poll and everything this year as well.
I've heard because of the drama that happened. I don't know. I don't want to feed into those because why am I not it's coming up on my end? Oh, I know why. Hang on. I'm having some minor TikTok issues, computer TikTok issues. I always have TikTok issues, but I'm having system issues. Loady load. Here we go. Okay. So again, I will have to mute it at some point. So just.
Hi guys, I'm Riley from Denmark. About to do our first rehearsal on stage, and I'm super.
So right now, because I'm playing the song, but once it's on stage, I'll put it back on. I mean, once I start performing, right now he's just walking around. So that's his. You can see his.
Oh, interesting.
It is a bit snappish, actually.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
Done.
And people say this isn't going to qualify. Come on, look at it. And he can sing as well.
They didn't play the robotic part. They're gonna do it.
So first rehearsal is done. I'm feeling super excited. I mean, it's amazing to be on stage finally and just sort of run through all the things that we've been practicing for so long. This is not going to be the outfit, by the way. This is just sort of like a practice, just like a quick thing I just threw on. My costume is still being made, so I'm excited to see that hopefully on the next rehearsal. But yeah, positive.
Important.
Hi guys.
Important little fact there that we glad that you shared that with us. I didn't mind the outfit that much. Not that it was like anything like to rave about, but okay. So let's talk this through. And Sean, I know you going to you first because the two of us were the more. I mean, I don't know about the other two, but especially the two of us were been a little bit more. What?
Yeah, I was just thinking because I was just thinking why he said that, but it's like I reckon he already knows what Eurovision fans are like, and he's just gone. Oh, before you finish this TikTok, by the way, this isn't the outfit. Because I know I'm going to get I know what people are like on Twitter or whatever. Like I just
TikTok. He's a TikToker.
Yeah, but I don't think. Well, okay, TikTok is a bit toxic, but like Twitter's particularly like quite bad as well for stuff like that. Yeah. But there we are, Eurofans. I think that looks really good. Like I defy people to say that like that is got no chance of qualifying because I think that's got every chance. I really think it, like you say, it could potentially be top 5 in the semi-final, even potentially based on how well the staging goes in terms of on camera. But I think that looks really good. It's really inventive. It gives him a sort of purpose on stage rather than just standing and dancing and trying to, you know, convey the song. I think it's better for an artist like Riley with a song like this to have that kind of story.
Yes.
To, you know, sort of move around him, especially because it makes it easier on him for the vocals. And I think he sounded great there as well. So I think this has got a really good shot.
It's really interesting because I also said what that said in the blog a few weeks ago, or it's been a couple of weeks where I mentioned this feels very Gen Z, right? And I got not hate, but criticized by some people. I'm 56 and I love this song. I'm 62 and I love this. I'm like, no, I get that. I'm not saying it's like, but it is, you know, a very Gen Z inspired look, staging, sound. It doesn't mean nobody else can like it. But I think that this just shows that this song has a much broader appeal than just a certain generation. And I think that's often overlooked. And that I agree with you, Sean. I always say that as a likely qualified to begin with, and doing much better than people think. And now I'm just even more confident in my predictions. Let's go to some of the others. Emma, what are your thoughts on first impression here? I think you're mute, or is it me?
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, we cannot hear you. It's okay. Would never ever happen to me, but that's okay.
No, I mute myself when I watch the TikTok because I watch it independently. So, but I wanted to say that I'm not sure what to think. So the staging itself, not the staging itself, but the song itself, but the stage dynamics and the way he moves reminds me of Rosalind's Snaps. You know how she moved through the stage, like ripping those things, and we know that part was great. I think he will do great as well with what you said, Gen Z. I'm not sure if it's going to translate to the other, demographically speaking, to the other people. But and I'm also not really sure about the vocals on this one. Again, I just want to reiterate. We know that you know, in the arena it's not going to sound the same as it's going to sound on TV. So I don't want to say too much on that. But yeah, it's nowhere here nor there for me.
Gabe?
So I was looking back at my qualifiers, And I'm a bit surprised. I didn't have this listed as one of them. And to be honest, now I'm thinking about it and I'm a bit surprised I didn't, because that staging to me looked really strong. And I thought it was really nicely done. The doorways and the turning stage, that's really clever. That made me sort of go, ooh, you know. I think it's going to be, you know, it's really visually distinctive, bright pastel-y colors. So I'm pretty optimistic, actually. There's a couple of people worrying about the vocal. And again, I'd say let's try not to read too much into the pre-parties. And also let's see how much he's covered up by the vocoded stuff. Because that'll make a big difference. If it's really heavy, then it would obviously diminish that problem.
Yeah,
I agree.
But no, I've got to say this is a real contender. I mean, in terms of qualifying, I see no reason why it shouldn't.
Yeah, we're all now mostly on the same page, at least. But yeah, we'll have to see. But once again, another country bringing something, you know, and that makes me happy that people are countries are really trying. This is becoming quite competitive, and it's hopefully more people will start talking about semi 2 because everyone's talking about semi 1, of course. But we shall see. I still think semi 1 is still, of course. But it's just wonderful to see.
Buff semi, yeah.
Yeah, in the chat, let me know at ESC United and your thoughts, so I can. Autotunes allowed in Eurovision? Somebody asked. No, we don't. Autotunes is not allowed in Eurovision. Not yet, at least. That's only in Norway right now.
Not anymore.
Not allowed.
Do you not remember 2001?
What happened?
Olsen Brothers.
That was 2000.
Oh yeah,
that is true.
Was it 2000? Sorry, 2000. Yeah.
What happened? I didn't watch that.
There was like the last. One of the courses was like a short piece had that actually, but the rest was but it was like 10 seconds or so. So it's not for the entire song kind of thing. So I wouldn't mind even if they have like those little cool little, like you have like a 10-second thing where it's not just your voice is completely judged based on that little snippet, you know. So but I understand what people are coming from. Do we have an understanding where the green room is going to be? I don't think we are. Do we know? I don't even know. Where is it again?
Yeah, it's in the arena.
It's going to be at the back of the room in the arena. So you've got the standing area, and then behind the standing area in the arena is the green room in sort of a semicircle kind of shape at the back of the room.
Similar to
if you go and look at if you go on escunited.com and go to our stage reveal news story, you will see at the top there is a photo which has the green room in it. Go look at it.
Do you guys think, I'm playing not devil's advocate, but just a thought, would you rather have the green room in the arena or have it in a different room and allow more people in?
More people
in the arena.
Okay, you're the tiebreaker, Emma.
I agree. I think it should be in the arena. Honestly.
I would have said more people.
Oh,
that's not a tiebreaker, is it?
Yeah, that's a tiebreaker. Let's see what the chat said. You want more people or rather in the arena? In the chat, the first person said more people in the arena. Green room in the arena. I think in the arena will win only because most people are not affected by it. Well, we want more people to get more tickets, you know.
I think
more people in the arena.
The only thing I can see for the plus of it being in the arena is obviously the reaction live when, you know, the results come in and like the crowd cheering. However, I think your atmosphere is going to be better if you've got more space for people. You know, I just think that surely it's better to have a bigger. I mean, you could have like Portugal, like the size of their arena, and just be like, why not both? But yeah.
But how much do you think that the green room takes away from, like, how many people do you think are?
A lot. I mean, that's going to be like most of the area below, or like at least half of it. So it's a huge. I mean, you're talking about 100 people have to fit in there or so, you know, and spread out in a comfortable. It's a big space. I liked it because in 2013, actually, for the second semi, I was in the green room. Which was separate in Malmo, right? They had a separate room for them, but they also had an audience in the green room. So you still had some energy there, although I was in the worst section because we got the tickets from San Marino with Valentina. So we're sitting San Marino in front of us. Switzerland was to the left, I think, and North Macedonia to the right. So all the countries in our quarter that didn't qualify. So it was like the corner of sadness. So me and Zach were like, let's get out of here. This is very depressing because you know, saw all these very upset and sad people. And I'm like, yeah, let's get out of here.
At least Valentina got her redemption.
That's true. A year later, but it didn't help me at that moment. That is true. So, yeah, that's what happened. Anyways. And let's see. Now, no updates yet for Belgium in terms of pictures. And who's taking the stage next? We had
Cyprus?
Belgium. Huh?
Oh,
Cyprus.
Belgium, Cyprus?
Is it Cyprus? That was a question.
Yeah, sorry, after Belgium it is, yeah.
Then it's the last one, at least in rehearsals, and then we just have to wait for a little bit. Okay. I'm so much more well-rested today because I'm adjusting a little bit.
Yeah.
So yesterday it was a little bit of a struggle at this point. I was like,
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna hang on until we've got a description of Cyprus, but then I'm probably gonna have to go. Just FYI.
Convenient.
Yeah.
No, that's
He's seen enough.
Yeah. I'm done.
I know you won't be. You're leaving tomorrow, right?
I'm going to Liverpool tomorrow, so I probably won't be available.
That's
is okay.
so exciting.
It's crazy. It's come around.
I haven't even started packing it, but it's only Monday, so I just got time.
You're gonna have an amazing time.
Oh, it's going to be good. Yeah. I love how much they're embracing it. And I kind of want to spend tomorrow wandering around Liverpool and just going, like that. So, yeah.
That would be me.
You're going to try. You are. I know for a fact you're going to be walking around Liverpool tomorrow, like.
Yeah. I mean, I've been before this year and seen some of the Eurovision stuff. So it's not like it's new, but I know they've done a lot since I was last there.
My recommendation is to you. Take it in as this is the last time UK will ever host a contest in your lifetime. I mean, it's not dramatic, but that's how I did when Germany won.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case anyway. So yeah, I understand that.
That's true. It's not even that unreasonable. No, they will. But it's just that's how
another 25 years.
When are you guys leaving? Matt and Gabe.
Gabe,
I'll be there on Friday.
So my journey is a little longer because I'm coming from the other side of the world. So I'm leaving Friday as well, but I'm not going to arrive in Europe until Saturday afternoon in Paris. And I know I'm already scared about my lost luggage, as Gabe pointed out yesterday. Now I'm having nightmares over that. And but it's just too late for me. And then I'll spend the night in Paris. And in the morning, I'll take the train to Liverpool. So I'll be there Sunday afternoon.
Cool.
Yep. And then I'll be there for a week at least.
It's also close.
Yep. Yeah. Shannon also said, Sean, soak up as much Eurovision content as you can. It might take another 20 years before we can host again.
20 optimistic, so yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the UK, I think they're back. I just have a feeling. I know. We have to wait for a pattern.
Unless Sweden win the juries, Finland win the televote, May Muller's second in both. Half in the middle.
Down the middle.
You never know. You never know. It's not going to happen, but you never know.
Could do. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Glasgow 2024.
Newcastle.
Oh, love.
And Matt's muted, so he can't defend himself either.
You're muted again, Matt.
Yeah. So I'm just going to assume he's agreeing with me.
Yeah. Matt, say nothing if you think that me and Sean are always right and have perfect opinions. There we go. There it is. After all this time. Or rather, you didn't.
Yeah. He must. You are muted, Matt. You do know that.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
That's the wrong microphone. Let me switch back now. Maybe I have to switch back and forth. I heard everything, and no, you're not always right.
It's too late. It's too late. Took you too long.
Can you hear now?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I just have to switch back and forth. I don't know why that happens every once in a while. I just have to switch my. Good thing I have this one. What was the last thing we talked about? What did we talk about? I don't even remember.
Oh, we were just saying about the UK winning this year. That's all.
Oh, yeah. Actually, and I was going to say this is nothing against the UK, of course, because love you. But once you host, you're on my I don't want you to win again for the next decade Sorry.
They didn't even win.
We didn't win.
Then let's just say you can not host. You can win, but not host.
We didn't win though. Come on.
I don't want you to host again. I want to go somewhere else.
Do you want Sweden to win?
Yeah, I just want a different.
Well, yeah, they're
location
cheaper at this point in time.
where I can travel to.
I want in fact, part of the reason why I want Finland to win is because I have a friend who lives near Helsinki, so I get free accommodation. Hopefully, that coincidentally is also the person who was reporting back to me on you people on Yodel.
Yeah,
that's how I heard about that. I'm watching you
on Yodel.
I don't think it'll be Helsinki if they host though. It'll be Tampere.
What is that? What are you showing me?
This is, I don't know. I just discovered it today. This is some app, and apparently there's lots of people in Finland talking about Eurovision on this app, and they were talking about us before. They said hello. Yes, they were. They were watching it. Good.
Okay, I love them.
I hope it was good. It was all in Finnish. It was all in Finnish, so they could have been, calling us all bastards, but
Shout them out.
But no, yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, see Tampere or Tampere or however they say.
Tampere.
That's where it'll be.
I mean, honestly, not looking at taking the songs out of the equation, which is impossible, but we'll do it anyway. I would rather go. I really want to go to the Balkan area, or
yes,
I really do, because it's one of the few places I have not been to, and my last 3 vacations, I was always down. Well, in this case, it was Croatia. And somewhere else, and somewhere else always won, not because we didn't want Croatia, but just logistically it was always more difficult. So I
just want a country. Yeah, I just want a country to win where I can actually go. I don't even care the part of the world it is. I just want to go where I don't need a visa for it. That's the only thing.
Well, I mean, my ideal would have been Ukraine, but that's not going to happen now, is it? So unfortunately, it's
that was such a good time.
Give it some time. I think one thing I did notice, and it would be obviously very poignant if this happened in the future. Hopefully, one day, once the war is over and Ukraine, 100% of Ukraine is back in Ukrainian hands. I would love to see the Eurovision Song Contest in Ukrainian Mariupol or Ukrainian Sevastopol. I think that would be the perfect ending to this chapter. So let's hope that in some years that's possible. And you can I guarantee I'll be there, and I hope I'd see you all there too.
Maybe the UK win this year, and then it's safe by next year, and we give it to Ukraine to host.
That would be nice.
You bastards would be like, ha!
It's ours now.
It's ours now. Come and get it if you want to. So yeah, but again, talking about songs. I would love to go to Serbia, Croatia, whatever it may be. I mean, I'd love to go to Baltic countries as well. I would love to go up there as well. I've never been.
I think Spain would be good as well.
Oh, Spain is actually very affordable.
It's been so long.
Yes, I mean Spain for sure. I mean Spain would be great because number one, I have cheap flights to Barcelona. I know it's not to Madrid because they won't host it in Barcelona, but at least I can get to the country and make my way there. So yeah, there weren't even cheap flights to London. It used to be the cheap spot for me. Like everything is so expensive in the UK now. Oh, so that's Anyway, so we don't have any updates yet. So any questions in the chat at ESC?
They've just posted the intro to Cyprus, but he's not on stage. Like, we don't know the actual. It's just like the intro to Andrew.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that they'll only give intros. We know who Andrew is, where he's from, why he's doing it, and all of that stuff. So good for him. I don't know. That sounded condescending. Let's see here. Good for him. What's your favorite? Okay, that's for you. Actually, mostly for all of us. But Sean, I'll let you go first on this one. What's your favorite UK winning entry?
Ooh, it's got to be Love Shine a Light.
Yeah,
I think that it's just the strongest of the 5.
I think I agree. My brain is going through them all right now. Puppet on a String, then Save Your Kisses for me is actually known here in the US. It's really cool, and I love that song. But it's Love Shine a Light. It's Love Shine a Light. Then Making Your Mind Up is a fun camp song.
Boom, bang, a bang, boom, bang, a bang.
Oh, I forgot about Boom Bang a Bang, duh, for a reason. And yeah, I love Shine a Light.
Save All Your Kisses for Me is mine.
Fair, I get it.
Such a sweet song. And I really loved when they came back for the anniversary show a few years back, and it was just still so charming. Such a sweet song.
That's like
I want to also say the true winner of 1996, Who Are Just a Little Bit, which was absolutely robbed by not being in the televote era.
A little bit.
Because it would have just absolutely stormed it. But, oh well.
Yeah, that's sadly one of the songs I didn't get into. I can see why people like it, but for me, it was funny. But you know, it's that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But I get it why people like it. Yep. Anything else? You give me 1 second. I do have a couple of shout outs here from donations. Let me just make sure on PayPal. Yeah. This one's coming from Juliet, right? I just lost the name. Juliet. Yeah, Juliet. Sorry. Saying, thank you all so much for your hard work. You guys are the best ESC coverage. Loving the live streams and hope to see you all in Liverpool. You shall find us. Or we'll find you. And then there's another one. Did I read that one already? I don't even remember. Eric? Oh, he didn't say anything. He just gave us something. Then thank you so much for this, for the donation on PayPal. Even though there's no message, we really appreciate it. You help us out there a lot. So, back to the chat. Oh wait, we haven't asked you. No, Emma, I haven't asked you about the UK favorite winner yet. What was yours?
Oh, I said Boom Bang a Bang.
Oh, that's right. I thought you Boom Bang. Okay, Boom Bang a Bang Boom. I forgot about. I keep forgetting about that one.
I mean, Love Shine a Light was also very solid.
Yeah. I don't have such a soft spot for Love Shine a Light. Okay, so pushing wrong buttons again. Please tell me you're doing a sequel to the Italian snacks video because that cracked me up last year. Are we? Well, Sean, you must be in charge, and Gabe, you must be in charge buying stuff for me.
Okay,
I'll pay you.
Think about this next few days.
Let's get a list
you guys
together.
Figure something out. I'll give you the money, and then you pick.
Also, crazy idea because it's a co-hosting. Are there any Ukrainian shops that we could get some Ukrainian?
Oh, that's a good point. To be honest, it's probably better to look in London. So if I ever think of about that in the next couple of days, what I'm going to do, if there's anybody in chat, if we have any Ukrainians in chat who have some recommendations for me, there is there's a shop down the street which has like the Polish, Lithuanian, Ukrainian flags on the front of it, and is like, you know. I will go down there and ask for those things. So if anyone has any ideas, you know, either put them in chat, at us on Twitter, let me know, and I will buy them.
I couldn't do it much in Rotterdam because COVID, right? There was super restrictions. So I only got the licorice that they have, the salty stuff, and I almost threw up. Like on live stream. I was like, you guys eat that willingly? So yeah, that was pretty rough. So
I don't think I've ever tried licorice.
Don't. I don't recommend. I don't like licorice. I remember my dad in Germany and my brother, they loved licorice. And I was like, wanted to be like part of the group. And I was like, so good. You know, I was like, I forced it down and I hated it so much. I still do. So
Make Matt eat a curly whirly dipped in Marmite.
Curly whirly?
Yeah,
that sounds wrong already. The name
a curly whirly is like a weird chocolate bar that we've got. That's like it's like a lattice effect type thing.
Well, don't spoil it for me too much because it's supposed to be a surprise effect.
Well, there's plenty of options. We might not do the curly whirly.
I remember in Italy, when we did that, I was the one who liked the most of the stuff. I think was it Roy who was the pickiest?
No, I think I was pretty bad with some of it as well.
Yeah, you were the pickiest, I think.
Yeah.
No, I was like, there's this one thing none of us liked. I forgot which one it was. There was one thing we all liked.
It was that San Pellegrino weird, like black orange thing, wasn't it? Like the drink.
I don't remember. There was one thing none of us liked. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah. I even didn't drink. I left it at the place. I'm like, yeah, for the Airbnb person, you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, enough of food. But yeah, Sean and Gabe, you're in charge. do one thing for once. Which singular entry affected Eurovision's transition into the staging-focused era the most? Was it Paul Oscar or Ruslana? I have an answer. I think one of the first ones actually was 20 years before that, going back to you guys, UK, 1976. Save Your Kisses for Me was instrumental in progressing some sort of choreography, because it was still very much a stay at your microphone kind of environment. And this choreography was talked about all over and really opened the floodgates up. There haven't been many. There's been some moving around, right? But nothing like that before, really. So that was.
I think Making Your Mind Up was a lot of that as well. Like particularly for like gimmicks and things like that. That was when gimmicks started. Not gimmicks, but like sort of staging became like, oh, that's starting to become a thing now.
Yeah.
And then throughout the years, I would have to think. Yeah, I mean, Iceland Oscar 1997 was ahead of its time for sure. They should have waited 1 or 2 more years, and then,
I mean, that one just opened the sort of sex floodgates at Eurovision, didn't it?
Yeah, that is true.
I think Be My Valentine in 2009. We really time can be split into before that performance and after that performance. Just truly one of the most visionary performances in all Eurovision history.
I was 12 years old, and I remember sitting at my TV like,
I remember
what's going on?
2003, Tattoo. They were told by the EBU in 2003 not to kiss because 2 girls. Yikes, right? And it was Russia out of all countries that was the one that was the forthcoming country. How things have changed in just 20 years, huh? Like they flipped.
Armenia TikTok.
Uh-oh.
Can we talk about more women kissing? That's way more fun. Okay, so
I know, right?
now let me bring it up here. Hang on 1 second. Oops, don't sing yet, lady. I wasn't ready yet. Okay, so let's do it. Cannot have the soundtrack. The actual recording. So once she takes the stage, we shall listen. Pretty, pretty, pretty.
There's no sound at all.
It's not coming. The sound's not coming through.
Okay, they do one long shot. I cannot have the whole sound. Okay.
No, but you've got no sound whatsoever.
You cannot hear the sound?
No. There's no sound whatsoever.
But the stage, that looks like so visually striking. It's really impressive, actually.
So I'm sorry, were you saying the sound wasn't working?
No, nothing came through whatsoever.
Ugh. Sorry, y'all. It was on my end. I clicked the mute, so you guys have to
change your sound settings for what.
I was hoping to see the breakdown part, like the rap-ish part. But yeah, this is visually stunning.
I'm gonna mute so I can listen.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened. Oh well. Anyways, I didn't make any changes. Sometimes the software just doesn't play everything. So, thoughts, Emma?
Yeah, I was hoping that the snippet is going to show us a little bit of the verse, the second verse, but I guess not. I think it looks visually stunning, and someone already said, oh, it's very striking. I think that it works for the song. I don't know if we're getting bells, but it doesn't matter. In this case, it's just, it looks amazing, honestly. And she looks, I mean, even she sounds vocally very good.
Yeah, so, and it's going to be, again, lots of camera because the spinning thing, or like the platform is, the camera work is so important. Yeah, I wish they would have given us a little bit of the rap part, because that's like the part that I'm really interested in to see how they're staging it. So that is, still up in the air. Gabe?
Oh, sorry, still muted. So I am really excited by the sort of slanty thing, the projection. I'm so easily impressed by projection stuff like that. So I'm like, oh wow, pretty colors. I think I know we all want to see what they're going to do for the pickup in the middle, but it's something I'm kind of like. I think they're making the right choice in terms of building the hype to not show it yet. But I really, really hope we sort of get some drama still to come. So I'm gonna say I'm excited about this, but I'm still reserved a little bit just because I want to see what they're doing with that next bit. I'll allow myself to get hyped if that lives up to expectations.
Okay, and last but not least, Sean.
I just listened to it then while I don't know what your discussion was like previously because I had it muted here, but that looks really quite striking. And I think it's one of these where the camera work's gonna be a big part of it as well. So gonna have to see how that pans out. But vocally sounded great. Visually looks really good. This has got a good chance of being a really strong performance.
Yep. And the last person is taking the stage now. Cyprus. Well, that's not a person, that's a country. Andrew, representing Cyprus. Let's see if they asked him a gross thing as well. Fun fact. No, they asked him to tell a joke. Where are average things manufactured? In the saddest factory. Puns. I'm the wrong audience for that joke. Okay. I have to bring up Jelly here real quick. Well, if I knew how to do it. Hang on. Dutch media update. They love it now.
Of course they do. This bunch of hypocrites.
I know, right? It's so easy to jump the bandwagon left and right. Just have a little bit more faith. Not faith. Even if you don't have the faith, we just have patience, So it's funny. But then we haven't even heard really them sing it. I mean, the singing that we heard was fine. It wasn't like they were still very soft vocally, right? So we need to hear it before. Now they're going to hate it again if it's not that good. It's going to go right back.
Quite. Stevan says, would you say that Svetlana Loboda made you the person you are today? Was there ever a more straight but gay performance in Eurovision? It's funny. I know exactly what you mean. Like, I know it was like aggressively straight, but God, it was so camp. It was so camp. Svetlana Loboda, Be My Valentine. Oh. With the the oily Romans lusting over scantily clad Svetlana. It was just it was wonderful. I remember watching it and being like, whoa. And then the drum solo came on and I was like jumping around my living room. Oh. Those were the days. Matt, you're gone again.
Technical difficulties.
Oh, he's muted.
I know. I'm muted.
There he is.
There you are.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I don't know why all of a sudden out of nowhere it just stops working. Anyways, I don't know what you're saying. Oh, Be My Valentine. Yeah, I'll keep my opinion now to myself. So Finland is rising in the odds, though. As I said, now 19%.
As expected.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I saw that coming.
Yeah, and Sweden down 1%. They're going to lose now. They're not going to qualify. Right? Isn't that how it goes?
Pretty much.
Yeah, and then the rest is hard to say because all the rest is kind of like bunched together, so it's very difficult to really see. Israel went up a little, which we're not too surprised, and then the rest, Romania is now last, because they were like second to last for a hot second, and then back down. Yeah, and keep in mind, this is not. But actually, let me check to see if instead of just looking at the winner, if the qualifiers have changed a little bit. So what has changed? There's not much change, actually, except for one thing in Semi 1. I mean, this all going to change throughout the weeks now to come, but I want to show that to you anyways. As of right now, Switzerland went up a little. There was just an arrow up. It disappears every once in a while. And then Croatia is now in 9th. So Switzerland is working its way up in the odds. And the Netherlands still in 11th, but it was still brand spanking new. And then the rest kind of stays where they were before.
Malta.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised it's not higher. But
I might put a bet on them to qualify, actually. Just a few pounds, and I can get you all a pint if I win it. Because I really think it's got a solid chance of qualifying.
I love how Cyprus and Australia both rising, and they haven't even performed yet.
Yeah.
So weird. Denmark seems to have a good reaction because you see some green there, and it disappears again. I have no idea why that is. And then the rest, kind of. Belgium went up a little actually because they were in 10th, now then 8th. I mean 10th like a couple of days ago when I checked. So we'll see. The rest, yeah, kind of like okay, yeah, I can see that happening. Anything you guys disagree with strongly? Greece is now in the top 10. That is new. Because before...
Really?
Oh, wait. Wasn't it? I thought they were not in there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't even remember. Don't quote me. Anyways.
Denmark being outside the top 10 is still a surprise for me.
Give it some time. They're rising right now.
Let me just answer the question from Shannon.
Yeah.
So she doesn't. I think she posted a question twice already. So I just want to respond. So what got me into Eurovision? There's a little bit of a story there, but it's not really.
No, this is a story all about how my life got flipped. Turn ups. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You want to continue?
No, yeah, I'd like to, but maybe later.
Our personal mad concept. Okay. Yeah. So at the time when.
Oh, I'm breaking up.
Oh,
Am I breaking up? Oh no, the suspense again. I'm finally answering your question, Shannon.
No.
Oh no, you're back.
Fine. You're back.
You're back. No, you're muted.
Good. Okay. I'm muted.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine.
Oh
no, she's not. No, you're good.
Happening. Okay. So yeah, at the time when I started watching Eurovision, Serbia was sort of like coming as a country from a really dark period of the 90s. So for me as a kid, it was the first time to see like suddenly all these countries, all these sort of like cultures and all these languages at the same time on the same stage sharing something like as amazing as music was. So for me, it was really more of an experience thing. And then of course it appealed to my nerdy side, like, oh, we're rooting for this song, or why is this song not gonna be, good enough, or stuff like that. So yeah, basically it's just that community thing that still kind of keeps me hanging on even to this day. So yeah.
All right,
I think that's kind of in common with a lot of people.
Emma is from Serbia.
What? Oh, where you from? I say it. Gotcha. Yeah. Be good, do good,
I mean, I think there was something in, and this is in some ways why I think about some of the maybe this argument is a little bit of an appeal to emotion. But one thing that I've always found quite beautiful about Eurovision is even in countries, and there are countries, let's face it, both that have participated recently and not anymore, and that are currently participating, where homophobia is widespread, where transphobia is widespread, and so on. Especially in something like 1997, 2014, they come to me. If you're, a young LGBT person in one of those countries, and just for one night, you turn on the main TV station in your country, and people, who you identify with, who are like you, are being celebrated, even if it happens just once, that would be, a really special thing. So at least that I don't know. That's just, I was reflecting on this a little while ago, and that's something that came to mind. I don't know what you guys think of that.
I completely agree.
I think it's dumb. Of course, it's wonderful. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Only straight cis white males allowed in Eurovision, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes. It's a notoriously straight environment.
Yeah.
Someone's going to be clipping that on Twitter, and you're going to be cancelled.
Oh God, could you imagine?
And Stephen says, just said about that's how I respond to people saying Turkey shouldn't return. Well, someone just above you said, and I advocate for Kazakhstan to be in the contest. Well, Eurovision, you know, there are obvious exceptions to this rule. No one is saying that, like, Russia and Belarus obviously should not be in Eurovision. And there's, you know, all kinds of complex ethics with certain countries in Eurovision and what they use their participation for that we shouldn't get, that we can't get into right now. But it is a window and a reprieve for a lot of people, and a pretty powerful soft power tool in some of these places that can make a difference. So it's a really complex ethical question. I'm not going to pretend like, you know, there's an absolute right and an absolute wrong. I mean, you talk about the ethics of, you know, Israel participating, or like Turkey or Kazakhstan or whatever else, but it is a force for acceptance and openness, and the organizers value that very highly, so highly in fact that if you think about to the Chinese market, which was a fast growing market for them, they refused to show Ireland's performance in 2018, and the EBU, no questions asked, cut them off. Yeah. We have to maintain that attitude. That's also why I was so firm when we were talking about transphobia with Ireland yesterday. This is so integral to Eurovision and has been for so long. For some, these things really make a difference in some of these places. And I'm not saying it's a conclusive argument either way. I'm just saying it's something we have to consider.
I would just say as well that you're totally right at the minute with Russia and Belarus shouldn't be allowed in their current situation to be here. But there are LGBT Russians and Belarusians that do deserve to have their opportunity and their limelight. And unfortunately, this is another thing that they've been deprived of because of the regimes in charge. And it's the same with Hungary. It's the same with, Turkey has been recently. But, these things come in cycles, I guess. And, Turkey look like they're hopefully, fingers crossed, trying to, find their way. And they can be back and they can be a bit more sort of, tolerant and open to this type of thing. And I hope that there's sea changes like this across Europe. There's been the times in the past where countries have come and gone, but, eventually I think this type of celebration always wins out, and,
two steps forward, one step back. We see that a lot, and I still hopefully believe in that. And one person mentioned in the comments section, I agree. I think that's why 2014 was such a monumental win as well, because there was all this like controversy about Conchita, and then the average person's like, I like the song, I like this whole thing, I'll vote for it. And it didn't just come from Western Europe, and it came from all over the place. So,
it was like the 10 points from Georgia. It's like a real sort of like moment then, because everyone was like, they thought Georgia wasn't going to give this anything, and then Georgia.
Which one? In 2014?
Yeah, so Georgia gave Austria like 10 points or something like that, and that was like a real moment of kind of like even these countries that have been sort of more conservative, I guess, or don't have this kind of visual representation as much in TV, and like like Azerbaijan and all places like this, that like they're celebrating this at the same time as the rest of Europe.
You know how they say in religion, always don't hate the sinner, hate the sin. I always say that about people. Don't hate the people, hate the politicians. So
thing is, this is such a complex discussion, but it's also what's important here is this does actually show we really try. No one wants Eurovision to be political, but I think this shows that you can't fully separate the politics from Eurovision, because there's always going to be some of these ethical questions. Some of them are easy. Like we said, on the Russia question, the answer is obvious. They should not, must not participate for quite a long time. But you take other examples and it gets complicated fast. And it's really difficult to be consistent about it as well. And ultimately, for all of us, it can be overwhelmed by the pure excitement and the love we have for Eurovision. There's all these different things going on, and we shouldn't all expect each other to have perfectly, consistent views, as long as we're just trying to find a balance and trying to do what is right. And it's difficult, but I hope that everyone feels that we sort of try to be fair about these things. To everyone.
Yeah. It's all live and let live. That's always my motto. All right, let's jump back into the story. Oh, they're typing in Cyprus.
They have Gustav photos.
Belgium photos are up as well now.
Okay, so let's jump right into it. Well, in a second. Photos.
I'm not seeing Belgian photos just yet.
Neither do I.
They're on
they're on
Instagram.
Twitter.
I see them on Instagram. Yeah.
Yeah, then they'll be here shortly because Instagram is not for me. And they get one picture. Right?
Matt consistently ignores Instagram.
Instagram is for others.
Millennials.
What do you think? I am a boomer? No, I mean, it's just we all choose our. I'm more of a typer than a visual person when it comes to that because you cannot really. I like instant communication, so like Twitter for me is more of a thing.
I totally get it.
Yeah,
I totally get it.
photos are on
Instagram crops those photos, so you can't really see the photos. Anyway, so.
But on Twitter, they're 4 on Twitter right now, so I'll put those.
Oh, it looks so good. It looks.
Don't
so
spoil
good.
it. I'm bringing.
Hey, I didn't say anything. I just said it looks good, and I was always going to say that because I love good stuff. So
we'll find out.
They have attitude. I will say that.
To the person who said, just so you know, we're not ignoring it. The person who said, "What about Israel?" That's much too big a debate to have now. I have thoughts, but now is not the time. Maybe at some point during these 2 weeks, but not now. I'll consider. I've previously not published it anyway. I've previously written things about this because I think it's really complicated. But we'll get into that another time. On to the photos. Sorry.
Oh, look, there's a nudge to us. It says U.S. in the corner. Yay, yeah, we're being represented. U.S. Go, there's the A, but U.S. is good enough. See, I'll make it about myself.
Yeah, it looks cool as hell, this though.
I find those pants a bit confusing. I think it's like shorts and jeans at the same time. Okay.
It's high fashion.
Okay, so I love again the backup singers. That Hilo has a very intense look in that picture. Though that's almost like scary. He's like,
he knows how to work this stage though. Like,
yeah, I like it. He's exuding like confidence.
Oh, love that.
I love that.
Okay. So those are the 4 pictures I had on the Twitter machine. I'll go back to the galleries and ones that pops up on the Eurovision website. Because usually when I'm done here, that's when they come on the website. But not yet.
Cyprus takes to the stage.
I knew I was going to miss that. Okay, let's go back. That one says, "This is a great way to end what has been a brilliant second day of rehearsals. Break a broken brat." It's always a tongue twister, isn't it? Break a broken heart. Say that 3 times fast. Break a broken heart is a powerful, heartfelt ballad with a marching drum beat that's vibrating through the Liverpool arena floor. Andrew's vocal is sublime, and there's something electrifying about the way the song builds from the first big note to an even bigger finish. The LED backdrop transitions from waterfall to flames, and the whole thing is a massive Monday afternoon mood. So all we know is there's a LED backdrop, waterfall and flames. So we didn't get much out of this. Am I missing anything?
No.
Even they were like, surely there's some pyro incoming, right? Sure, there must be something.
Maybe they're hinting.
Because Cyprus is known for like interesting staging, right? Think back last year.
Interesting.
El Diablo replay. I'm not saying it always works, but they're certainly putting something forward. So there must be more. This was a very non-descriptive one. All right, we'll see. So, anybody else that missed anything? Nothing to talk about, huh?
No, just the fact he's wearing like a black sleeveless kind of, I don't know.
Maybe that's not his
Looks
final
like a kimono.
thing either.
Yeah.
So, any thoughts on Belgium that we didn't get to talk about? The pictures we briefly before we jumped into the Cyprus discussion. Emma, you liked it?
Really. I mean, it was solid. There are some I liked better than this, but I think it was solid. It had attitude. I loved the use of the LED behind him, like with a hat and the shadow. I don't really know what else to expect, but he does look good. So solid, all in all.
Okay, Gabe.
There we go. Sorry, for some reason I was pressing on mute and it wasn't working. Oh God, I'm just excited. I was saying this before about the hats, but that outfit would not work on a lot of people. But there's just something about Gustav that really carries it, and I really like that. I think there's just, I really do think the subject matter of the song and Gustav and the sound and the staging, everything, it feels like it all matches really well. It really resonated with me what he was saying about, how he's celebrating his chosen family, and it just, everything about it feels like joyful and exciting. And I just think it's going to be, I think people are really going to get it. And I'm really rooting for it. I just hope it does really well.
Sean? Oh, sorry. I think we're done.
No. I just think this is just going to be an absolute treat live. I think for the people in the arena, this is going to go down a storm in Liverpool, because I know what Liverpudlians are like, and this is just completely up their street. They're going to absolutely love this, and obviously Eurovision fans as well. I think visually it looks really strong. I love what Emma said about the backdrop with the hat and the silhouette. That's a really effective way to sort of, I'm guessing, start the song. I've got no qualms or doubts about Belgium. I think it's going to qualify, and I think it's probably underrated by a lot of people, and I think it has been underrated since the start of the season.
Yeah, I just imagine, I just remembered his reaction when he won. That was so wholesome.
Utter shock. He's like, that didn't happen because he was supposed to win. I'm using the term lightly here, of course.
Yeah.
So it's always fun to have. That was still one of the earliest national finals. I think the biggest surprise, because I'm trying to think, was there any other national final where a completely out of nowhere song won? I don't think we had it this year.
This year, no.
I think Sisters, for example. Oh.
Well, Sisters was. I expected that one to win, but
I think people expected different winners in Croatia and Germany. I think people were surprised by what did come for Let Free and Lord of the Lost. I don't think people expected either of them to actually win it.
It was very interesting because in the Eurovision bubble, it was that hurdy-gurdy chick, right? But as soon as you look outside that bubble, it was always Lord of the Lost. So that's why I was like, well, I always thought the Lord of the Lost would probably pull it off if the juries would support it, even though they didn't do it that much.
Yeah. I think we're all scared of Ika Hoofdgold. I think that.
Yeah, I think everyone. Yeah, a lot of people thought he would be winning. But I wasn't. It wasn't a shock surprise to me, Lord.
Poland as well. Sorry, in the comments, Poland.
Old
Jan thing.
Here's the thing with Poland. I wasn't shocked. I was very disappointed, only because I knew that this would be a controversial pick, because the broadcaster, they're very on the conservative side, and I kind of knew that they would probably not allow something as flamboyant, the right word. I cannot think any, out there for Poland that would not feel comfortable with that. And that's why I kind of knew it was going to, I was hoping they're going to prove us wrong, but clearly that did not happen. Yeah. So I guess that was the biggest surprise for me still.
I think the thing is that I reckon Jan was nervy, a bit nervy during his performance as well, which might not have helped hugely. But in any case, I think, I said this yesterday, I think I really appreciate, that's one of my most played songs, more than a lot of Eurovision songs. I love that song, but I think it's not doing anyone any help now. There are still people tweeting it at Blanca all the time and tweeting it at the broadcaster and all the rest. And it's like, who's this? What good is this doing now? I just feel like it's upsetting for all of us to, constantly still be thinking about it. And, we should focus on much more positive things like this gallery here. Here we go.
Yes. He's singing with, so there's going to be more interaction and movement there. I just love, again, the fact that he's giving the backup singers the spotlight here. Because, with all the pre-recorded backtracks, it's just, I'm very just still not over this. Okay.
There's a photo where there's like a person jumping, they took a photo with the person in the air. Yeah, that one. Wow. That looks amazing.
That is excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be a brilliant performance. I don't see any other way that it can't be. It's going to be so full of energy as well.
Look at him. I love it.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced about the outfit. That's just me. You know, I'm not necessarily a fan of the outfit.
I love the boots.
I think it's a good contrast, though.
See, I find the opposite. The contrast. Yeah, I mean, I will say this: it's a good contrast to the rest of the stage. I just don't know if I like the pink bottom part with the wide vest and the hat. It just seems strange, but that's just me, you know. And it's just nitpicky. Okay, so the backdrop is very close to the music video, so we get that feel that they kept in place with that. And yeah, we saw that one again. That
gosh, like every single country brought it. Like this is
most. I'm curious a lot on Romania right now, but everybody else, yeah. So that was definitely So that's great.
I'm gonna have to take this opportunity to love and leave, unfortunately, because it's at that time of day. I've got things to do. I need to pack. You know, I've got to get ready to go.
Yeah, I'm done with your whining. Just like me, my needs, all about me. Yeah, got it.
Sorry.
Get out of here. Now, have a safe trip. Keep us updated, okay? Maybe you can. Well, I don't know if you can. No, by the time you get there, we're already offline. So I'll see you maybe the day after.
I'll probably take time to explore tomorrow anyway. So if I'll share anything that I find that Melanie's not already covered already. So
all right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
See you soon.
See you guys. I'll see you guys in a few days.
Bye, Sean.
Okay.
I love Sean.
Somebody has to.
What a thing to say.
Did it hurt too soon? No, I love Sean. You know that. I said I've nothing but nice things to say. Now, I told the story how Sean and I met, and it was just interesting how this has evolved. So now the next TikTok will be, which one was the last? It was 5 minutes ago. I don't remember what we did 5 minutes ago.
We were watching the gallery.
No, Armenia was the last one, right? Yeah, we watched on TikTok. So after Armenia is a country. Help me. Who's
Romania?
Armenia? Romania, thank you. So wait, that one I'm really curious.
So we have Romania and then Belgium and then Cyprus.
Yes. We're not going to wait for all the TikToks, of course, but we're waiting at least for the pictures and whatnot.
They're taking so much time for the TikToks, though.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, ain't nobody got time for that, and I have to start packing, and I do have to do a few other things as well. Okay, everyone, but we also want to use this opportunity. More questions. Anything at ESC United, whether about the rehearsals, about Liverpool, about whatever you want to ask, except OnlyFans. So just post them at ESC United in the chat. Greatly appreciated. So tomorrow, we all know, is the remaining semi-final 2 candidates rehearsing. Emma. I'm not asking about your favorite tomorrow, but who are you really looking forward to find out what's going on, what's going to happen?
I'm really looking forward to. Well, you didn't ask me that. I'm mind blanking. I don't know. Like I'm expecting to see very good stuff from Georgia. I'm actually really curious about the visuals for Georgia. I don't think I've read anything in particular about them. Albania. So curious what they're gonna do and how. I think that for me, Albania had a little bit of an issue with chemistry on stage. Like they didn't.
Aren't they family? Shouldn't they have chemistry? I'm sorry. The brother and her, they don't really click. I know, I get about that. That's an unfortunate thing that didn't come across.
It feels a little bit like awkward, but I think that maybe, I don't know. I actually don't know the history. I don't know if they are an actual band all the time performing together. So maybe they needed some time, you know. But who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. Then, of course, Austria. I can't.
That's mine, because this will be a little make or break, because they could really become a contender after tomorrow, or like at least the impression, or they could do a halo. Do you know what I mean?
And I know what you mean, but also, yeah, I definitely do understand what you mean. But I think that based on what we've seen so far, I don't think they're gonna pull that.
Yeah, this is a very dramatic point I make. It's not going to be as dramatic, but going down that route, let's put it that way.
And of course, a little bit of curiosity for Poland for me personally.
Yeah, I get a feeling they're going to do something similar to the music video, but music to the national final, but we'll see. Gabe.
So for me, it's the Australia and Austria. That's what I'm looking forward to. Austria, I think, has been pretty comprehensively covered. I agree with everything, basically, that Emma said. I think, and I see it's make or break in some way, but I don't think the concerns are as high as they were for Halo. With Halo, we'd seen some of the pre-parties, and I remember we emerged, particularly from Tel Aviv pre-party, and was sort of a bit like, sort of, what is this? But I'm most excited for Australia. They smashed it in London. I saw them the other week in London. They were exceptional. Voyager. I think it's a bit of a dark horse, but I think it's also this kind of music, and they're very conscious of this. It's not really, this sort of slightly more proggy synth pop kind of side of metal is something that we haven't seen as much of, and so I think they're really, really eager to sort of give it their best. So I'm so excited to see that. I'm also curious. Someone said it in chat. I'm curious. Magdalena in chat said this. I'm curious about Poland, but not necessarily in a good way. I think
you fear the worst case scenario kind of thing.
Yeah, I sort of that dance break. I don't know how.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You're nervous. Has the odds even changed slightly since rehearsal started? Alicia's asking. So we checked earlier, but I don't know, 20 minutes ago. I think the biggest change is really Finland's odds shortening by quite a bit. Now, we're still talking about a significant difference between Sweden and Finland. We're not claiming it's like super close, but that takes time, first of all. And I don't anticipate Sweden to fall out of first place in the betting odds anyway, regardless. But I think people have more confidence, a little bit more in Finland's chances, I think, after getting the first impression. Is that fair to say, Gabe?
Yeah, and I think, they're both sort of, I think people are impressed by both. People were pleased to see, Loreen managing to bring the sort of an analog of that staging with her. But I think it feels to me like the reaction to Cha 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 has been a bit, what's the word?
I don't know. While you're thinking about that, I'm just going to say, everyone, go ahead, finish your thought real quick then.
I was going to say, it felt, the Cha Cha Cha, it felt like because we sort of found something new in there, and there were some new elements, stuff that we discovered today, it feels like the reaction has been slightly stronger. Now, I could be wrong about that. Maybe I'm misreading it. And obviously, my obvious self-declared bias aside here. So for that reason, I would say it's been a really good day for Finland. It was a good day for Sweden yesterday, but I think it's been a really, really good day for Finland today.
Yeah. I just wanted to update. It is true. We are getting pyros and smoke. So they confirmed Cyprus has floor smoke and 4 bangs of flames.
Okay, cool.
So, this is our first flames, and really, maybe it's like pyros, but not like the flames that come out. So yeah, that is.
Also, shout out to Carol, who says she saw me at the Voyager gig. You should have come and said hello. I would have been. It would have been very good to see you. But I'm sure if you ever spot me at a gig again, please do come up and say hi. I'm always willing to say hi and have multiple pints, lots of pints, always pints.
All right. So let's answer a few questions since we have the wrap up here. Evening, guys. Just joining as we're leaving. Now we have a little bit. David, I think Austria can put themselves up with Sweden and Finland with special performance. The odds will fall big time. Fall or rise? Okay, yeah, when you're shortening, I was good. Yeah, so it's shorten. Yeah, I'm like fall. I thought, isn't that bad? So I think, Emma, we talked about that. You kind of agree, right? This could be the...
Definitely. I think this is a competitor right here. And I think they're really going to bring the party to the arena. And I think the audience will connect in the arena as well on TV. So I think that's a win-win.
I wouldn't mind going back to Austria. They're affordable. And we would probably go to Vienna. We would probably go to Innsbruck. I love that city.
Maybe or Salzburg.
Salzburg. I would not.
That'd be great because I speak German like a Bavarian anyway. I'm all servus and yo instead of ja.
Oh, you don't speak any German, right?
What, me?
Yeah.
I lived in Germany.
Du sprichst Deutsch?
Ja, genau.
Warum hast du mit mir nie Deutsch gesprochen?
Das weiß ich nicht. Es gab keine Möglichkeiten, Deutsch mit dir zu sprechen.
Du hast das noch niemals erwähnt.
Also, was für eine Überraschung, oder?
Yeah, I've been working for years. I had no idea he spoke German. He never, ever told me.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
But yes.
I'm like, sorry. I'm like, what we're talking about.
That was interesting.
Yeah, no, it's a little surprising, I'm sure. No, what people might not realize is like I did languages at university, but I picked up bits of all kinds. So I studied German, obviously. I can speak Russian. I did a semester of Dutch. I did a semester of Luxembourgish. When I was living in Germany, I did a semester learning Finnish in German, which was quite difficult.
So the only obvious choice next is Serbian.
Yes, exactly. I've already got I've got a few of the words from Molitva. I just got to build on it from there. But that's why I have like a bunch of useless phrases in Finnish. Like I can say "Minä olen rautatieasemassa." It's like, great, you're at the train station. What else can you say? Nothing. But yes, so there's a variety of things. Sorry, I've derailed everything again.
Yeah, Carol said ESC German United.
Yes, exactly.
All right, let's go back to Eurovision. So we have, we're getting sidetracked. Will you be there streaming from the press center in Liverpool? That's a tough thing here. So the EBU
there will be streams, right?
No, probably not. I don't know yet. So the problem is two things. The EBU does not allow any live streams from the press center during live shows or any rehearsals, I should say. No background noise, so we cannot even live stream from the arena while the shows are happening. And so the only way for me to do is from my hotel room with my headphones on, and Gabe will be there with me. So at least, and then we'll see who else. But yeah, so we kind of run the show there because we are not allowed to have any background noise. EBU cut on that because they have an issue with fan media. And also in addition to that, they're not allowed to any monetization if we're in the press center. So it's really, really rough for us to be there and do any sort of live stream. So it's not that we don't want to, but we're basically not allowed.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, and I think it's one of those things. It's like there will be, of course, I'm sure we'll work something out. But it is really frustrating that, and it's kind of ironic in some senses that we've got way more access to the press center this year, but vastly more restrictions on what we're allowed to do with it. And I'm sure, Matt, like, I mean, ESC United has great relations with delegations, so it's not them who have the problem with those streams.
Yeah.
But,
and it wasn't in the past. It's just interesting, yeah. But not much we can do. We can talk about until the cows come home. Since there's no rest of the jury for the rest of the world, it is no longer equal 50-50 since there's 1+ vote for public. That is correct. And they made that kind of clear in the announcement of that. So there's a slight, they still call it 50-50, I'm sure, because it seems a little 50 jury, 50, they may say 50 televote, 50 jury, and they mention probably the rest of the vote world separately. I think I can see that. So, but yeah, they mentioned it before. Technically, the televote is it's much stronger now, but it's a very clever way because most likely this will not have a major impact the vote, but it gets a lot of people involved, especially not just the people in America or in South America or in Asia, whatever, but in like non-participating countries in Eurovision. Those poor people in Turkey or Hungary or North Macedonia, they all get to vote. So that's cool.
That's a country I'd really like to see back next year as well. North Macedonia, and hopefully, because they're participating in Junior Eurovision, they'll be coming back.
They have every intent when they announce a withdrawal to actually return. Bulgaria is a weird one, but North Macedonia. Yeah, so not that they are weird, but the announcement, the way it happened. I don't want the impression that Bulgaria is weird. I'm just saying the way they said, we'll never be back, on the Twitter, but then that was not corroborated with the actual people in charge later on, and it was weird.
My wish list is those two, Turkey, Monaco, since that they seem to be heading that way. Those are my 4. Obviously, the Kazakhstan thing. I've toned that down a bit this year because I feel like the buzz around that has died a lot.
Yeah.
But those 5, that takes you up to 42 already. And, you know, I mean, there's still space in there for more. Bosnia-Herzegovina, you know, needs to come back.
Yeah, Bosnia, that's what I said. Because they want to come back. It's all about the money because they cannot afford it. Kind of like what North...
For them, it's the debt, it's the money. I think they do want to come back.
Yeah, I miss them dearly. So that really sucks.
And you know, and there was a thing, I know this happens, it happens a lot, and there's been all kinds of these kinds of news breaking over the years, but there was a thing about maybe 2 months ago where there was some kind of a memorandum or something in this ongoing, obviously the Serbia-Kosovo talks have been going on for many years. There was something about, you know, Serbia will not obstruct Kosovo's membership of international organizations.
Yeah, very.
You know, so there's questions about EBU membership in Kosovo and what ramifications that would have. I think everyone knows that Kosovo would want to participate in Eurovision if it was permitted to do so. So there's all kinds of stuff around that. But there's a clear route to, you know, 44, 45 entries in there if that's what we want. I believe the hard limit is 45, isn't it?
Is
it?
It's the number of I think 20 is the max number of semifinalists, I think.
So you're looking at really 45, 46.
44, right? Oh,
no,
it could
46,
be 46.
Because if you have the Big 5, a host country which isn't in the Big 5 plus 40. So you're looking at 46 as a theoretical maximum.
Oh, was it not? Yeah, I think it was 20.
But to be honest, I think if we ever got to that point, I think they probably say, okay, let's have 21 on each semi and just qualify 11 instead. And have a 27-song final, because they've done 27-song finals before and it was fine.
That would make sense.
Well, I hope they increase it. More countries, more songs, more ridiculousness. That's always my desire.
Do you know what was my favorite part about the Eurovision show in general? I loved, and this is maybe not everyone's cup of tea, but I loved long voting sequences that we had in the early 2000s.
Matt,
you're muted, Matt. Matt, you're muted.
Matt, your mic's not working. Based on everything you've seen so far, who do you think is going to win the fake results in both semis? Well, do you mean the 10 qualifiers of the fake results? Well, I actually, this is one of my favorite bits, and I hope we do fake results again. From the jury shows. I mean, that was actually one thing we did do, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. In Turin last year, we were streaming from the house because we didn't have press access, so you couldn't really hear as much what was going on, but we could still sort of tell you what was happening as it happens. You know,
strawberry pancakes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Matt, we can. Oh, I could do pancakes. Oh, I could do pancakes right now. Talk about who do you think is going to win the fake results?
Yeah, I know. I brought that up, and I was like, "This is a very important question and serious question. I have to answer." And then I dropped off.
I'm going to go with the United Kingdom. God save the king.
Not again. Okay. Do we have another picture or TikTok?
Another TikTok?
Nope. Nothing. Okay. Well, then I want to wait at least for the Cyprus pictures, right? We can't do this without Cyprus. They would feel left out. Do you agree with Ricardo? He thinks we have too many acts with pink. It can be a little bit hard to separate from them in the final. We have a little bit of pink maybe with Belgium, where we were just talking about the pans. We have, I guess, a little bit of pink purple with Armenia, right? And then lots of pink with Denmark. Right, in the semi. That is true. But I don't think the pink pants really are a big deal. It's just like a tiny little accentuating color. Am I missing anything else?
Yeah, I think the thing is that it was interesting because I remember yesterday people saying like, oh, the era of bisexual lighting at Eurovision is over. And then today came along and it's like, hello.
What is the bisexual lighting again?
Purple and pink.
Purple and pink. Okay.
Purple and pink.
But you know
I
what?
like it.
Like I love how pink generally looks like on stage. So I don't feel like I have a problem with that actually at all.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm more worried about the whole when you have too many dark performances one after another. That's a bigger concern than like because it gets too dark. But then it's for Malta's purposes, it's gonna work out for them, I'm sure.
But yeah, 2021 had a lot of silver dresses that I do remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Jyoti said. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What artists you hope to see in the semis opening and during vote counting? Huh? What? Let me bring that up. It keeps moving. What artists?
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, it goes away. It's so annoying. What artists you hope to see in the semis opening and during vote counting?
Oh, as in the interval acts.
I thought. Okay, gotcha.
Well, obviously, so there've been some announcements. Rita Ora, for example, has decided she likes Eurovision now. She'll be there. We're going to be seeing Sam Ryder, Cornelia Jacobs, Kalish Orchestra, of course.
Alyosha?
Alyosha, yes. There's more. You guys say more names because my mind's gone blank.
Well, they have all these in the semifinals right now, or in the finals.
These are a variety. I'm not sure when they're performing. Verka.
Well, there's all these former artists like Duncan Lawrence and Mahmood and Sonia from 1993.
I know that the first semi will be. I know that Alyosha will be in the first semi, right?
Yes, and Maria from Ukraine in the second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then they have the bunch of artists that come together as well. So I don't remember them all by heart either.
Zlata, something.
Yeah, she's somewhere.
Yeah,
I forgot what part she was. Yeah, that's all the other Ukrainian artists. I keep forgetting who's doing what. Let me ask you a question.
Is it Goa? And
Goa, yes.
Goa,
yes.
Oh, they're doing the opening ceremony. The flag
right.
parade.
Okay.
And Verka Serduchka is as well. And
it's gonna be a show.
Yeah,
it's gonna be great. No, Goa are really good live as well. They played in London last summer.
Okay, everybody. Romania's TikTok is out.
Ooh. TikTok, 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 TikTok.
Now it's an awkward pause. Hang on.
Hold on. Let me just mute myself.
All right. Let me know if you can. I mean, you may or may not hear it. Let's see.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Hello everyone, it's
that's
Teodor
new.
Andrei, the Romanian representative at Eurovision 2023, and I'm extremely excited because we have 20 minutes left before going on stage for the first rehearsal ever. Well, not ever, but the first rehearsal on stage in Liverpool. And the Pikachu socks are coming on stage with us. So
excellent.
Follow us and we'll have extremely fun time.
Oh, and he's got the guitar.
Oh, he's on the back. Not a lady, it's him.
Good note.
I loved it. And I think some parts are more stable now. I'm more, it reassured me a lot, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Well, first of all, his voice is incredible. Like he really has that grit in his voice. Yeah.
And I'm still processing that. It's coming. At least gives a glimpse of what's happening. It may be quite interesting. I'm still questioning some of the choices in terms of like his look. I say his looks. I mean like his outfit. And I'm
confused about the LED of him in the back. Like literally, like it's him. It's not even like a silhouette. It's him.
Yes, correct. I'm not quite sure if this all coming together or what that is. So it's very hard to tell. So he sounds, as I said, this voice is really good, and especially that note that he hits. And I think it helps the song pop more, because I think that was one of the issues the song had in particular. It was not like that memorable wow moment, and it adds it. I'm not saying this is not enough and all that stuff, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying I think it adds a little bit more layer to the song. I think that is what the song desperately needed. Now, we haven't heard the whole thing, so it's hard to guess. But right now, I'm still confused about the outfit versus the staging concept and colors, but I'm waiting until we see more. Gabe, go ahead.
That reassured me a bit in terms of the performance. I don't, like I said before, sorry, Theodor, I don't think it's going to the final, but I quite liked it. It seems like the performance has sort of come together a little bit. They've clearly, at least he has clearly made an effort to revamp it a bit, to try and improve it. And I really hope it comes off for him. I mean, I remember people earlier saying, we had some Romanian fans worried, saying, do you think he's going to avoid last place in the semi? I'm hopeful for him. On that basis, yes, I'm hopeful he will at the moment. Yeah. So fingers crossed, let's see what happens.
I'll have to wait. Again, I'm torn right this one. I want to be more optimistic because that's just kind of my outlook to life for the most part. But I feel as there is a slight disconnect, and I just really hope that the camera work will bring that to me. But I still think some of the changes that they're introducing give me a little bit more hope. So that's where I'm at right now. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I want to see what the chat is saying at ESC United. No, that's already a different topic. And now click. His vocals are amazing. Matt, you are too generous. Sorry. Seems like a self-centered performance. I mean, we don't know yet because there's only one moment where we see himself, and that's not Israel does it. And when you talk about self-centered, self-indulgent, we're talking about the year 2017, where it was like for almost everyone had their own face on the big backdrop. That was the year of self-indulgence to me. So I'm not, just because he's on there once, I wouldn't go that far, but I hear what you're saying. Nope, I don't see any other. People have strong opinions, I guess. All right, so then let's just look a few more questions here. I'm very late to the party. Who impressed you today, and who did anybody underwhelm? So for me, while you guys use your brain to come up with some, I mean, on paper, we haven't seen some of the clips yet, so it's also not fair to judge Belgium, Cyprus, and one other country. Who was after Romania? Who am I missing?
Denmark.
No, Denmark we had. Denmark, Armenia, Romania. Who was number 4? Who's number 4 tonight?
Oh, I have it here. 1 second.
Oh, that is Belgium, right?
Yeah, we had Finland, Denmark, Armenia, Romania, Belgium, Cyprus this afternoon. And this one was Israel,
Belgium. For some reason, I thought Belgium was
Czechia,
number 5. Yeah, my brain was thinking that would be okay. Then I was right. So we have to wait for those. Right now, I would say underwhelmed, maybe Romania, only because I am not quite getting it together, and overwhelmed almost still. And I didn't think it was possible, Finland. It was one of those moments that I love doing Eurovision. And Gabe disappeared, so I'll give it to Emma.
Sure.
You have an opinion?
Yeah. Are we talking underwhelming or like
both?
Very impressed? Both.
Impressed
okay,
and...
Okay, yeah, sure. So underwhelming, I would have to agree with Romania a little bit. I'm not sure I'm connecting with what they're trying to like present to us. But again, it's just a snippet, so we don't know. It's very hard to say. But yeah, that's the first impression at least. What's good? I really like, visually speaking, I loved what Israel is doing. I loved what Armenia is doing. I loved obviously Finland, and I even loved like Czech Republic. I think that they've really elevated the performance. So yeah, I have a lot more favorites than the rest.
And I commit you, Gabe, for sticking to your hiding under the Finnish flag this entire time. But now I need your answer.
Finland. So in also Finland and Israel for me are the winners today. Like really well staged, really solid performances, really impressive. I guess my losers have to be Romania and Azerbaijan, just because I think they're starting from a place where they're going to struggle. And I didn't see much today to convince me that that's going to change.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Okay, so yeah, that is a fair summary. Yeah, we're not going to wait for the other TikToks because we do have to take a break at some point. It's been going on, I don't know, 7 hours and 5 minutes. What? So, but in terms of what's next, tomorrow we're going to do this whole thing again. Is any one of you guys going to be here tomorrow?
I won't be, unfortunately.
I
So
will
no
be here.
Gabe. So Emma, we may have to hold down the fort. I'm not sure if Roy's going to be here.
I don't know if I'm going to be here the full time though.
That's
but,
okay. I've done it by myself. I can do it again.
By the
I'll
way,
try.
Cyprus, lots of pyro. I should have mentioned that before.
Yes, I mentioned that actually.
Oh, did we? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, get with it. So how many jury points do you think both Finland and Sweden will get? Who's your guess for the win? I think we talked about it a few times already, Sina. I'm referring to Gabe and I still are fairly confident that Finland, I'm not confident, feel good about Finland's odds winning the televote and potentially winning it by a decent margin, actually. Not guaranteed, but, there's a really good chance. We haven't seen the whole thing. Emma, where do you land right now in terms of televote winner? You still think it's Sweden?
No. I don't really think it's going to be Sweden. I think it's definitely leaning towards Finland. I'm curious to see what Austria does. I'm very curious to see what they do, but right now towards Finland. And I want to hear Finland from the public. You are getting 700.
I don't think that's mathematically possible, but still. Because Ukraine almost hit the max already. Not quite, but it's pretty close. And are we all thinking Sweden's still the likely jury winner? I think it's likely, but also not guaranteed, I would say. There's still other contenders, but at this point, I would agree Sweden is the one to beat on the jury side.
I think the thing is, and the reason I think Finland is going to win, I think it will hold on enough in the juries that, the top score, I think the top score in the jury, it'll be a sort of John's Tiers style 280, 290 max top score in the juries. But then I think Finland could go into the high 300s on the televote. If that happens, Finland wins, in my opinion, because if you get 370 on the televote, you've won it by quite a way. Yeah. It's not possible for anyone else to get that close to you if you have that many points.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Sweden jury winner by a narrow margin. Finland landslide televote wins the contest at the moment. It could change. We could see those performances in the first semi-final on the night, and things could totally transform. Yes. So we may need to hold our fire. Let's see.
Yeah. Somebody's saying also, let's not underestimate Sweden's televote power. I don't think anyone is underestimating it. I have no doubt in my mind that Sweden's going to be quite high in the televote. It just comes down to how high, because there are a lot of televote-friendly songs this year.
I also want to say that, historically, it's been known that the final voting and what it looks like in the end has been there is a discrepancy with the community opinion always. So just because we're thinking something doesn't mean that that's going to translate to the casual viewer as well. So there's space there.
You never know, because people keep forgetting that even though Sweden won the televote in 2012, they barely did. One set of 12 points would have changed and Russia would have won. So it was the juries that really gave them a big lead. And the same in 2015, they came third, right? So that's why I'm not convinced that it's like a runaway winner when Euphoria wasn't even a runaway winner in the televote. But that's why we're still thinking that she has a really good shot of winning, because the juries could give the boost that Sweden needs to win it all. It's just really, as Gabe said, everything can change. And we don't know yet, because if I had to put money down right now, I still would put. And don't listen to me. I don't give financial advice, and I am against betting anyways. But if I had to, I would more comfortable actually with Sweden at this point. But it's just not a certainty for me.
I mean, if we're putting money down, I think it's still pretty even. I'm obviously really set my stall out. And I'm going to stand by it now. I've made the big shout. I now have to stand by it. Otherwise, none of you should take me seriously. Not that any of you do anyway. But I've made the big shout. But I still think, because it's pretty even, I'm not going to be putting a bet on. If I was, because the odds are still so much better for Finland, that's where the money would go. on the basis that if Sweden won, you wouldn't gain that much, but if you would if Finland won.
Well, yeah, that's even like more strategic voting there for sure. In terms of that. That's true. I don't even think that far. But I don't want to keep my money safe. Some people are doing shout outs. What about France? Let me ask you this question we talked about before after what we've seen so far today and heard. Could there still be a call to Duncan Lawrence, like somebody that comes second or third with the two groups and takes the win because the two other songs cancel each other out? Is there one like a France or Spain or an Austria and Australia, something of that kind?
Well, I think the problem is I don't see that happening. I only see that happening on the jury side. So I would say no on the basis that I think there's more likely to be that kind of thing happening on the jury side. And the televote, I think we're likely to see a runaway. Someone says that Sweden will look ridiculously good on TV. Yes, sure. But it's like I said, I think we made this point earlier about divisive. You don't need everyone to love it. You're talking about Finland being divisive. You don't need everyone to love it. If enough people look at it and go, that was amazing, I'm going to go and vote for it, that's what you're looking for. You need songs that are high motivation to vote. And so basically you want them to trigger really strong emotions among people who really like them. Finland is the kind of song that I think you would get high motivation to vote for if you like it.
That's why I almost wish that was a way how televote could be also more like a top 5 voting kind, what the juries do, right? Because most people just vote for their favorite, or maybe like some do like 2 or 3, but there's not like a ranking or something like that. That would help songs that maybe would not be always your number one give a little bit more of a fair chance, and not just the liked ones being overlooked. And just real quick, just saying, Finland is now up even in the since we looked before, it's now at 19%.
Yeah, but you see, Gary made a very good point. Like Toy was really divisive, but it still got a lot of points.
Exactly. People even like during the rehearsal, it felt like Cyprus passed Netta in the end. People lost faith in it, and then it still got through. That's the thing. Polarizing, divisive isn't always a bad thing in the Eurovision world. So the way the votes are set up in the televote. Again, if we had ranking, maybe you can make a point, but we don't have that. So, and yeah, that's basically exactly what it is. So, I put a bet on Sweden to win in November when it was at a much better price. Well, then I don't know how bad. Can you take your money back out, or once you put it back in, it's in there? I don't know how that works. Like, oh, I don't believe it in anymore. Let me take it out. Probably not. Huh?
Oh, sorry, Gary Doss. GDG should have sent that.
Okay. Sorry for what?
He said, I was so confused when I said Gary.
Oh, it's Gary Doss. Got it. So, but don't get me wrong. It's at this point, I think it's not wrong to think of Sweden and Finland being the one battling out. So dismissing Sweden as like potentially not losing and not winning, I mean, it would be premature and stupid.
Sure. And I'm not dismissing it. I just feel
no, not you personally. I'm like, you, Emma, why would you be so stupid? And no, I'm just saying in general, like anybody.
Right.
Yeah. So, so that is, and it's going to be interesting. It would be fun if some country randomly proves us all wrong. It would be fun. Like, oh, it's like Norway and Israel be like, ha, we win it all. And I love the surprise factors, but we shall see. Let me just see. We had that question already. I feel France and Spain, Alessandra can take it. A lot of points from Sweden, but Finland does have a song that is not comparable to other songs. Expect Loftel, Lord of the Lost. No, what is Loftel? A Loftel? But I get the point of
maybe like LOL.
Oh, I laugh on the floor and
I don't know.
Anyways, the point is, it's not a bad point to make. There are certain songs. You can even put Italy in 21 in the category because also, well, there are 2 rock songs that cancel each other out, right? And we're like, that's always the case. There could be a case you can make maybe some of the more polished pop songs that could cancel each other out as well. And then Finland comes in with something more outside the box song and get that vote.
Can you imagine a year where all countries are sending rock songs? What's canceling then?
Exactly, right. Then nobody votes.
Yeah.
I'll get 0 points. But no, it's a good point, and I hear what you're saying. But yeah, I don't believe in this songs canceling each other out. I think numbers that we've seen so far don't show that. So, Lord of OnlyFans.
Love that.
Oh, that's funny. Do you?
Hi. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
I didn't know you were gone. I didn't even notice. I'm scared of how many points Måneskin would have gotten if Finland didn't participate that year. I don't know if that would have made a difference. Because here's the thing. We make the assumption that people, like, I had Finland in my top 5. I had Italy in my bottom 5. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't necessarily mean that because you like one song that you like the other. So that is, I think, the mistake people are making. So and a lot of people like both. A lot of people don't like either. But
I like both.
People. Yeah. So it's just kind of how it goes. So I would not read too much into that.
Everything's changeable anyway. Like things shift all the time.
I think Cyprus will be top 10 and Norway and Poland will flop big time. Well, first of all, I don't know if you can call Poland will flop because I to me, at least my definition a flop is a song that was expected to do well and then doesn't perform. Poland is considered a flop to begin with, right? And I mean, like me personally, I'm just saying when you look at the betting odds, when you look at the fan polls, Poland is considered a non-qualifier as right now. So I don't think you can really flop that way. Now let's go.
Ryan, Smash Into Pieces was such a good entry. Sorry, this is a little bit off topic, but yeah, Smash Into Pieces was probably one of the favorite parts of Melfest for me.
It was hands like it would have been my number 1 probably this year. That's how much I love that song. It would have been my number 1. But I knew what was going to happen because that's just my jam. Anyways, do you, Emma or Gabe, can either of you see a reasonable universe? Because there's always a chance, right? But a reasonable universe where Norway could flop?
No. Personally, yes. I disagree on the basis that I think it's basically, I think Norway is one of the safest like top 10s in this edition. Now, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I can't see any universe in which it doesn't do well.
How about you, Emma? You said yes?
Yes. I think that it doesn't resonate with everyone, like that song. Like, for example, it didn't resonate with me. I think she's great. She has great stage presence and she can probably do well, but I don't necessarily have to see it like top 10. You know, yeah. I don't. Like, for me, it's not a top 10.
I personally lean more towards Gabe. Of course, there's always universes that can happen, but let me just phrase it this way. I would be utterly shocked. That would be one of the big surprises if Norway doesn't make top 10. That's how I would feel. Could it happen? Yeah, but it would surprise me if it completely fails with people because it just feels like such a mass appeal kind of song. So that's how I feel. So who thinks that Cyprus has a potential shot at a top 10? Okay, that is not a good response. I don't think, I mean, I haven't seen it yet, right? Maybe. I think Cyprus has every opportunity to overperform. I think people are underestimating Cyprus a bit. Although the betting odds, in terms of qualification, they look pretty good. I think that the song has a really good chance of doing quite well, potentially left side scoreboard. Top 10 might be pushing a little. But I can see this one falling into like the category what Cyprus often ends up in, like between 14th and 20th place kind of thing, 22nd place. They often fall into that category. I feel as that could happen again this year. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I think people sleep on it a little. I'm not saying, again, high score, but it's going to be, I'm surprised people in the fan polls, it's not higher because it seems like I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I want to be that person. I'm trying to be a better person, but I did say something that it seems as people gravitate towards certain singers and Andrew doesn't fill that void or that gap. So where do you think Israel could place in juries and televote? Well, let's just assume, we're feel confident Israel will qualify, but where in the finals, and we don't know the competition yet, so it's always difficult, could potentially see Israel ending up in the televote versus jury, Emma?
Well, jury already, we know that they kind of have a tendency to tank entries like that one. So, I mean, with juries, I don't necessarily think it's going to do amazing. But with the televote, it could definitely shoot up. Like, this is top 10 probably with the televote because, you know, it's got the dance, it's got the glitter in a figurative form of words. It's got the, you know, glitz and glamour, and it's also like very vibey song for a live performance. And I think it could do well with the televote, and it's probably going to do well with the televote if we're being objective. So
yeah,
Gabe,
I tend to agree. I think you're looking at pretty strong top 10 performance in both potentially. I think it's getting top 10 in both. You know, if there's a big discrepancy between the public and jury results, that could land you a third or fourth place. I think the sky is the limit. Winning will be difficult for the reasons we've talked about, but this is a heavy hitter, as we expected from Noah Carell. So really anything could happen at the top end.
Yeah. I honestly love Latvia, and it's not really talked about much. Well, we talked about it quite a bit yesterday. Because that's when they were rehearsing, and I think
was not here yesterday, so
yeah. Go ahead, share your thoughts, Emma, about Latvia.
Yeah, Latvia is one of my absolute favorites this year, and I think
it's like I have something to say here. I wasn't here. Can I?
No, it's because I have to repeat this so many times. Like the way Latvia makes me feel is just like, you know, transcending. It's that kind of a feeling, it's that emotion for me. I think, like, even when people are saying, oh, they didn't really do much with the staging, I disagree. I think it complements their staging, complements their song. And I think that them doing something extravagant or doing something more or too much would be too much. So I think that Latvia, I really want them to break the non-qualification streak. And I want him to do it with this one.
Yeah, real quick, Gabe, before I hand it over to you, since I want to wrap up with, I know it's tough because, you know, you have a connection with that song. How do you approach now? Do you still think they have a good shot, or you're more leaning towards probably not?
It's going to be really tough. In semi 2, I'd say yeah, we could have that conversation. In semi 1, it's just such a horrible semi
How about you, Emma?
to be in.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to do them. You know, it's a quality song. It's just the field is so tough.
Sadly, I have to agree because it's so hard in the semi. Yeah, but I won it.
Yeah, I think I said the exact same thing. Like, if there would be in semi 2, I'd feel a lot more confident. Here, it's just everything just almost lined against them. You know, the songs that they're surrounded by. You know, and just everything that's happening at that. I mean, they come right after Serbia. This is like, what is going on? You know, and go ahead.
Belgium
Finland
TikTok?
Belgium TikTok. Also, Finland just crept up to 20% in the odds.
Oh yeah, we were. Yeah, it did to 20. So it's certainly a lot of people got more confident, which is nice, I guess, for Finland. Let's see here and go to TikTok, and I'll bring up again. I may have to pause, mute it. And my mic may mute again. Let's see. All right. Anyhow. Ta-da! I start with the sound right away.
Here, and I brought my lovely friend with me. This is Monique Harcum from Polkashella, the wonderful Pussy, and the wonderful Sun Queen.
Okay, I didn't hear any of that.
And we're so excited to have you on stage. Yeah.
Yes, let's do it.
We're ready. It's our time.
Belgium, the stage is yours. Welcome. Come through.
Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Don't copyright me now, so I had to mute it. Let's wait for the song to come on. Sing. I'm waiting for it to unmute.
Wait for the mic. Wait for the mic.
Yeah. It's a lot to think about when we're getting there. We're getting there. Not even sure.
Aha, interesting. We're getting there. So they're also still in the process of, fixing things for their staging. Let's start on the right. Gabe, your thoughts? I'm not a lip reader. Yeah.
Sorry. No, I'm excited. That looked really good. I always and one thing that does make me optimistic, and I know this sounds a bit counterintuitive, but when the artists come off and you can tell they're like, okay, we're getting there, but there's things I want to improve. I like that attitude because you can tell they're really actively they're being really professional about it. They're actively sort of analyzing, in real time what they're doing. So I think what that suggests is when I hear an artist saying that, it makes me think, okay, each rehearsal is going to be better because they're thinking every time about what they're going to do. So the dancing looked great. Vocals sounded great. I'm excited. Good stuff. Well done, Disco Daddy.
Yeah.
Same for me. Exactly same for me. I'm not sure about some of the parts downstairs they're just like swaying back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
But I think maybe that's just probably a few seconds in the song. So I don't think it's going to have any impact. And they're still working on it. So
yeah. This comes down again. I think if you like the song, the staging and all that will not hurt you. For someone who may not is convinced, I know it'll win you over. I feel, I do like, he sounded great with that voice, right? One high note doesn't necessarily sway the televoters though, right? I'm not sure that's going to be enough. I find it a little bit too camp for my liking. There's a certain campiness here that doesn't really grab me, but I can see a lot of people being into that song. And that may be because I'm also not clicking with the song a whole lot, and that the staging itself, while fine, that's not necessarily is like this, making it more appealing to me, I would say. So it's basically the music video put together on stage. But I am glad that the team really enjoys what they're doing and that they're together with their family, as they said, it's chosen family. And I do like that part. Did it win me over with the staging? Probably not, but I think it still looks good. So that's basically how I would summarize it. But, it's going to be interesting. We're going to see if those betting odds will go up for them and how the rest of year will feel about it. And because they don't have to worry about juries. Okay, so I think that's all we have for today because I've got to go. We won't have Gabe with us tomorrow, but enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming in. You'll be plenty here, so you are forgiven. And I will see you tomorrow, Emma, at some point. You just
at some point
hop on whenever. And did Roy say if he's going to be back?
Oh, I don't.
James will be here tomorrow too. I know James said he'll be here tomorrow, okay, so cool. We have him here for sure. So we'll go from. Thank you everyone in the chat, by the way, for sticking around for 7 hours and 28 minutes, 15 minutes less than yesterday. So wow, feels good. Oh my God, your lips moving. I know you're lying.
Thank you guys for
what?
I just wanted to say thank you guys for a great conversation today. I really had a lot of fun, and thank you, chat, for all your support, and our mods, of course. Thank you guys.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. And this was fun. Day 2. We're gonna do day 3. I'm gonna get the final boost of energy now that we're leaving, and I will see you all in the morning, my middle of the night. Until then, you gotta wave until I'm offline.